Dude, watch dealing, man, it's just an underground market that not many people get to experience.
Yeah.
And it's like kind of exclusive, and it's a solely trust-based system. See, it's a Panda dial Daytona. That watch, I don't even know what's going for now. I'm kind of off the market right now. I'm kind of out of it. But the watch market tanked a couple, like last year.
Was that one comedian that said that DJing is the easiest job ever? You just hit play.
I mean, it's a little more complicated than that.
Obviously,
but
yeah,
people
no.
hype it up to this thing. I'd be like, oh, okay, I learned how to beat match within 5 seconds just because this guy told me these 7 numbers. Recording studios are run like restaurants and managed like hotels, essentially.
What was the most stressful day in that world?
Oh, probably, I mean, the whole time was pretty freaking stressful. Artists are very superstitious and very, if they make a hit song, they want all the conditions of how they made that song the same.
Oh yeah.
So they want to use the same microphone.
Yeah.
They want to use the same headphone. They want to be the chair in the same position. They want to be wearing the same shirt and the clothes half the time.
Right.
Like they're very superstitious.
So like I think the 90s are really cool because we're going through the transition phase. We're kind of like old technology and transitioning to the new technology. So you kind of have the before and after. I have a whole theory on the moon landing.
Really?
I have a whole theory on it, and I haven't really dug to see if anybody else has developed this theory, but it's like but
I remember you were telling me about this story about your buddy telling you, come out to this place, and you went to some fucking deserted place. You went through some doors that you're like, what the fuck? I'm about to get kidnapped. I don't know.
The underground was my first experience in an underground rave scene.
That's what it
LA,
was.
and I thought I was all in the movies until it actually happened.
Yeah, it's a journey versus
You have to go through it too.
Yeah.
There's no. You could spend all day. What do you think about being married and all that stuff? And he's like, my wife is my rock. She's my love of my life. Like that. And I just wrote in the comments, I was like, oh, his wife trained him well. Like, he is PR trained well.
check.
Ooh, look at that. No latency. Yeah. Wow. I'm legit impressed.
Yeah?
Legit impressed, dude. I mean, I shouldn't be, but...
Is that better? Louder? Or can you hear yourself?
That's good, man.
That's
That's perfect. Yeah.
Let me check myself now.
That's good.
Check.
If I need to turn myself up or down, which one?
This one.
This is okay, cool.
Okay, and you turn it that way. You can play with
A
this.
studio for Q system.
Yeah. I guess so.
Yeah, that's it's totally fine.
So that's yours.
Okay, cool.
So you lowered it right there. So
Cool.
it's I fuck with it.
Are we rolling already, or
Yeah.
we're rolling?
Yeah,
We're hot, man. Cool.
I want to hear everything you got to say, brother.
Dude,
do you want to see yourself on this camera or no?
No.
Perfect.
I'm good. See myself enough.
Camera real quick.
See myself enough in the mirror. Yeah. No, man, but I'm really impressed. Like, usually when you go into studios and people aren't knowing what they're doing, they have a little latency, and you're like hearing yourself in the headphones, and you're like, dude, what is it?
Yeah, dude.
I can't go to a click track with this.
Right? Let me one more time. And but yeah, dude, this is I've been dude. I don't know if you looked at the show at all.
I did,
but
yeah, dude. I saw you. You did Keenan. That's impressive.
Oh yes.
Dude, how'd you get him? Well, he seems like a type of person that's pretty down for a lot of things. So that's cool. I love that guy, man.
Oh my god, his energy is always up here. You know what I mean?
Well, he's just, dude. He's like his energy but his spirit of how he is as a person. But like everybody, he's the type of guy everybody wants to be around.
Yeah.
And like he's the one that hired me, and I'm like, he's a really cool guy.
Yeah, he can get annoying when he's like $5. Give me $5. Give me $5.
He kind of beat it to death like 5 years ago.
If you're watching this, you should tone that down. Tone it down.
It was funny when he left. When we said our farewells to him, when he
officially left.
we made him a T-shirt,
Really?
And I don't think he's ever worn it, but it's okay. It's all good.
Dude, it's the thought that counts,
Yeah,
really. You
it's
know
good.
what I mean? My mom gets me all kinds of shit I don't wear. And I'm like, thanks, Mom. Thanks.
Yeah, I have it just in case she wants to see proof that I didn't throw it away.
Right.
But other than that,
It just stays in that corner of the closet that you're like,
yeah.
"Well, I don't know what's over there, but
Maybe one day. Maybe
Yeah.
one day. You know? Who
yeah,
knows?
yeah,
But-
for sure, for sure. I have a bunch of clothes that I don't even touch, dude. That, you know, I literally have bags for them, like so they don't get dirty. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I have suits that I don't wear because I mean, I wear a suit, but I don't want to wear my nice suits because it's work. You know, when I work at the Irwin.
Dude, I'll tell you this. I mean, well, at least, you know, people usually buy that stuff for you or like gifts and stuff and you have it sitting in the closet. But my wife, dude, my wife will go and buy stuff. We just moved a couple weeks ago and we were finding all kinds of stuff with tags still on them.
Really?
Everything. And I'm just like, why?
Wow.
Can't.
But is that your stuff or is that her stuff?
Oh, it's hers. Everything's hers. I don't own anything. My wife owns everything. I just
Exactly.
kind of use
I
it.
thought so.
Yeah, it's like a rental system. No.
Because I know that from, you know, girls I've dated, they have tags on their clothes still. Where like they buy an excessive amount of clothes when they buy clothes. They're going to the store to buy this shirt or whatever, and they end up getting all this other shit.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
it's crazy when you see it happen.
I recently made the joke of she's like a barracuda, and what I mean is like barracudas are like the fish that when they see something shiny, they just go after it. They don't even care what it is; they just go after it, and that's how she is. She's like. She doesn't need it. She just sees that, oh, I could use this, and then she'll buy it. And the next thing you know, it's sitting in her house with the tag still on it. So it's one of those things. But
Yeah. But bro, I'm so glad you came.
yeah, man, this is cool. This is exciting.
Yeah. Let's you.
Got a lot of stories.
Yeah, I want to hear these stories. I wanted to jump right in because I mean, you're a guy of watches. That's another thing I remember you.
Yeah,
a big watch guy. What is this?
Yeah. Well, this is just a. Well, of course, there's like, you know,
Better ones and all this shit. You know.
You gotta have a decent amount of money. You gotta invest. A lot of people you see like are going broke buying these Rolexes and stuff. It's just like, dude, you can buy a watch. You can.
It does the same thing as I don't have my watch, but
Yeah, I mean, watches for me. I always. My dad was really into watches. You know, nothing too crazy, but like he was into digital watches and stuff like that. So I always had like, we'd always go to the, you know, Walmart or something and look at the case and see all those. And then as I got older, I got my first job and like my first paycheck I got just a simple watch and I thought that was so cool. And then over time I was like, okay, like I like the feeling this gives me. I'm going to buy one every now and then, just treat myself. And then now it's kind of got a little out of hand, but yeah, it got me into and I got really into it, and then I eventually ended up working for a watch dealer for a little bit, which was crazy.
Really?
Which is like, dude, watch dealing, man. It's just an underground market that not many people get to experience, and it's like kind of exclusive, and it's a solely trust based system. You know, watch dealers are very Mazal like handshake, and it's all word of mouth. And it's like your reputation is everything.
Really?
And I just happen to be in the right place at the right time. There's these IWJG shows that happen usually in Miami and in Vegas. And I just happened to be celebrating my birthday the same weekend in Vegas that this thing was going on. So the guy I was working for, usually I would not have been invited. I was too new working for him. And he already has his team and everything. But sorry, I don't know if that shook.
Just twist it right here. Twist it right here. Up.
No, I'm trying to. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, right there.
Yes, we don't have these kind of mic stands.
Yeah, they're good for extending, but right here is where you want to get it up and down. Yeah.
And then they're always.
Do you want a beer? Do you
I'll
want?
take one, man.
Yeah,
I'll definitely take one.
for sure. Let me get that for you.
Sir, base
I'm in
sauce.
the freezer, so I was like, oh, I better take those out.
Yeah, it's fine. Well, alcohol can't freeze, but beers can, yeah? Can beers freeze? I don't know. I don't think there's enough alcohol content.
Do you like oranges with your blue moon?
No, it's fine.
Grant did that once, and I was like,
They're usually served in a glass with an orange. You know, it's
right? Yeah.
It's fine. It adds a little pizzazz, but
Pizzazz.
that's all I got. Thank you, man.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers. Yeah.
What is it?
No, but yeah. So I had the opportunity to go to this watch convention, which it's like only dealers get to go there. Only if you have like a store, and you have to be, you know, if you're an outsider, you have to be invited in. It's kind of exclusive.
Really?
They don't want random
For watches, bro?
I mean, yeah, but you're really dealing with thousands of dollars of watches. I mean, some watches in that room are ranging from hundreds of thousands to there's probably some Richard Milles that are like close to $1 million in there. So
Really?
it's like you can't just have random Joe Schmoes because you'd have people, you know, trying to rob the place kind of stuff. So they got to keep it pretty secure. And granted, the hotels that they're in, like these Vegas hotels that they're in the back rooms of like these conventions where it's like it's not advertised. You're not going to see any signs. Like it's kind of like very hush hush, but it's really cool once you're in there, man. It is. And not many people are going to really notice, but people when they're buying and selling these watches in that room, it is so fast. The amount of money that's being made in that room, it blew my mind when I was in there. Because you don't think about that. You're just like, whatever. But, man, the guy I was with, so everything's done, well, the way he did it. Not everybody works that way. Some people are more old school. But everything was kind of in group chats, like in WhatsApp. So, like, they have all these people. So this guy had pretty much everybody in that room on a WhatsApp group, in one group, right? On a feed. And he's the only one, he's like kind of running that feed, but it's not going crazy, you know? So this guy will buy and sell watches before he even buys the watch. And what I mean is he'll go over to a booth, right? He'll be like, hey, how much, let me see that Rolex. Guy pulls out a Daytona, just standard 116-500, you know? And he'll see it. Before he even buys it, like I said, it's word of mouth. Like you got to go in the back of the room, fill out an invoice, do all these stuff. But once I say I want to buy it, you got to stick to your word. That's just how it goes. So he'll take a picture of it, write the price, how much the guy is willing to offer him for it. He'll make his price, take a picture of it, you know, send it out on this group chat, and then all of a sudden it's like John Wick. It's just everybody's phone just bing, 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 bing. He sold the thing before he even bought it. Wow. And it's just rinse and repeat the whole time. And then he has a guy that's just the buyer, and this guy is just a mile a minute. He's just going around the room buying all the good deals before, you know, the weekend ends when all the deals are gone. That's just how it's run.
And those are rare watches? Or what is it about?
Some of them are rare. Some of them are rare. They're just higher end watches that, you know, us, you know,
peons. Like Gucci and shit, or like...
No, so how watches are based is it's a lot of hype, a lot of how the movement, the history, you know, Gucci and all that kind of stuff you see in the malls. They're all like really fashion watches. They're not really, you know, the high end watches. You know, the reason why Rolex and, you know, AP and Patek or whatever you want to call it, Richard Milles, they're all big is because, you know, Rolex has a history, and, you know, they have all these crazy histories before, you know, and the way the watches are made, and the Rolex is just like indestructible, and it's like all these things, you know, I'm not going to nerd out on all the, I don't even know how all these things are made.
I'm sure it's like kind of like cultage. Kind of like
they all have cult followings, and then they also have celebrities that endorse those followings, and it's just like, well, I don't like this person, so maybe not, you know, that whole thing. So it's just like one of the most hated watches in the world is Hublot, but there's a lot of people that love Hublot.
Really?
Yeah, and it's just because Hublot, and there's a guy on YouTube, Nico Leonard. He just
YouTube. Okay.
He can't stand Hublot.
Really?
And he kind of has developed a cult following and leading behind that. But yeah, he's great, man. He's definitely very entertaining to watch.
I want to know what these fucking watches look like, bro.
Yeah. So type in like just type in a Rolex 116-500. It's like the most. Okay, Rolex. It's like the most basic Daytona. It's just a simple reference number. And a lot of people spend a lot of time memorizing all these reference numbers. A lot of times, if you're selling, it's a Panda dial Daytona. That watch, I don't even know what's going for now. I'm kind of off the market right now. I'm kind of out of it. But the watch market tanked a couple, like last year.
Really? So that's a legit
That's
watch.
legit. Yeah.
You can walk into a room and people be like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah. Well, I mean, as far as if a watch guy sees it on your
Right.
on your thing, they're gonna be like, "Holy shit!" But a lot of times they're just gonna assume it's fake unless you're rolling in a Lambo, and like, there's so many fake Rolexes out there that's like, all right, man.
Really? So yeah. So
But
you could probably find yourself something like that, but it's fake.
oh yeah,
Like,
dude,
what
they
makes
make-
it real? Like, is it
Dude,
the metal?
they make things called they call them super clones that are basically so close to being accurate that you have to get a professional watchmaker that's been in the industry for years to break that thing open and realize like this screw isn't the right screw. Like it's so close to being the real thing, but it's a fraction of the price that you would normally get a Rolex at, and no one's going to know the difference except for me. Like if I was rolling up with one of those watches, I couldn't live with myself if I was wearing a fake one. I just knowing that it's fake, you know, I would just be like, I can't be that guy.
But people that aren't watch people could
They would
get
have no idea.
sold a
Oh, yeah.
fake one easily.
Happens
right?
all the time.
Right?
Happens all the time. And
For
it's,
like expensive.
oh yeah, dude. And they pay the real Rolex price for a fake one, and then they go, you know, something happens or they chip it or scratch it, and they go into a real watch guy and go to get it repaired, and then they realize, hey man, did you know this is not a real Rolex? And then they get all butthurt, and then they get mad at the guy they bought it from, and then it's a whole big thing, and then now they're out thousands and thousands of dollars because that's why it's such a crazy industry, man. You got to really know what you're getting yourself into, and you got to have people that you trust. And then not to mention when you get into vintage watches, if you get into vintage, that's a whole nother story because it's just like there's specific guys that's all they do is vintage watches. So, and those are the guys to go with, because if you go with somebody that's, you know, familiar with vintage but not an expert, you know, you're kind of guessing.
Right. No, this looks like an amazing watch, dude. That looks like a legit watch. Like,
yeah, but I mean, you can get watches that look similar to that are some no-name micro brand, and you'd be just as happy.
did you ever see that
all the
watch
time.
that Conor McGregor had that one time?
Yeah. Conor McGregor
the
has a lot.
fuck?
The Astronomia, the one that's all see-through. Yeah, that is a Jacob and Co. That's a Jacob and Co. Astronomia, or I think it's Astronomia. I'm not really a fan of Jacob and Co. too much. He's got a lot of reputation and got a lot of, you know, history behind him, especially back in the hip hop days in the early 2000s. Everybody wearing
This
the 5
shit-
time zone.
Is that the one you're talking about?
That one's cool because that is a roulette wheel in that. I would actually love to have that one, but yeah, I'd be wanting to go to Vegas too much if I had that.
What the fuck, dude? How much is that worth?
I don't know what it is now, but I'm sure it's probably around $1 million, 1.2, 1.3. Could be, give or take. I'm not sure on this exact watch, but a lot of his Astronomia watches are around like the $1 million mark. And then if you're gonna diamond it out, I mean,
Really?
Diamonds are a weird thing too. Okay, when you see hip hop guys with all these diamonds, most of the time they're not factory. They call them factory set. And basically the only difference is that the factory is just a jeweler that came from that company. So let's say Rolex has their own jeweler and he's the one that put the diamonds in, then it's factory set. And then the value is way up because not just you have the mechanics of the watch, but also you have all these diamonds and it's set perfectly because Rolex and all these companies.
It's like a brand new car from the dealership, right?
Yeah. Instead of going to someone else down the street that can put in diamonds for you, you're going to the actual company that's perfectly set.
Like,
That's what everybody strives for.
Yeah.
So, but all these hip hop guys, a lot of times they get these like already fake Cartiers, and then they put like moissanite stones in there, which moissanite, you see all these videos of people using diamond testers, I was like, well, diamond testers, they can detect, I think it's like the heat of diamonds, but also moissanite. So a lot of these jewelry they have is moissanite, which they're testing it, and they show the camera, oh, look, it's real. And it's like, no, dude, you spent like $50 at the mall for that. And you're pulling it off as a, but it's like, you have to really care about what someone's wearing.
Shit. Yeah, like it's like cars.
That's Nico right there. He's talking about his Jacob & Co.
That's Nico?
Nico Leonard, that guy, I don't know if you saw him for a second. Yeah, I think he's Irish.
This guy?
Yeah, he's hilarious, man. You gotta watch his. He's hilarious.
Really?
Very rambunctious, very energetic guy. Always talking about him.
Let's hear him.
He's talking about the PRX, which is actually I'm wearing a PRX.
That is fantastic! Okay. Look at this! I'm actually going to comment on this. You are the daddy. That is genuinely fantastic.
You are the daddy.
You really want your brand to be God tier. That is fantastic! Look at this! I'm actually going to comment on this.
Yeah, Tisso's
are the daddy.
Tisso's a really good
fantastic.
starter
When you really
watch.
want your brand to be God tier. That is fantastic! Look at this! I'm actually going to comment on this.
Huh. Okay. Well, that's dope, dude. Like, it's kind of like art. It's kind of like anything that can get so extreme and obsessed with that you're like,
you can go all the way down the rabbit hole with all this stuff.
Yeah, with mics, with cameras.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I bet, dude. Like,
audio gear is insane when it comes to down the rabbit hole.
Really?
Bro, you ever go on Gearspace? Gearspace is a old forum where it just talks about audio gear. People can ask random questions, and you have all these guys that, the hertz and the frequencies and all this, bro, they go into it, and everything in the audio industry is very ego based. Everybody just has a huge ego, so it's just like you kind of gotta just navigate the waters. You can take in all this information, but you gotta navigate it yourself.
Yeah. The same goes with like cameras with me. I mean, same goes with cars. Same goes with like computers. Holy fuck,
Dude,
like
I couldn't tell you
PCs are getting so fucking crazy now, dude.
Oh yeah.
Like Macs used to be like, okay, this is the newest shit. It has the best shit for editing and all that stuff. And now PCs are like, wait a minute, are you sure?
Yeah.
And then it's all beefed up with colors and shit, like this giant tower.
Dude, I mean, I grew up in school on PCs, your little Dells and stuff and all that, and you're like, okay, this is cool. And then as I got older and I started getting into audio, being in engineering and stuff, they're like, most studios use Macs, and I was like very resistant towards Mac, because I grew up on PCs my whole life, and then started using a Mac, and I was like, well, this is kind of the shit, man. Like, I don't really have to do anything. It just kind of runs. I don't have all these error messages popping up. It just kind of works. And it just kind of fluid.
Yes.
And I'm like, all right, well, I guess this is it. and then Pro Tools and all these, Ableton and all these DAWs kind of sync up perfectly with it. And you kind of go, but
I don't know. Same with me, man. When I first heard about Apple, I didn't even know what that meant. Like I knew Apple from like the colors, when they had a bunch of the colors on the logo.
I knew a girl growing up. Her last name was Macintosh, and that's as far as my extent of what I heard Macintosh through the grapevine one time when I was young. I had no idea or I would go over to someone's house and they had a Macintosh Apple computer, and I was like, what is this piece of shit?
Right. Right. And they Apple's really turned they're the leader now. Yeah. Like back in the day, especially. I mean, knowing that, this is virtually obscure, Windows, Macs, all this stuff. But then after the iPhone, that's where fucking they really made a name for themselves. I knew I had a Mac, but I didn't know that iPhones were the same things as Mac. It was the same company. I was just
for me,
I was so dumb, dude.
I remember when it's gonna really date us, as age, but I remember when iPods first came out, and that was
Right.
Only the rich kids could have that. I
Oh
was
my
like,
God.
yo, I had this. I went to Target. I got the knockoff MP3 player that
MP3,
I had to
yes.
download my songs from LimeWire, and it had a virus half the time.
For sure.
Like-
Yes. Same here, bro.
And
Same
I was
here.
just,
Oh,
yeah, man.
man.
It was just.
I had like 2 or 3 different MP3 players, and then the Zoom came out. Remember the Zoom?
I had the Zoom. Yeah,
Yes.
I had the Zoom. It wasn't as good.
And no, at all, not at all.
No.
But I thought I was so cool because that was just like its competitor, and everybody's like,
Didn't
"Oh,
it
is that
kind
the
of
Zoom?"
look like a
Yes.
Nano or something?
It looked like they were trying to do the same thing as the iPod, but they were trying to be different. Where like it's still a circle, but you have to press the button
Right.
instead of
Right.
turn. Like,
right. So if you
Yeah.
have it in your hand, it kind of looks like you got an
Yeah.
Apple, you know?
So
Or you got
like
the headphones.
they tried, dude. Like
I mean, you stick it in your pocket as long as you had that white string coming to your ears and those earbuds. No one
right.
noticed the
Nobody
difference, man.
knows. Nobody knows. Shit, dude. I remember when I carried a CD player.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You know,
my mom
big ass
used
thing.
to
Stretched out your pants and
my
shit.
mom used to go, exercise like walking and running and stuff, and she would have it was like first it was the Walkman, and then
Right.
it developed into a CD player, but then you had
Yeah.
to wait for your shock resistance to
Right.
build up on that CD player, so when you run it doesn't skip. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
dude, you're
the crazy
right.
stuff that you had to deal with back then.
Back in the
and
day.
then and I had a whole thing of CDs.
A folder?
Yeah,
A CD folder?
and
Yeah.
oh, dude, and when I went back to it because I got into DJing when after I graduated high school in like 2010. Really? I got back into it, and I had to go back to the CDs. And I
What?
just had a huge thing, CDs, man.
Seriously?
And I was just like,
That's
this is-
hilarious,
People
yo.
look at me like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah. But dude, back in the day, shit changed.
And then if you really want to impress a girl, you make her a CD. That's what you
Oh,
do.
right.
You want to make her.
I never did that.
Well,
never good
I don't
at
think
it.
I did either, but a lot of people did.
Shit, I remember my friends would stop a CD and write the lyrics so they can learn them and shit on a
they
CD
gave you,
player.
yeah. Well, on the CD, they gave you that little couple lines to write
Yeah,
some,
yeah.
You know?
For sure.
love letter,
for
or whatever
sure.
you want. But
Exactly. But what are these stories? So you were an audio guy because you did some interning in some studio, or how did that happen?
yeah, so I could. I mean, I don't know how far you want to go, but I can go back. So basically, I was okay interested in music. I wasn't really heavily into music after high school, and I didn't, like most kids, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. So I was like, I told my mom, my mom's like, well, you're not going to sit here and do nothing. I was just like, you're either going to get going on a job or you get going on your career. I was like, okay, that's fine. But I just spent the last 12 years of my life in school. Can I just take a year off to see what I want to do? And she said, that's fine. So that's what I did. And, I had a little bit of money from relatives saved up. So I was like, I think at that time I was going through not knowing what I wanted to do. And I was kind of depressed, and, so I got really into music, solving a lot of my problems. And I was like, okay, let me get some DJ tables. Tables sound cool. So I got really into DJing. And then that kind of led to production, and then production led to school, and then school led to the audio path. And it really but I started off, like everybody, not knowing what a mixer is or tables. And then after I dove down the rabbit hole of DJing, it's like, okay, I need to up my game. DJing's not really that complicated as everybody makes it out to seem. All these DJ, you see all the knobs, they're not really doing much, man. It's just you're matching a song to this song, and you're kind of blending it. Yeah. And then
DJing is
you're
the funniest. Was that one comedian that said that DJing is the easiest job ever? You just hit play.
Really, I mean, it's a little more complicated than that.
Obviously,
but
yeah,
people hype it up to this thing, and it's just and back then, they didn't have Twitch streaming and YouTube wasn't really taking off. It really wasn't huge because YouTube only came out in 2005, so it's only 5 years later. But Ustream was a big thing, so people would they wanted to DJ in front of people online, the Ustream, which is the same thing pretty much as Twitch. I had a chat feed. And so I would be itching to learn more how to DJ and how to, I want to DJ in front of crowds and do the whole thing because I saw Deadmau5 do it. And I was like, okay, I want to do that. And so I did that. And then there was this guy, his name was Gray Johnston, really cool guy. He just a random guy in like, I think Minnesota, and he would DJ late nights. And there was like he didn't have much of a following. It was like 3 or 4 people, but he was just doing his thing. He was just having fun. Really, really good. I mean, he was a really good DJ. And, so I was like asking him questions, there's nobody on his chat. I was just like, hey, how do you do this? Or how do you do that? And he would be super humble and nice and tell me how to do things. And then he like told me a number system that for all these DJs out here, if you want to learn BPM, this is like, I've never heard anybody talk about this, and it blew my mind when I heard it the first time. But if anybody wants to match beats, you only need to know, I think, 7 numbers to match any beat with any beat pretty much.
Okay.
And it's not going to really make sense unless you've kind of delved into, DJ tables. But when you're matching a pitch, you need to know there's little numbers usually in the right-hand corner that are like decimal points as you move the pitch up and down, little decimal points. You ever DJ'd?
No, but I've done the audio for the stuff.
Okay,
and
so
I
know
how to mix music with
you speak audio. That's all.
Yeah.
So you're good. And so you raise and lower the pitch, and then this guy was just like, dude, if you're mixing dance music, which is usually anywhere from the range of, depends what, I mean, the lower the BPM and the higher BPM, you're getting different genres.
Right.
Lower BPMs like 120 stuff is kind of like more in the deep house range. Higher up is more trancey. But if you hit right in the middle, it's like 4 on the floor dance beat, usually 128 BPM. You can match beats using these 7 numbers and it'll just solve all your problems. And beats from having to sit there and try to be, so these 7 numbers, here we go. These 7 numbers are 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, 1.5, 1.6, 2.4, and 3.0. If you know those 7 numbers, you can match any beat with any beat. So it's like if I have 2 tracks that I'm mixing together, that let's say one's 126 BPMs and one's 128. Usually 128, you should leave right in the middle, or whatever track you're going into, you leave it right in the middle. And it's like, okay, well, this track's 128. I need to go down to 126. Okay. So I'm going to guess that's like, I need to do it a couple. So I'm going to go down to 1.5. I'm going to raise it or lower it to 1.5 on the, where it says on the decimal system. And that's going to, and if you read it and it says that goes to 126, it's either going to be 1.5 or 1.6. And you play within those 2 decibels and you're going to match that beat almost perfectly every time.
Really?
It's like this weird algorithm. It's always played out.
Yeah.
And it kind of is 100% accurate. Like you could go never spin on CDJs in your life and then go from this table to this table and it's going to translate fine. And then so I'd be like, oh, okay, I learned how to beat match within 5 seconds just because this guy told me these 7 numbers.
Right.
And
that's fucking dope.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Some people are gonna be kind of confused with what I just said, but
no,
I believe that they'll figure it out.
The people that actually want to know about it is the audio guys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, but that's, so have you used it? Do you have?
Yeah, so I had DJ tables. Once he told me that, I was like, okay, well, I don't have to worry about beat matching anymore because beat matching is easy now. That's the whole point of DJing is you're really going from one track to the other track. Now you delve into the realm of, reading a room and, vibing out the energy. And I want my session to go this way and uplift this way. And I want a vocal track here. And it's like, that is where the complication of DJ comes in.
Right.
Of like reading the crowd and like seeing who's in your audience. You can't be going to a quinceañera and playing, this kind of music when it's like, okay, if I know for a fact that I go to a quinceañera, that if I go and play a Latin song or a Hispanic song, it's going to get a different reaction than another song that it's not. It's just facts.
Right.
So it's you got to read your audience, that whole
definitely.
thing. And yeah, and then that kind of translated into, okay, like DJing's a little too easy. Let me branch out at production.
Really?
And I'm probably going to get hate for that, but
no. Hey, you got to challenge yourself. If it's too easy,
exactly.
You got to challenge
Exactly.
yourself.
You got to go into the flow state, they say. You got to
Right.
find that balance.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and then, my mom, luckily, she kind of helped me out with the whole schooling thing and the finances of that. So I went to a music production school. It was called Recording Connection, which is it's not your conventional classroom. It's just like they find studios around the city and they put you in there with an actual engineer that's got a session going on and you're just sitting on a session kind of thing. And then you still have a curriculum and a workbook and stuff like that. But my teacher that I got set with used to work as a chief engineer in West Hollywood, and I'm gonna stay away from really trying to mention names or like locations and stuff like that. But
like these are notable people.
100%.
In the pop culture or what?
Yeah. So the studio I ended up working for was A-list, A and B list almost exclusively in the heart of Sunset, West Hollywood.
Really?
Every night was a A-lister, and then
There was drugs there. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, yeah, there's that element of it. There's a lot of
people getting fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, what's really popular, especially a couple of years ago, and it's still kind of popular, is cough syrup. A lot of people love cough syrup and love mixing things. The whole doing coke and stuff like that. That's a little more hush hush behind the door. You're not really trying to advertise that.
Yeah.
It's not like AC/DC or whatever it's doing back in the day. They're smoking lines off the.
Yeah.
It's not really like that anymore.
Right.
It's more like lean. Call it lean runs. You do lean runs where you go out and get pineapple Fanta and they're mixing cough syrup. And I'm not gonna tell people how to make lean, but you know what I mean.
Okay, we can Google it.
Yeah,
we can Google it.
You can do your own research on that.
Just Google lean.
Yeah, but no. So I went to school in Portland, Oregon. My mom moved to Portland. And she's like, you can either. I grew up in Florida, by the way. I'm gonna go back. I grew up in Orlando, a small town outside of Orlando called Lake Mary, but I just call it Orlando because if you tell people Lake Mary, they don't know what that is.
Right.
Really, really small town. And yeah, she's just like came to the point where she wanted to kind of focus on, okay, I'm getting older. I want to retire in some place away from Florida and directly across the country as far as you can go. So she's like, hey, you can either come with me or you can stay here with your dad in Florida. I was like, I'm going to go to Portland and experience something new because I've never lived in a different state. So Portland was a trip, and I went to school out there for music production. And my teacher was great. Steve, I'll say his name's Steve. He's great. He knows who he is. But ended up at the end of my sessions working in school with him, he saw I was passionate enough to kind of continue my journey. And I asked him like, hey, I want to be a really good engineer. Where can you get me in LA? Can you get me in West Hollywood? Can you pull some strings? And usually he says no, but he's like, okay, like I think you could. And so he pulled some strings. I got in. And man, I just packed what I could in my hatchback, what I could fit in there, and I didn't know where I was going to live, didn't know what I was going to do. I just gave myself 3 weeks left. Most terrifying experience of my life, but a lot of people do that. You see those stories all the time where people go to LA to pursue their dream and either crash or burn, and or not crash or burn, but either succeed or crash was what I meant to say.
Or you move back.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, and I had a safety net. It's like if worst comes to worst, I can,
go home.
My mom will bail me out. Not everybody's that fortunate, unfortunately. But so I really had nothing to lose, and did that. And when you got a finite amount of money and you got a fire under your butt, you make
get
moves.
shit done.
Yeah, you get shit done.
Yeah.
I figured out I rented out a room in a house in the valley. Because once you go over that hill into LA, the rent goes crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And so I did that. Unfortunately, I didn't have the luxury of, dedicating my entire life to the studio. I was out there by myself, out in LA by myself. So I had to, of course, make a living as well. And when you're an intern in a studio, you're not making much money, if any. So they pay you for gas on food runs, and you're lucky to get that. Because you're working in an environment that's like notable. Top 1%.
Yeah.
So you can't really complain too much. And there's a lot of competition. A lot of people want that spot. So I was in no position to complain. So did that. And man, Hollywood is
how'd you get so okay. Let me slow you down. Let me see if I get this.
I'm rambling. So no.
You're fine. So you're going to school, you have a teacher, you ask your teacher to see if they can get you a gig in LA in a notable studio, right? And that's what gets you in as an intern?
Yeah, so essentially he used to be the head engineer at the studio I worked at. Oh. And half the people that work there now, well, not anymore. COVID kind of messed a lot of studios up. But years ago, I think it was like 2017, 2018, the people that worked there and the chief engineer there at the time, were mentored by my teacher. Like he hired them. Okay. So they kind of
they knew each other. They're like, hey, my buddy.
Yeah. And, word of mouth, but, hey, he's passionate.
He's a good option. Good workers are hard to find.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I don't know if I could toot my own say I'm an insane worker, but I damn sure wanted to be. And that's what I did. So I ended up going in there. It was a eye-opening experience, very stressful experience. And what I tell people is, because I don't do it too much anymore, I'm not really into audio too much anymore. And they always ask me why. And I tell people it's something that Michael Jordan once said. He's just like, you don't always know if it's going to work out, but as long as you go for it, and at least now you know, something like that.
Right.
And that's how it was. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be. It was very stressful. For a lot of people, it is what they want it to be. And there's a lot of stuff that comes with it that you can't prepare for. And especially.
What is that, like somebody being rude, or you doing a job and then they just throw it away? What is that?
I'll say this: it's different than going to school and then going to a recording studio that doesn't have high-end clients. You're just your average shows. That's probably more of the longer lines that you want to start off in, right? Because when you dive into the deep end of working with the top 1%, it's very intimidating. It's very stressful. You're not just, you're starting off as an intern. So you're not doing the cool stuff yet. You got to pay your dues. You got to do your busboy essentially. Right. Recording studios are run like restaurants and managed like hotels, essentially. So
I see.
You rent out a room. You have different studio rooms. You rent out a room like you would a hotel. You put a deposit down. Usually your record label or whatever does it for you. They have a guy. And then you get the room, and then it's run like a restaurant. You have your busboy, which is your intern, and then you have your server, which is your assistant. He's taking the food orders, setting up the mics, doing all the legwork, and then the engineer. If the client doesn't have their own engineer, then the studio provides an engineer for them, and they're like the chefs. They're the ones cooking up the plates and cooking up listening to the producer. Unless the artist has been in the game a long time and actually knows what he's doing about writing music, he doesn't really have much say to that.
Really?
But the whole stigma of music, if I'm using that word correctly, stigma, I don't know. But that's another thing when you work in audio, is the whole magic of music. Once you peek behind that curtain, a lot of it can be lost. And it's not as cool anymore. And you're like, oh, that's how they do it.
Yeah, it's like watching a hot dog get made.
I just want to eat the hot dog, man.
Yeah,
like, I don't want to know how it's made or where it came from. I just want to go to the ball game and eat a hot dog and enjoy it. That's kind of how it is, but it's just like everybody thinks, dude. It still blows my mind to this day how I used to think music was made. And
really?
How it's actually
okay.
Made
So give
nowadays.
me a nice story about your rosy colored glasses.
I mean, there's a
look
couple
of
different ways to peel the orange, but essentially it's all relatively not as cool as people think it is. You know, when you hear people on the radio, they're thinking, when they hear hip hop on the radio, they think this guy's coming in with his chains on, coming in, and it's like he's spitting out one verse and the session's done. He goes and smokes his blunt and he's done.
Right.
It's like that's not. I mean, there's only a select few people that can do that, like Eminem, Lil Wayne, that can just go in a booth and just riff out. You know? But a lot of times these guys have producers. They tell him, hey, this is how I want it to go. And then they say one line, da 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 da, and they do that line 20 times until they get the cadence right and until they get it right. And it's a puzzle piece. The engineer gets none of the credit, by the way, but he does majority of the work.
Right.
And he's puzzle piecing all this together and making sure it flows and working on the compression and like making sure the levels are right. And then you send it to a mixing guy and the guy mixes it, makes it sound all nice. And then at the very last, you send it to the mastering guy. It's usually all done within the same family of people. Mm-hmm. That's why a lot of it sounds the same. Mm-hmm. But a lot of the time, because I mean, it depends. Like you can make a hit song in your bathroom with a $50 mic and that happens.
Right.
Or you can go to a studio with a $10,000 C800, or you could do it with this, it's like a $350 shirt, SM7.
Yeah.
You can do it with that. There's so many ways you could do it, but it really just, the rabbit hole is pretty deep. And, but yeah, the whole magic of music being lost really, if you ever realize that a lot of songs sound like other songs, it's because that's exactly what it is. They're taking a song, they'll pick the 80s was 30 years ago. Okay, let's go back to the 80s where nobody really remembers how those songs were made. Let's pull them up in Pro Tools. Let's copy paste them, right, beat for beat, and mix it around a little bit. And next thing you know, you have a song.
Right.
And you didn't really have to put that much thought into it because someone already did that. It's like there's that old saying, good artists copy, great artists steal.
Right. Yes. Led Zeppelin got hit by that shit, right?
Yeah, and that's why there's lawsuits, because your song was a little too close than you liked it to be to that other song.
I know.
But that was the intention the whole time.
Vanilla Ice. Yeah. Right?
Me and my friends, me and the other assistants in the studio would play that game. We would pull up a song like that would come out from an artist, like Taylor Swift would come out with a song, and we'd be like, okay, that kind of sounds like the melody to this, and then we play it side by side, and you're like, well,
there it is.
There you go.
Right.
But and that kind of seeing that all the time kind of really just defeats the magic a lot of times. So you're like, okay, but then you kind of get used to it, and then you don't care anymore because you're that guy with that artist in the room making that thing. So it's kind of like
realizing there's no Santa Claus.
Yeah. yeah, exactly. It's just
like, wait, what? There's no big dude?
It's really my mom the whole time. It's just,
fuck.
She's making...
They tricked me. All the adults said,
yeah,
there's a fucking Santa Claus. You see it in movies and I'm posters and shit. Mm-hmm. And then you find out. It's like, they're all playing a game.
Yeah, and I was the kid growing up with three sisters, and I was the last one to find out.
Exactly.
So they all knew, and I'm sitting here like, dang it, I didn't know.
No way.
You're making me think this guy's coming down my chimney for the past year. And
you really believed it.
Oh, yeah, you're
I
convinced.
remember when I really believed in Santa Claus, and I was fucking ecstatic, dude. And then my mom told me, late at night.
She sat you down like someone died in the family, yeah?
No, we were about to go to sleep, dude. And I was telling her how excited I was about Santa Claus. And then she's like, you know what? Santa Claus doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm tired of doing this. Son, I got something to tell you.
Yeah, like she didn't look at me and it's like, we were sleeping. She was asleep. It was dark in the room. And she just a voice in the darkness telling you this.
Well, I mean, because as parents now, you realize, man, that's a lot of responsibility. It's a
Hells
lot of
yeah.
upkeep. You got to keep that mystery going. You got to make sure they don't see anything on TV or YouTube that's going to ruin the surprise. It's just, dude, it's a lot easier.
Yeah. And I feel like same thing with film, dude. Like, I felt like a lot of film was done by magic. And I worked at Warner Brothers.
Really?
When I first moved out here, dude. Like, my first job was working at Warner Brothers. But it's the worst department you can work at. It's the tour department.
Oh, okay.
It's the best and worst department because it's the best because you get to go into the studios, you get to see everybody,
You're still
do
in
the
that
whole
environment.
thing. Yeah.
That's all that counts.
And then you realize it's like, oh, these are all facades.
Yeah.
These aren't real buildings. They're just playing that. And then they cut into a new building and it's inside another building.
And then you realize a lot of people are like that too. It's a facade.
Exactly.
And you realize when you move to LA, everything's fake. Behind closed doors, it's like.
And I realized I was one of them, dude.
Yeah.
I was that one guy that was fucking talking a lot of shit about I'm gonna be this, I'm gonna be that, and all this stuff. And it was like, we gotta go and do this film and all this stuff. And I never went through with it, dude. I always just fucking bailed, dude. Like,
yeah,
I was like the biggest faker. And then when I realized that, I really changed my ways. Then it was the time when I really became an adult.
You gotta realize you gotta put in the work that people don't want to always do.
Yes.
And then you're
and
like, oh shit.
Be careful what you get yourself into.
Yeah.
Because you could be like, have a great dream about what it's gonna look like. But when people don't coordinate with you and and the scene doesn't look, or you don't have the lights or whatever the matter may be, you lose that motivation. You kind of like are hanging to this idealized version of what it was going to be like that didn't turn out. And you're like, all right, I mean, and then you kind of play yourself into it. You kind of like, yeah, it's all right. I'll deal with that.
Sorry,
I just got to do it more.
I was texting my wife that
Cool.
I made it here safe.
Yeah, you gotta.
She gets upset if I don't. Yeah, I gotta check in, man.
Yeah. For
I
sure.
might be sleeping on the couch tonight. So
Damn.
I was a little late.
It's
on
right
that.
there, bro. Pass out. Shit. Look at me.
Yeah.
Now my shit is going off. I mean, look at that. Let me just put this thing on silent.
Yeah.
It goes with this one because.
Oh, you got two phones. Oh.
Yeah, work phone and.
I gotta keep them separate
and all that shit. Yeah. Once you get to my level, you gotta get that shit separated. Yeah. No, I'm joking. But okay, so you became this intern at this fucking place. What was the most stressful day in that world?
Oh, probably. I mean, the whole time was pretty freaking stressful because it's like, dude, you got to realize, like, this is really sought after position. Interns get let go all the time.
Right.
You got a high profile studio you're representing. And if you fuck up and tarnish that in any way, you're out because they can get somebody tomorrow that will replace you. So there's that. And then also, when you're an intern, there's some studios that work a little different. There's more, positions you got to work your way up. My studio was an independent studio. It's not like Westlake or Capitol Records where you got this big, huge, a lot of people and got like 20 interns. No, we had like maybe 4 or 5 interns at a time. And so it was just, you're also going on food runs. And you're kind of like the errand boy, but on your time off, you're doing nothing but cleaning, and you don't get to talk to the clients, and because you haven't built that trust yet, you haven't paid your dues. So, so the more and everything in a recording studio like that is a test. Everything is a test, whether you think it is or not, and they're testing your trust in the long run. Is like, okay, like you got to put up the $100, $200 mic before you can touch the $10,000 mic. Because we gotta trust you to take this mic apart and put it up before we can let you do this. Because $10,000, if you drop that mic, you're kind of you might as well start packing your bags and run home. Because but no, the stressful part came in right off the bat. my teacher, when he got me in, he's like, look, man, I haven't been here in like 10 years. So I don't know if they still have these clients coming in or like if it's a ghost town or what. So I really didn't know what I was getting myself into for the most part. I was hoping I was getting A-list clients, but I could be walking into nobodies as well. I mean, not nobodies, that sounds mean, but you know what I mean? Like people that are starting out and and stuff like that. But yeah, my very first night, I could say his name because I'm not saying a story about him, but, well, I don't really want to say his name, but, a very well-known hip hop artist came in the very first night.
Okay. Is he,
Yeah, we got to play charades.
Right. Is he really flashy?
No, but he's, well,
Is he, what genre? Hip hop, like rap, like Eminem kind of status? Or
R&B.
R&B, okay.
Kind of was relevant in the early 2000s.
Okay.
You know, helped launch Justin Bieber's career.
No way. I know who that is.
Yeah, right. So you can make your speculations. But anyways, he came in first night and I was like, okay, this is where I'm at.
Okay.
And from then it was just one after another, like every night. But along with that, as a runner, there's so much pressure put on you I mean, they want they want chicken nuggets, right? You're not just getting chicken nuggets, bro. You're getting chicken nuggets for this guy. And if you miss, he ordered a 10 piece and there's 9 in there, you got to go back and get that 10th one. And you better bring the receipt because if not, the clients may not be happy with that. And you're definitely going to get talked to by your studio manager because they want perfection. And that's the stressful part. And that's mainly Hollywood. I'm not saying every studio is like that. There's studios all over the country that are a little more relaxed and you're not, it's not more cutthroat. But this one, man, it's such a high caliber. You got to be perfect. And, and that's added a lot of stress. But then you kind of catch your strides and you get your rhythm and you're like, okay, and then you're doing good and then you fuck up. And when you fuck up, then it's like, okay, well, you hit the reset button just now. You're on my shit list now.
Really?
So it's
like a squire or like somebody that takes care of the king, right? Like
that's what it feels like,
right?
Because it sounds like that. You're a peasant.
You're a peasant.
And
that's what it is.
In LA, as much as I like to break that stigma of everything's great and it's all Hollywood. No, dude,
sunshine.
It's a lot of hard work, a lot of push and shove. LA and Hollywood especially is very competitive. Everybody's out to get you, and you gotta, like you said, you gotta be careful. Who who you trust, and there's a lot of people that are gonna want to see you fall. And for me, I just started off as an intern. It was a little rough. A lot of people come in straight from school and go into a studio and they want to talk about all the cool techie shit and like the microphones and the, amplifiers and all the cool nerd stuff. And dude, the chief engineer that has recorded everybody from, Rihanna to everybody you hear on the radio, like he's a young guy still, but he's the top 1% of all engineers.
Right.
In Hollywood. And he's just like, yeah, man, this is like right out the gate. He's just like, yeah, man, none of that shit really matters. Like, as long as it sounds good, there's no rules. I was like, I do stuff in here all the time that doesn't make any sense in the eyes of a school or what you're supposed to be taught in the textbook, but it sounds good, it works, and that's what plays on the radio. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll just shut up now. Like, you realize you don't know shit.
Right.
And the learning process learns all over again. And you think, even if you go to Berkeley, which a lot of these guys do, one of the top music schools in the country, those guys come out of that school very musically attuned.
Gifted.
They're gifted, man.
Right.
One of my friends came out from Berkeley and the studio manager there was from Berkeley. And some of the most talented people I've ever met in my life. And they come out of there, but even them, they're all learning every day there because you're in the shit,
right?
In the trenches, starting all over again. You can go through basic training, but once you're out in the field, it's a little different. You can't train for a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean, everybody kind of romanticizes their own like dreams because you want to. You kind of do want to have like a cool dream. You don't want to have that. I want to be in accounting. You know,
right?
Just want to crunch numbers and have a nice house. Nobody. I mean, there's people that do, but like you and I that are sort of like artists that seek that like that specific rare thing. It's not a lot of people want the glory and they imagine the glory, but they don't realize all the shit they gotta go through to get it. And that's where it weeds out the ones that really want to do it and not. And right. And then there's the what do you say? Like people started so long ago in very prominent areas like LA where it blew up. Like LA, like the music industry could have blown up in any other city, but it happened to be in LA, like because they've been here for so long and they were affiliated with those people, then they became big because it's grown that much. I mean, like if you look at the 90s rappers, they're big now. They're legends now. Yeah. Back then they were coming up. There was a bunch of other rappers that was
still new. And they're like, what is this?
Exactly. But because now they put all that work already ahead and built this road and this whole city. It's like Vegas. Vegas used to be a small town. And then all of a sudden it's this booming city in the desert. In the fucking desert, dude. And it's kind of like Monopoly, dude. Yeah. And, when you first go through the whole thing, you don't buy anything. The next round, you buy everything because you get the chance. You're not going to win a whole another turn.
And LA is weird, man. Especially if you're from a small town like I was, dude, and you're thinking about coming out here. It's very intimidating. Yes. Like you don't know yourself. I didn't know nothing about
Me too,
California, let alone LA. So coming out here, it was a very eye-opening experience. Yes. And scary.
No, I come from Tucson, Arizona, dude. I come from Arizona, a small town south of Phoenix.
In the middle of the desert.
In the middle of fucking desert, bro. Yeah. Oh my fucking God. And I moved to Phoenix, did college there, and then I moved out here. I've been here for about 10 years now. And bro, it's not at all. Like when I came and visited LA for like Disneyland, Universal Studios, the beach and shit like that. It was like, it was a magical place. Yeah. It was a totally
you're dodging all the, you're going straight to the cool places.
Exactly. And
as long as you can navigate
then I moved to North Hollywood with my roommate in a 1-bedroom, way the fuck out there, and had to drive to fucking, actually it was Burbank, so it was close. But bro, it was rough, dude. Like the reason why we got a 1-bedroom was because that's all we could afford, because we didn't even have jobs yet. I had to find a job.
Well, and rent, you know, you're kind of, I think North Hollywood's right in that line where the valley is, where it's not like, it's high, but it's not crazy. As soon as you pop over that hill, forget about it. You gotta be a CEO of something.
Which I am living in. Like, this is Hawthorne. It's pretty expensive, but I'd much rather be down here. I lived in North Hollywood and it's too hot over there. I don't like.
Yeah, this is a good spot, man, because you're kind of like, you're not right in the middle, but you're in a good spot to where you can kind of get everywhere you need to be in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah. So I feel like once you get to Beverly Hills area, even Culver City area, even though I work there, or Santa Monica, like all those close to the beach, like popular areas, stupid amount of rent, dude. Like it's like just $2,000 a month for 6 roommates. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's dude, absolutely insane. I don't even want to imagine what those apartments cost in like off Sunset and West Hollywood and anywhere close to that area.
I read some article that said that like more than 50% of rooms and houses close to the beach are vacant.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the ones, especially in Venice Beach, are run by production studios. Like
Right.
they rent those out to clients and they can go do whatever in those studios and like stuff like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you see those, if you go along Venice and you see all those giant
Yeah.
mansions in the homeless infested Venice,
Yes,
you're wondering
yes.
why is this here and what do these people do?
Right.
Most of the time it's companies that own those that they rent them out to clients and they have things and some not, some actually live there and make good living and love the beach and love Venice because Venice is a vibe. But yeah, it's just LA's a crazy place.
Yeah.
Hollywood's a crazy place. Yeah, but going back to like the studio stuff, that was really, man, like you said, everything's expensive and doing that. And when you're not making any money as an intern and you're expected to be there at the snap of a finger while working a full-time job, it's really hard. And that added to the stress. So you're like, okay, well, the studio was very flexible sometimes. And they were like, in order to be an intern, a lot of times if it's unpaid, you have to be doing like school credit or something. You gotta you can't just be working unpaid. That's kind of illegal. So it's one of those things. But
Right.
but yeah, so a lot of times, unless you're like these high Capitol Records and Westlake Studio where they have crazy amount of interns, sometimes good interns are hard to find. So they're like, okay, let me hang on to this guy a little bit. Even though he fucked up a little bit, let me hang on to him. So I learned, worked my way up to be an assistant, assisted some sessions, and I worked on some really cool stuff. And yeah, it was an experience, man. It
Really?
was,
So what was the full-time job you were working? So you were doing internship for free as a...
yeah.
How'd you do that?
So I got in as school credit.
Right.
And
Okay.
and I was doing that, and then meantime to pay my bills and like my car and stuff, I was working at I've worked in hotels and hospitality for a long time.
Really?
So that's kind of, which actually, believe it or not, they go really hand in hand together. Like working in hotels helps a lot when it comes to a recording studio, because people think of recording studios as all like techie and you got to know your DAWs and your audio and all that stuff. When it's like, really, dude, the first half of it, a lot of people don't talk about because it's not as cool. But the first half of it is guest service. You're taking care of clients. It's like,
Right.
and you're running a studio. It's basically a hotel room. It's
Right.
like you got to clean it and you got to take care of it. And there's maintenance that has to be done, all that stuff. I mean, you can show the managers at the studio that you know how to fix stuff and paint and clean very well and do all this stuff before you even start touching a microphone. They're gonna be like, oh shit, okay, this guy has actually some value already. Let me see what he's got. And then that's where you can kind of build their trust on that. But yeah, they start you off small. They give you little, hey, this client needs some pizzas ordered. Go order some pizza.
Right.
If you can handle that little silly task,
Right.
cool, you can do this. Hey man, I'm running a little late. Can you set up the microphones for the client? Yeah, I got you. I'm going to go set up the microphones.
Right.
And the next thing you know, like, oh, he set the microphones up fine. So let me see what else. And then like everything is a test. Even
Right.
though they could bullshit you, I'm not running late. I just want to see what you got.
Right.
That kind of thing. But nobody tells you how you're doing. If you're doing good, if you're an idiot.
Nobody's a mentor.
They're mentors, but nobody tells you if you're doing well. It's like you just are, am I good? Am I doing this right? Am I doing that right?
Nobody's giving
No
you
one's
like
gonna-
advice on like,
I mean, you
hey,
can
you're
ask-
moving up or
Yeah,
like,
no, none of that.
like
None
you're
of that.
doing way better than this person. Nothing.
You're in the dark on
Right.
all of that. And yeah, you can ask questions. But here's a huge lesson I learned working in there is asking questions is of course great for getting the knowledge that you want, right? You have a hey, what do you put on this guitar amp that makes it sound like that? Oh, we use this, and that. And like, hey, when I use Pro Tools, how can I, use this plugin to do whatever? Cool. But if you ask too many questions, it exposes your ignorance as well.
Right.
And then you're like, well, this guy doesn't know anything. So let me.
Right.
We thought he was here, but actually he's way down here. It's not. It's kind of.
He doesn't speak
Put him in the
lingo,
buffer zone.
you
Yeah,
know?
let's put him in the buffer zone for a little bit. He has got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
So you got to be really careful who you show your weaknesses to and that kind of thing. But yeah, working my way up to be an assistant, working on some really cool clients. You know, you work with everybody. You work with all the hip hop guys. Me not being all well versed in the hip hop world, it's a learning curve as well. You got to be on the up and up in the music game, and you got to know which rappers are beefing with which rappers, so you don't let them in the studio at the same time, kind of thing. Like, because that happens. There's been some fights and some TMZ incidents and stuff like that. So you got to be really careful. But yeah, it's working in there is. And another interesting thing is when you're working with these celebrities, a lot of the hype is gone. You know, this studio, I won't mention the name, but they could do their own research, but it's a studio underneath a hotel in West Hollywood. And it's really cool because, you know, you're staying, it's a very exclusive hotel too. It's like, you know, has a security bush around the whole thing. It's very, you know, hush hush. Very, you know, celebrities like to stay there because no one's really going to know they're there. Okay. And then if they're, you know, artists are very spare of the moment, they get inspired by everything. So it's like, oh, okay, like it's 2:00 in the morning and I just had some weed. Let me go write a song. Let me go down to the studio real quick.
Right.
And then you can go.
That's dope.
Go to the studio. And that's the whole premise of that thing. But yeah, but when you see these celebrities out and about and, you know, out in public, it's a lot of hype. It's a lot of celebrities and paparazzi and people taking pictures, and like there's a lot of hype build up. And but then when you work at a studio like this and it's in a basement and they're coming down in their pajamas with their, you know, significant other, all that's gone, and you realize, oh, okay, they're just a person, and it's just like, okay, well, they're kind of weird. Like they're just like me and you. They're actually a little more weird than me and you because they deal with all this stuff on the outside.
Right.
And then. Yeah, but then you also have like, okay, well, I've seen the celebrity on TV. I thought they were this way, but really they're kind of a dick.
Yeah.
Or like, there's some that are really nice, that are like crazy nice. And like I will say the whole Cyrus family, nicest people I've ever met.
Really?
They are the nicest people I've ever met. Don't have a single bad word to say about them.
Really?
They're really cool. So
surprise.
It's like I can say certain people, but you know, if it comes to certain events and stuff, I don't want to throw anybody on their bus. So, and I'm pretty sure I signed some NDAs somewhere along the line. So I'm like, I don't want to.
Right.
But
Yeah.
It's cool. But then, like I said, it kind of the hype around all that.
Let me ask you a question. Like, how long does a track or a song take to write? To produce? I'm sure you've been privy to some of that, right?
Yeah, it depends. I mean, some people can come in and like electronic music artists, especially, dude, they can come in and there's people that make beats within like 30 minutes. There's people that make, you know, they make quick. And a lot of things too is all these guys have deadlines and record labels they gotta, you know, keep happy as well. So a lot of the times, you have to crank stuff out faster than you want to because it's got to be out by Tuesday, and here it is Friday. And you know, like there was a session where I came in and there's suitcases in the lobby, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then like these guys were just like, you know, this trio, I will say, hip hop artist, we're just like, nobody's leaving until we get this album done, and they basically moved their stuff into the studio, and they cranked it out. They got a huge album done within just a few days just because they were just go. So it really just depends on how.
What's the longest a song has taken that you witnessed?
I mean, dude, I sat in on a session where this guy had a full orchestra in his song, and I'm talking 20 violins, 10 tubas, entire orchestra, and he wanted them all mixed a certain way, and to do this. And that was one song. And that one song took like a week to mix. And I sat there with the engineer and we're sitting here just, and it was recorded in not the best way, you know, because there's this old stigma of like, I don't know what to use. So I'm going to throw 10 microphones on one instrument just so I can get the right sound. When really you want to throw one mic on one instrument, because it's like, why would you have 10 mics all in the wrong spot when you can have one microphone in the right spot? Mm-hmm. And he would just throw 10 mics on everything. So your session files are just
these fucking
the crash your computer as soon as you open them.
Stacked.
Yeah. And you're sitting here trying to mix it. And then we had a reamp stuff and like we're doing some crazy stuff.
And nothing's labeled right.
Oh yeah. People don't like to label shit.
Right.
And it's just an engineer's worst nightmare. But
yes,
you know, that's part of the job and you gotta love what you're doing to sit through it. And you gotta drink a lot of beers and find out ways how to do it. And yeah, you eventually just, because that's the stuff that engineers also don't think about when they go to school. It's like, you gotta sit through the tedious little snare drum edits and the, you know, like, God,
dude,
all that stuff.
like post-production for me is like, I'm trying to look for a editor right now because some of the stuff that I do, I can literally teach you for like 15 minutes. Show you how to add this to here, lower this up, bring it up here, you know, add this cut right here.
And then you get fatigued.
Super simple.
You get fatigued.
But like, it takes so long to get it perfect. And you look through it again and then again. Yeah.
Yeah. And well, the thing with audio too, I would imagine it's audio or video is pretty similar too, but audio, dude, you can only mix something for a certain amount of time before your brain just checks out.
Yeah.
And some people are a little different. Some people can go hours. Some people go shorter. I'm on the shorter end of that. Yeah. It's just like, dude, I can't listen to a kick drum for more than, 10 minutes without trying to blow my brains out or listen to something else. Yeah. And you lose that perception of what you're mixing. So if you're mixing too long, you're thinking you're making the right edits. And then you go back and you're like, what the fuck was I thinking? It's just, it doesn't sound right because your brain checked out and you didn't even know. So it's a lot goes into it. Yeah. Like I said, you can go on the forums and go deep down the rabbit hole and everybody thinks they know more than you. And like, oh no, don't use that microphone. This microphone sounds better. I was like, well, no, because I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And it sounds good. Cool. And that's honestly how the mentality goes in LA. Really it's just like when you get to the higher levels, it's just like, dude, as long as it sounds good, I don't care if the red lights are going off. Do you hear the clipping? Do you hear the clipping? Because when you're in the car and I close my eyes, I don't see the red lights. Right. Do I hear the distortion? No. Exactly. Yeah. So, don't. Dude,
same with me, dude. Like it's crazy sometimes. I mean, like I remember when I was going to school and they always said to frame a subject without his head cut off, with none of, like, a little more space on the top, which is correct for most things. But I've seen so many times in movies where they cut like way close, like just your fucking eyebrows and your face like this. I was like, wait, they're doing it wrong, right? Like nobody's telling anything to this person. And then there's other times where you set up lights and you never set up a light shooting into the camera. It doesn't look, it causes lens flares and all this shit. And you start seeing lens flares on a fucking movie and you're like, wait, what? Like, it's like, they can do that and nobody gets mad.
Yeah, no.
Like, it's like art is really...
That's exactly it. It's the exact same thing.
It's the eye of the beholder, you know? Like, it really does come down to what you think is cool.
Because also, at the end of the day, you just throw that 3-letter word of calling it art. Yeah. And you can get away with anything.
Right. That's true. Because it's so subjective. Like, who gets to say? Like, what is that good? Like, when I see Picasso or I see anything like that, I'm like, bro, that's some chicken scratch. Like, that's some fucking... No, but at its time, it was all this... painting?
Yes. Bro, somebody sneezed paint out their nose and that's what landed and you're going to sell it for $1 million. But then they put some guy's name on it. You're like, it's...
Yeah, all
you
of a
squint
sudden.
your eyes like this, it looks even better. Like, like abstract. Like, no.
Dude, I hear that art is like the number one way of like money laundering?
Dude, I was about to say I saw that too, and
Did you?
I 100% believe that.
Yeah, me too. Like I could
100%,
just draw something, be like, here, I'm gonna put it out for auction for $1 million. Like, here you go, and thanks for that delivery last week.
It's got documentation. It's a tax write-off. It's subjective, so you're not going to say, "Oh my, he paid for it."
Yeah,
I made the list. Yeah, it's great. That's a crazy.
It's the craziest fucking. And like, I wonder who has the largest collection of quote unquote $1 million. Right?
I'm just kidding.
He has so much fucking money, dude. He doesn't give a shit. Did you hear about that yacht he fucking built? That he had to tear down a fucking bridge to get it out of the harbor.
I think I did hear about that.
Yeah,
but that's more of, dude. One thing about rich people is they love to show off.
Oh God, you got to. Because nobody else matters besides other rich people. You know, like once you get that level, you're like, nothing is satisfying. Like if it's not like blowing this other person that gives no shits about me, but I give a shit about them. Yeah,
you probably just get used to all this fancy stuff after a while, and it just becomes
it's numb.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Like fuck, dude. But I like to get a little closer to that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind testing those waters.
Yeah, for sure. You know, like I'm happy with the amount of money I'm making, the studio, how it looks, but there's still a couple of things I wish I had better quality cameras. I wish I had a better mics. I wish I had more mics like these. I like shit like that, like real small stuff. It's just a couple $1,000s.
Yeah, but
yeah,
got a whole family provided for you. There's other things you can, priorities.
Yeah,
you know,
and the car is not gonna have gas. The fucking roof ain't gonna be.
You got
big,
your Lime scooter, bro. You can go take the Lime, and you're good to go. It all goes. It's just, it's absolutely crazy.
LA, bro. It was sold to us. Like,
it really was.
But like, you look at us and we did what people did to get to America, bro. Mm-hmm. You know, they were coming from Europe and they were sold this idea that you're going to go to another land through
like
sea.
Anything's got to be better than in the middle of the desert where I'm at. So let me go over here.
Right.
But yeah, LA, there's two ways. I've always said there's two ways to look at it. You can either say, oh, well, there's a lot of competition, or there's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of collaboration. Because I will say, if you hang out, the best way to get successful quickly is to hang out in that environment. Be closest to the sun, as Gary Vaynerchuk would say. Be as close to the sun as you can. I mean, because, dude, you can go to a coffee shop in West Hollywood, talk to some random person in line, and that could be the producer for this show. And you'd be like, hey, you know what? You kind of look like a guy I'm looking for. And next thing you know, you're booking gig. Like, that happens.
Right.
Dude. And I was going to say earlier is I forgot to mention, like in studios, even as an intern, if you know an instrument, people get thrown on records all the time just from being there, just being in the room. Like there was a session where a guy came in and he needed a guitar part. He was just like, I just want guitar on it. And he was just like, he didn't bring a guitar player with him, but my boy over here in the intern room with me is a wizard on the guitar. And I'm like, well, yeah, like I could bring my boy Steezy in, and he just, next thing you know, he's getting, royalties on an album, and it's crazy. It happens all the time.
Right.
Just being there.
Being at the right place at the right time. Just
showing up sometimes will get you where to be. And I saw, someone wrote a question on this forum the other day where, like, how does my friend, he's really good at the guitar, how does he become a session player for guitar? Like, a guy that goes into studios and that's what he does. He just plays guitar for people. Work for a studio. Like, if you're just there and someone needs a guitar part, which happens all the time, it's easy. Like, and people just think that doesn't happen when it happens all the time. And the biggest thing I could tell anybody, if they're going into audio and they want to be an engineer and they want to work at high-end studios, one thing that nobody teaches you in school, and it's crazy, but it's like 90% of it, is your personality, your vibe, and the energy you put out, and just being not like yourself. Like, I know that sounds cliche, but the vibe, that word, the vibe gets thrown around in the studio all the time. Just if you and the artist are clicking, a lot of time that's all it takes. Like you may not be the fastest in the world at Pro Tools or know all your mic techniques, but if you can, you know, deal with this guy's shit and his craziness and like you vibe pretty well with that artist, then he's gonna say to his boy, he's gonna be like, hey man, I like this engineer. Like, and then next thing you know, your manager gets wind of that, and next thing you know, you're throwing on all the sessions. And that's how it works. It's like if you vibe, and because artists are very superstitious and very, if they make a hit song, they want all the conditions of how they made that song the same.
Oh yeah.
So they want to use the same microphone.
Yeah.
They want to use the same headphone. They want to be the chair in the same position. They want to be wearing the same shirt and the clothes half the time.
Right.
Like they're very superstitious a lot of the times. Some aren't, but yeah. So it goes as well as the engineer. They want the same people working with them. So if you happen to be the one that recorded that album by accident, maybe his engineer didn't show up that day, and you recorded that song for him, and he's like, "Hey, the song this guy recorded but became number one. Maybe that has something to do with it." And next thing you know, you're on all the sessions. And that's kind of how that goes. And people when they're in school, they don't believe. They wish it'll happen, but they don't believe it can happen.
Right.
But when you're there and you realize, oh my God, it happens all the time.
Right.
It makes things a lot easier. You just gotta be able to put yourself in a position where you can get there. And you know, not everybody has someone they know that can get them in a studio, but dude, you have schooling. That's all you need. If you just go to a little bit of audio education, get a basic resume together. Hit up the studio, go on their website. They usually have their emails on there, you know, and be like, hey, or even call and be like, hey, I really want to look forward to recording there. Act like you have the money. As long as you can get the manager's email, he's the shot caller. You send him your resume, say like, hey, I'm really dedicated. I want to do this. And you send them your resume. Dude, they're looking for interns. The turnaround on interns is insane. So like there's gonna be a spot opening up. And that's all it takes. It's literally that. Sometimes it just takes the balls of getting out here or getting to where you want to be. That's the hard part.
Right? No, yeah, it really is being at the right place at the right time. And honestly, like you gotta just throw yourself into that environment and exactly what you're saying, really. And you'll see how random things are. Like
Very
it's
random.
fucking chaos. Like it's like, you know,
things happen.
And
Things happen.
Of course.
Bad things can happen, but also really good things can happen. And there's people that go on tour with A-list celebrities because they were there by accident. The engineer was running late. Next thing you know, be like, hey man, like I don't have time to wait for this engineer. Like I want you on the computer right now.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, preparation meets opportunity. You've been sitting on the bench. Now it's your time. And you kept up.
Yeah. No, dude, I heard a story very like that. Do you know the show Friends?
Of course.
So the guy that's the barista in the coffee shop, so he was an extra. And whoever was casting forgot to cast a barista, but they had a bunch of extras. And he needed to know how to run the coffee machine. And this guy, the guy that is now in Friends, he just raised in his hand, didn't know anything about barista or working the machine at all, or hardly, I should say. And he got it, and they liked his vibe, I guess. And now he's collecting royalties for just being there every now and then. A huge show, like Friends.
And there's no way you could predict that. And
No
there's
way.
no way, like you just happen to, shit
Be
happens.
at the right place,
Yeah.
at the right time,
Exactly.
and put yourself out there. Like
Yeah.
they said it to everybody. I bet it's like, hey, who knows how to run this machine? Who has experience with this? And this guy was just like, nobody's raising their hand. Here we go. Let's take it. Let's take it for a run.
You got to be willing to take chances, but also not being scared to fail. And like, just sometimes you just gotta go for it, man. Whether you're gonna cry, this could end up really bad or really good, you know. And what's the worst that can happen, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Who cares?
Right.
So it's
Right.
it's definitely yeah, man. And then so after that, I kind of phased out of the whole studio thing, and then COVID happened, and then I kind of like wanted to focus on starting a family and doing that. Now I'm married, and I didn't even expect to get married, and
Right. How did
I got married to a Latina woman of all things as well. So
there you go.
Kind of.
You're welcome.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And you're happily married, right?
I am actually, dude. Dating a Latina woman, I mean, gotta be careful not to get your head ripped off, but at the same time, they take really good care of you, and I couldn't be happier. So
that's great.
Yeah, my wife's great. I got really lucky.
Yeah?
She puts up with a lot of my shit. So, but
so do you do any engineering? Any music, any sound, any
here and there, but not really. I kind of parted
you kind of
ways with
saw the other side of the grass, and you're like, it's not that greener.
I've been doing it for over 10 years, and I kind of just, my heart really wasn't in it anymore. It's one of those things.
Was it a gradual, like slowly turning off, or was it a one day like, you know what, I'm done? When was your last day there? Or did it slowly drift away? Like
it was a slow burn for sure. It was a slow out, but it was just it was more stress than I wanted to deal with, and I wish that I was in a cool environment. It was a crazy good opportunity. No complaints there, but a lot of me wish that I would have gained more experience before I went in, because you're kind of jumped in the deep end and you're kind of treading a little harder than everybody else around you. And there's the stress and like trying to survive, and not ever having money, because there'd be nights I'll be sleeping in my car. So it's just like you kind of gotta, that's just the LA hustle, you gotta just make it work. And eventually just that light kind of dimmed, and then I was like, I think I'm way happier when I'm kind of out of this world. I've been doing it for so long that I've gotten to see the other side. I've gotten to the top 1%, and it's just not what, it's not what I thought it was going to be. And I'm content with that, and there's different ways of looking at it. There's a part of me, it was very fulfilling, like you're working in cool projects and stuff like that, but at the same time, my heart wasn't aligned with it anymore. And I just and then I found my wife, and then I wanted to focus on kids, and I feel like LA for me, starting a family isn't the place I want to be to start a family. So I kind of want to transition out. And I'm looking on kind of working on moving to Vegas. I do want to move to Vegas. Me and my wife love Vegas. Yeah, it's great. I know it's in the middle of another desert, but
fucking desert, bro.
I don't know. We kind of have our heart set on that. And
you can go to San Bernardino and get the same fucking thing.
People are telling me like, oh, you can go to Lancaster, bro. It's the exact same thing. It's cheaper out there. But I'm like, I just want to move out of LA. I just want to move out of California. I'm kind of just over California and just
go to Texas, bro.
Yeah. Dude, I wanted to go to Texas.
Why not Texas?
I don't know.
Florida?
You also got to realize when you're married, a lot of the decisions you don't really have. A lot of your opinions don't matter. You're kind of got to roll. So it's just, all right, man.
She likes
My wife
Vegas
says she wants to go here. I'm going to go, sure.
Right.
But no, in all fairness, Vegas was initially my idea. And I took some convincing of her to come around, and I still have friends and stuff out there. So, yeah. So well, it was people I worked in the studio with, actually, and they're working on other production stuff out there. So eventually I do want to get in the production stuff, but maybe not in the recording studio stuff.
Oh,
but
okay.
I still want to kind of dabble in it because it's what I know.
Right.
I just have all this useless information at this point. But yeah, it's good times. And transition. My time in LA is, I'm over it.
Really?
I'm over it. It's like,
that's interesting.
It's just
so 10 years, right? You've been here?
No, I've been in LA. I've been in music for 10 years, but I've been in LA since 2017. So what is that? Almost 7 years? 6,
Oh, okay. So I've been here longer than you.
yeah, a little over 6
I got
years.
here in 2013, I believe.
Oh yeah, it's way longer.
Yeah. And
What's your
I
thoughts
don't
on LA?
Huh?
What's your thoughts on LA now? Like
My
from
thoughts?
then to now.
I honestly couldn't see myself being back home. So like LA was the closest farthest place I could go that's still the sort of same. Because my culture is, I'm Mexican, and I like to stay in the culture of Mexican kind of people, kind of vibe and stuff. And LA has all that, you know, and it has a
Definitely.
great weather. Like the part of the heat and the sun burning your skin, I was just done with that.
Yeah.
And I got a lot of that in North Hollywood. And then we moved down here, and I was against it because I was working in Burbank at the time. And I would have to live here and then drive all the way to Burbank and back for work and stuff. I wouldn't want to do that at that time. And now I don't have a... It's definitely demystified. It's definitely not a magical world anymore. I look at it kind of like what you said, an opportunity, a place of opportunity, and I don't know what that's going to lead me to. But I look at the other side and look back at the road I came from and the place I came from, and I just don't see myself ever going back to that, because the world of that is just having everything just good enough. And I don't feel like I'm in like the hustle. I'm like, I like staying hungry. Like I want something. I don't know what. I don't want to be in film. I don't want to be a director anymore. I went to school for film and video production. I have a associate's and bachelor's degree in film and video production. And my dream was to be a director. And once I found out more and more about the background and the politics of movie making, it just, again, demystified me, and I just did not.
The magic was kind of gone.
It was completely gone, dude. I was just like, I mean, there's a reason why the biggest directors now have been the biggest directors for years, because they established themselves so big that it's hard to break into that ranking. You're not gonna get there, you know. Like you could probably be big in indie films and stuff like that, but that's still $1 million movies, you know.
Yeah.
And I just never had a skill or a particular ability for film, because I have a particular eye. People tell me this. I'm not just pulling on my own chain, but people tell me I have an eye for angles. I do photography also, and one of my photographer friends, Matt Fukushima, he's the best photographer. He's always telling me that he's always looked at my photos when we go out and take photos that were unique out of all the other photographers that have been doing it for like 20, 30 years, you know? And I'm like, and I'm just seeing what they're not doing, you know? Like when you go out for photography, you're oftentimes getting the same angle everyone else is. They're trying to get as high as you can to get the full shot. Everybody's trying to get like side angles, kind of something new, but I'm always looking out for like, where's the one angle that nobody's looking for, you know?
Right.
Like
That's what's going to set you apart.
Yes. What's going to set me apart? And I want to get that angle to see if it's any good or why they're not taking it too. You know what I mean? So, I got good at that, and I like that. I like the aspect of getting stuff built. I like the project part. Like that's why I wanted to do the show, was because not only because I have all this gear just sitting in the storage, but I also want to tell a story.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I feel like we all have stories. A lot of how we perceive reality, I say this a lot, is by stories. Like you have a particular story about your life. You came from this small town. You came out here to this, you know, like magical world, you know, and then it turns out this is all a facade. So you're like, it's like
the magic dies really fast in LA.
Very fast.
You're
Very
like, oh,
fast.
shit.
Yes, but there's
It kind of died for me when I had to sit 2 hours in traffic just to get to the magic place, and I'm like, all right, man, I'm kind of over it already.
right. This traffic is insane.
Yeah.
I totally agree. It's like, and there's no way of fixing it. Like every time they add an extra road, there's still traffic though. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm
there's
still waiting on
another lane.
I'm still waiting on Elon Musk's tunnel.
Yeah, there's
system
tunnels.
that
What the
I've
fuck
never
happened to those?
Dude, I've never even seen anything about it.
Nothing.
So I'm like, God,
What the
right, well,
fuck?
let me just get out now before I can't even move
Yeah.
anymore. So
Yeah, no, I feel you there too. But yeah, I don't really hate LA. I don't think it's as great as I originally thought of it, and I like to think that I like to leave, but I don't see myself living. I was thinking of Texas, but then I started seeing those heat waves they were getting, and I was like, no, I'm not trying to go back to the heat.
LA is like, it's weird because there's a lot of people, there's a lot of shit, but also it's kind of like when you live in other states and other places, especially in the US, you kind of look at LA as like this magical land. At least I did. And now that you're here, you're like, okay, I'm on the inside now. Like, I've never been invited to the party. I was always on the outside, but now I'm in the party. And it's just like, now I'm in the cool place. And now that I'm here, it's like, okay, now I got all these people to deal with now. Like, now I'm the socially awkward one in the back of the room that's like, okay, where do I go? But at least you got through the door, and like, at least you're here. And that's what I feel like brings people in to LA, but also it can make or break you. So it's a weird place, definitely. Right. I feel like New York, I've never been in New York, but I would imagine that's kind of how it is as well.
Right.
Very, for fashion and stuff, it can either make or break you, and it's like the place everybody wants to be, and that kind of thing. So it's definitely, but yeah, the magic died pretty quick.
Yeah, it's and it's never been magical. It's like a thing you see on TV. It's an idea you made
the Hollywood
up.
sign.
Yeah,
it's just like, oh my gosh, the Hollywood sign. And then when you see it, it's like, oh, it's a lot smaller, and
it's
like
way out there,
not as cool, and it's just a sign. It's like, right, well,
cool.
And then you see a lot of tourists that come in, and they always ask like, oh, what should I do? I'm gonna go to Hollywood. Yeah, I want to see everything.
Yeah,
it's like, well, I wouldn't do that because. Yeah, just to knock it off your list, sure. But if you're going to go see the Walk of Fame, it's like, dude, unless you know exactly where your star that you want to see is, like, you're going to be in the heat, dodging homeless people.
Yes.
Walking around the Chinese theater trying to find your celebrity that you're going to take a picture and leave.
Right.
And you're going to be sweating, and it's just parking and...
Yes, and you're going to be dodging fucking Batman and Wonder Woman and Spider-Man, and they're all fucking
it's like Vegas.
Smoking cigarettes.
It's like
and
Vegas.
looking crazy.
Everybody wants the...
Yes.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy when you go over there and look at all of them. It's like, why are you still here? Can't you see? It's like a regular fucking road. Like,
dude, the part that trips me up
dirty.
The part that trips me up is these is what these... Excuse me. Beer is making me gassy, but this is what these people do for a living. They dress up. So what do you do for a living, man? I dress up as Spider-Man and go down Hollywood Boulevard and I get money.
Yes,
and I keep it in my spandex.
He charges people for taking pictures of him with them. It's like, oh, it's gonna be $5. It's like, what?
What are you gonna do? Like, hold a knife to me if I don't pay? Like
what the fuck? Yeah, and he just intimidates people. You know.
Yeah, which happened to me, which hasn't happened to me out here because I wasn't really interested in the whole Hollywood Walk of Fame. I've been there a couple times, but it's not really like, I don't want to chill down there. But when I went to Vegas, that's when I experienced that, where it's like you see all these cool characters walking around like you do in Hollywood, but they want you to pay them.
Right.
And then I'm like, dude, no. Like, you're some sweaty dude in a costume that I could go to a freaking Party City and do the same thing. It's like, no, I'm good.
Right.
Thank you.
Exactly.
And then they make fun. They, like, talk shit about you behind your back because you didn't pay them $1.
Exactly. People choose to, and some of the, I mean, like, I get demystified by LA, and I think it's just like any other city, but it's just bigger, it has a ton of fucking people, and it's always busy. Okay, and then I get like discouraged somehow to like want to keep being here, but at the same time, I don't really want to see myself living anywhere else. But at the same time, then you look at them. And you look at them, it's like there was a point where he was like, you know what, I'm going to dress up as Batman today, and I'm going to go to the boardwalk and see if I can make money.
Yeah.
And I mean,
the one that still gets me, the one that still just, it actually like grinds my gears, is when you see the guys, like, double-edged sword, bro. I appreciate the hustle, but the guys that pass out the CDs at the boardwalk.
Oh, my God.
Bro, okay.
And they're like,
dude, love the hustle.
Right.
But it's not the 90s.
Yes.
Like, I told one of the guys one time, and of course he talked shit to me. I was like, bro, I mean, if I was a record producer, I would, I'll play your CD. I'm a humble guy, but, like, I don't have a CD player, bro.
Yeah.
Like, where am I going to play this thing? Get some USBs, maybe. Pass some USBs out, although plugging USBs into your computer is a little sketchy. But,
yes.
You know what I mean? Like, kind of get up with the times, dude. TikTok is a thing now where you can blow up like that. Like, like I said, I appreciate the hustle. I'm not dampening the hustle. You're out there making moves, but you gotta get updated, man. You gotta figure out a better way, because now you're just inconveniencing me and my wife and my family from enjoying, and we gotta be a CD shoved in my face. It's like, you're just kind of being rude.
Exactly, dude.
That's the one that really grinds my gears, man.
Grant wanted to do that once. Like, he got this whole idea about, dude, I'm gonna fucking print out like 30 CDs, and I'll make a fucking like a little like a teepee kind of thing, like a little like area where people can come in. There's a waterfall and give them water,
which is a fantastic idea if it was the 90s.
Right.
But now it's just like, well, what are you doing?
It's like,
man?
like nobody. What?
Love
dude?
you, Grant. Love you, Grant.
Yeah, I love you, bro. But come on, bro. Luckily, he never did it. He never did it. But he bought everything to do it and then never did it.
But with Grant, he's an audio guy as well, and he has the hustle. He's just thinking ideas, ready to go.
Yeah, and it's too much.
Yeah. Yeah, but it happens, you know. You got to weed out the good idea from the bad one. That kind of thing. But
he's the type that bounces around instead of like
project
coming up with new stuff to try to sell the same shit. But he's like, nah, I'm just gonna shift completely to another subject.
Yeah,
that guy. He's the best and the worst.
Aren't we all? It's like, man.
Yeah,
but,
dude.
You gotta make move. You gotta pull the trigger on things, even if you're not sure about it. Sometimes you just do it for yourself. You don't even realize you're doing it, but you gotta see if you can even do it.
Right.
And now I've done so many things that didn't go anywhere or do anything, but at least I know I'm capable. Dude, I built a website one time, never used it.
Right.
But at least I know how to build a website now. I'm like, oh, okay, I have that capability. I have that. I can do that.
Yeah.
I know I'm smart enough to figure it out.
Dude, I built a website too a long time ago from this one YouTube channel that was posting it, how to build a website for free and shit. And I built it a couple years ago. And now that I have something to put on a website, I haven't done it, dude.
Yeah.
I bought the website or domain, but I haven't done the website. You believe that shit?
Usually I forget I had the website and I'm just getting charged for the domain.
Yes,
years
every
down the line,
year.
I'm like, oh shit, I still have
like
that.
$32. Fuck. Yeah. And then you buy like 3 different ones because you can call it this name or you can abbreviate it, or
God
you want
forbid someone steal my idea and make it a .co instead of a .com.
Exactly.
Like I gotta buy them all.
Yeah, exactly. So like, dude, I bought like $80 worth of fucking websites just so I could be like, okay, if I gotta build a website later on, at least I got the domain.
At least I got the domain. I got it set in stone. Don't have to worry about the name.
Yeah, and it's hard to think of a name. Like for me, I was like, oh, I should call it this and I should call it that. And then I saw a video once and said, hey, don't call your shit anything besides your name, because honestly, down the line you're gonna be like, I don't really like that name.
Honestly,
but you can't hate your name.
I think that a lot of people go through that, and that's what I've also come to terms with, is just call it your name. Dude.
Yeah,
like, because dude, back in 2010 when I wanted to be a DJ, you know how stressful I was? Like
Yes.
trying to book clubs and not knowing what my DJ name would be. That's the first question people ask you. What's your DJ name?
Right.
DJ Brando. I don't,
Right.
you know, I don't know.
Right.
Like, and then all of a sudden that's what sticks because that's what everybody, that's
Yeah.
what one time. And it's just like, God dang it, I should have just said my name. And then
Yes.
that way I can make it my identity, whatever I want later.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
I think everybody goes through that stress of coming up with a name. And then you realize, and then you're like, is it a good name? Is it a bad name? And then people have all these opinions about it that sway you, like, and then you bought all these domains and you're like, I need to change it again.
Right.
And it's just like, bro, you just, it's a problem.
It is.
It is a problem.
It is. I've thought of changing it, but then I was like, just let go of it. Just let go. Let it be. Let it be. You know, I got to focus on making more content and more accurate content. Because at first, when I started doing this, I just wanted to just get it out there. I got to get my first video out, just talk shit, get high, drink, do whatever you want. Just get it out there. Start getting work kind of content to edit.
Dude, you're doing way more than most people. Most people just have the idea in their head.
And we
But
never
you
do.
actually, look at you, man. There's no latency on this microphone. I still can't get over that. I still can't get over. I was
this
like,
thing
you
is
know how
pretty
many?
good.
I was like, how many times I've been to like amateur, things and events and like live sound, and you're talking to the microphone, and it
Right.
takes a second to hear yourself.
Right.
It's just like okay.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, man.
No. Yeah. It's
great.
I figured it out after
Yeah.
a couple times.
I'm proud of you.
I figured it out. This is episode
Schooling
or podcast
does
18.
work.
Yeah. Or 19. This is 19, dude. And I figured out how to get the audio from the from the computer into the freaking mic. I figured out how to set up multiple headphones. Figured out a bunch of shit, dude. Like,
Dude,
it's,
and that's one thing that's also really hard about video and audio, especially, is like if you don't go to a school and you're not learning from people that are actually doing it or actually have the nuts to back it up, you're gonna be learning from YouTube, and 90% of the people on YouTube don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
It's the blind leading the blind on that place, and everybody thinks they're right. But this guy has 10,000 followers, and he's talking about this, so you go with that, and the next thing you know, it doesn't work, and you're like, why? And then you're wallowing in obscurity for months and months and months. When
yeah.
that's a big part, is because I would imagine with film production, you know, everybody says to buy this camera, but it's this camera that you need to be buying, and like it's these rabbit holes that you can fall into that, it's just that, and everything's expensive. It's not like you could just buy an HD camera and just, no, I'm good, I'm gonna go get this camera. No, you just spent a couple $1,000 on this thing. I gotta make it work somehow, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like,
No, yeah, dude, it's another rabbit hole for sure. I mean, I didn't even know what to do at first, dude. Like, I just wanted to have people on and talk to them, dude. Too many times.
yeah. What was your first step? Like, what did you start off with? You just start off with a microphone in a room?
Yeah, I was using GoPros, dude, for video.
That's probably what I would've done.
GoPros.
Yeah.
And the thing about GoPros is that they're wide angle. So like if you put them anywhere off screen from a master shot, they're
seeing
in
everything.
they're in the shot. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
they're
yeah.
super wide. You know what I mean? And when
See
you
everything.
like crop them to that for them to be narrow, the quality just goes away. It's just fucking
Yeah.
shit quality. You know?
Yeah, it's when you're, yeah.
So, you know, I learned that. And then I just put up a table. And I mean, how it really happened was we started doing audio only. Just literally podcast, just audio.
audio podcast.
Yeah, like Grant and I convinced Grant to like do a podcast with me. We called it Ordinary World. We did like 4 episodes where it was just me and friends talking, you know, random shit, people we found interesting. And I don't know how it really played out, and maybe I'm jumping to conclusions with Grant. I'm sure you'll have something else to say about this, but Grant wanted to pivot and start making revenue right away. We did 4 episodes. He's like, dude, we need to start making money off of this now. Like, we need to start saying this. We need to start advertising that. We need to start figuring out how to make money. And I was like, I don't want to be forced to do something that I don't like.
Because then
Like,
it becomes a job.
and then it's a job.
And that's
Exactly.
where, and that's also another problem is
Yeah.
it's like, dude, as soon as it starts to become work,
Yes.
and it disaligns with your values and stuff, then it's like, all right, then it's kind of you're working upstream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's also another hard part about working with other people is they have ideas they may not agree with. So it's about that soft middle, but
Yeah, so we did that, and then I had to talk to him. I had to tell him, it's like, hey man, I don't think we're aligned on what the future we see here, and I don't see myself putting too much effort in something I'm not passionate about, you know, and I don't know if I want to keep doing this, you know. He's like, all right, well, whatever. I still got my rapping and my singing and my fucking all these other projects he's doing, you know, which was another reason why I wanted to like step away from the podcast because he was doing a bunch of other projects on the side, and I kept telling him, it's like, hey, are you gonna have enough time to do this podcast with me while you're doing all these other projects on the side? Because, you know, if there's a day where we get a person that wants to be on the podcast and you can't be there and you're like, I'm just doing it by myself, but it's our podcast, so like I'm doing most of the work, meanwhile you're just coming in and collecting credit in some way. Right. And then there's the actual work of like editing the sound and getting all the subjects and doing all that stuff. And he was doing a lot of it at first, and he was doing great. And then he's an audio guy, you know? And but I really just wanted to have fun. I wanted to tell stories. I wanted to hear stories. I wanted to capture a moment. Yeah. I wanted to be genuine. I wanted to be what my life is now. Like, this is a record of your time in 2023 right now. Right. And it will forever last in YouTube.
Which is super cool to think about.
Right.
And what's cool, what not to
no,
throw
go
your
ahead.
age out there, but what year were you in? What year?
90.
90. Okay, I was born 91, so we're in the same boat. So like I think the 90s are really cool because we're going through the transition phase. We're kind of like old technology and transitioning to the new technology, so you kind of have the before and after. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm sure a lot of generations are like that, but that's what's cool is you kind of have both worlds. And
well, dude, like I don't feel like we're the last people that actually had a childhood. I
feel like 100%.
You know, like not having phones, not having laptops, not having all this like awesome content at all time. Bro, whenever we want.
I still have this thought. My mom was born in 56, and I still have this 56. Thought. Yeah, I still have this thought of like in the 90s when we were going on road trips, we used maps.
Yes.
We didn't have GPS.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I felt like that was another world, another life that I lived, because I can't even imagine doing that now.
Right.
I'm like, how did I remember going to the gas station, you find an atlas and you're going up and you know, the roads are highlighted and you got to navigate your routes. And it's like, bro, how do I even find a hotel? Like,
right.
You know, I'm going to stop at this city, and you circle the city on your map. And it's like,
what?
It's crazy to think about.
Yes.
And then kids in this generation, you know, I have a stepson, he's 15, and I'm trying to explain to him like some of the stuff that we had to deal with not too long ago. Dude, I feel like it was just yesterday. I'm only 32. So it's just like, we had dial-up. Can you believe what?
Yeah.
Can you believe it took almost 5 minutes to load one page?
Dude, remember that sound? The freaking...
It had to hack the government to get your web page to come up.
Dude, when I first heard that, I was like, I think it's broken.
Yeah.
I think we got a shitty computer.
Yeah, well, the funny part is like the little nuances no one talks about is like you couldn't use your house phone if you were connected to the dial-up internet.
Right.
Because it tied that up.
Yeah.
So you couldn't use your... And people are like, what's a house phone? And this is like, well, we had a phone. Not everybody had cell phones back then. So it's like we had a house phone, and in order to use that and call people, you had to be off the internet.
Dude, I remember when house phones became wireless, and I was like, what?
Yeah, it's crazy. I could be in the other room and not have to worry about it.
Yeah.
But I distinctly remember the computer being in my sister's room, because she had the big desk we put it on. It was like a Windows 98.
Yeah.
And dial up. And my mom would need to make phone calls, and she would bust in my sister's room and be like, "Hey, get off! I gotta make some calls." And she's
Right.
on AOL Instant Messenger,
Yeah.
and all you hear is just the door opening.
Dude, those are like memorable, right?
Yeah,
Like those are
great.
like, dude, I remember when I first saw Star Wars.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was like, magic.
Oh,
it
dude,
was
I was
it was
that
during
kid,
Christmas, dude.
I was that kid that spent 3 hours in his living room swinging a lightsaber, pretending he was a
Right.
Jedi. That was me, 100%.
Dude, I didn't even know nothing about Star Wars, and I went to my mom divorced and then remarried with this guy that he's American, because we come from Mexico, and we went to his parents' house, which is my grandma's house. My grandma had the full collection of Star Wars. So, oh, you guys want to watch a movie? And I was like, yeah, I'll watch a movie. She puts on Star Wars, dude.
Little did she know.
Fucking.
Yeah. Little
I
did
was
she know
like,
what she just did.
what is this?
Yeah.
This shit is the fucking shit.
What was the
right
first
now.
you saw that you started off number one?
Number
A New
3,
Hope?
old school, right?
A New Hope?
Yeah.
Like the new, yeah.
The old school ones, the ones that first came out with what was it? The Clone Wars or no?
Okay, so like the earlier episode
early.
1, episode 2, episode 3. Yeah.
Well,
or are you
episode
talking about-
1 came out in 2001, right?
Yeah.
And
so are you talking about the ones in the 70s?
Yeah,
or-
70s.
Okay.
The
Okay,
ones in
yeah.
the 70s,
That's what I'm
dude.
saying. The
That's
first
what
one's
I'm
in.
talking about. And then I went to the ones in the
With
first
Mark
one.
Hamill.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I was like, dude, this is fucking epic, dude. This is such a fucking dope ass story. And I didn't
Yeah.
even know what it was called at first, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I would just tell my friends about it. It's like, oh, you're talking about Star Wars. I was like, I guess, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And then I learned about how big Star Wars was
Yep.
later on. And I was like, yeah, I fucking love that movie.
Dude,
you know?
I became obsessed. I didn't get into Star Wars until the episode 1 and all
Really?
that stuff, which all the Star Wars OGs are going to be like, oh, you got,
Yeah.
but I was into Pokemon and all that
Dude, me
other
too.
stuff that everybody else was, and I didn't know about it until episode 1 came out, and my friend had a birthday, and we all went to go see it, and I was like, that was
This
it
is
for
the
me, dude.
shit,
I
dude.
thought being a Jedi was my destiny.
Yeah.
And then I realized those lightsabers don't exist, and I got really disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
But I could damn well imagine it. So
Yes. Yes.
yeah, I would. Yeah, I had all the lightsabers and got pretty good and swing it. Just-
Yeah, dude, like that kind of childhood, that is now rare, I think,
very rare.
because movies are so stream worthy that you can just need to wait until they come out, and there's so many of them coming out all the time
Well,
that there's
also-
not a big blockbuster one anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, they're all remakes now, and they're
Yeah.
all like regurgitating the same ideas. And it's like, but also back then, like we were forced more to use our imaginations as kids than we are now. Now, you have 5-year-olds growing in front of tablets and
Right,
phones,
dude.
and
Yes.
dude, my stepson when he was 11 had a better iPhone than I did.
Right.
And I was just like, what?
Dude.
And he would ask me all these things, and I'm like, Daniel, like, I'm more than willing to tell you how to do things, but also I want to teach you to be independent, and you have the world's knowledge in your hand.
Yes.
And you need to know how to use it.
Right.
I was like, you know what I would have done?
Right.
Killed for Google back when I was a kid?
Right.
Bro, math test, forget about it.
Right.
Instant answers.
Instant.
But now it's just...
You used to need to use a calculator.
Yeah.
And I don't even know how you use the percentage button.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't know. How do you use it? Like, do you do it after you want to do the equation or
It hurts my
before?
brain just thinking about it. Yeah, it hurts my brain thinking
like,
about
I don't
it.
get it. I just say it on Google, and then Google gives me the answer.
Emotional damage.
No, yeah, dude. Like, it's crazy how good they have it now, but they can't never appreciate it. They
Yeah.
won't. They can't. They don't know the other side. They haven't dealt with the bullshit.
Yeah, and it is a thing as well, because like you had to be more resourceful back then. Like if I didn't know what a word meant, my mom was the type of mom that was like, go get the encyclopedia and go look it up, or the dictionary, and like do the work yourself. She'll tell you to teach a person to fish, that whole thing. But now it's just like, dude, I can search on my phone in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
But it's just like, yeah, kids have it really good
Super
nowadays,
legit,
and
dude.
it's just, yeah, it is. It makes you feel old when you think about it, and crazy, and
But
yeah, but
bro, conspiracy theories,
Love them.
right?
Love them.
They're blowing up now because of all these phones, because of all this technology, because of the internet, because of free information. There's a lot of fake information out there, right? And it's convoluted amongst these truths that actually happened, but they're now considered
But
conspiracy
also
theory.
but also people can form their own opinions and not be filtered by the news, because that, as
Right.
a kid, everything, your only stream of information was the news.
The
and
news,
that's filtered
exactly.
through God knows what.
Exactly.
So yeah, TikTok has blown my mind.
Right.
And,
Yes.
you remember when TikTok first started and it was all like dance videos, and I was like, what is this dumb stuff that I see?
I'm not on TikTok, but I'm on Instagram, and it does the same fucking thing.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Instagram feed and the YouTube shorts, literally all the same.
They give
It's
you a
just-
bunch of shit. You
yeah.
just 10 seconds, a minute.
They read your mind,
Yeah.
what you're thinking, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden you
Just
got
serves it up.
20 videos.
Dude, what reminds me of TikTok back in the day before Instagram and everything blew up and I was really into, it was this website called Stumble Upon.
Yes.
Did you ever hear about it?
I've been
So
on
you
that.
literally go to a website. They ask you a bunch of questions about like what you're interested in,
Yeah.
technology, engineering, science, all this shit. And you make all these selections and you hit Stumble Upon, and then
Yeah.
it just gives you websites, videos, images, all this stuff.
I
that's
forgot about that
random.
until you just mentioned it, but yes,
Yes.
I remember that.
And then you like some of them, and then they give you more of those.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the exact same thing that Instagram's doing. Like, I like to do Instagram because I can follow actual channels that specialize on that one particular subject now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure TikTok does the fucking same thing. You know what I mean? I'm sure fucking, Facebook does this.
YouTube, yeah, all that.
YouTube, yeah. And dude, I see some crazy shit sometimes where like, wait, did that really happen? Like, have you seen these lasers?
Yeah.
Right?
Like which ones are you talking about? Like
the lasers that fucking light up fucking streets and shit, and or fucking gas stations, and a lot of these fire stuff.
Energy weapons and all
Yeah,
that. Yeah,
dude.
bro. Well, I don't know if you follow the UFO stuff, but all the Stephen
Yes.
Greer and all that. How he was mentioned now, like these guy worked in Antarctica, and they were developing these energy weapons that they pawned off as like some other thing that's not an energy weapon, but they can easily use it as an energy weapon, but it's
Right.
not one. you know?
Right.
So
I
it's just
heard
like-
about that.
So yeah, I mean, no, I don't. Now if all the stuff nowadays is going on with that, who knows, dude? Like, cause there's a lot of stuff that I'll see on these videos, and I'm like, I'll believe it for a good month, and then somebody debunks it, and I'm
Right.
like, well, I just
I know,
believed
right?
this for a past month, and yeah, now it's actually some BS.
It's bullshit. Exactly.
So it's like you got to get to a certain point where not everything's in a conspiracy, but there are some
some
pretty
of
crazy
them,
ones out
some
there.
of them you can definitely subject yourself to, like, okay, this looks fucking real, you know what I mean? But a lot of the shit you can fake it. Like, the worse the quality, the more real it seems sometimes. And then sometimes it's so bad that the fakery looks fake too. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but it's like, dude, I've seen so many videos of UFOs and Bigfoot, and I've yet to see one in 1080p.
right. Exactly.
And
And
that's
the
my
ones that
only-
are 1080p are fake, dude.
Yeah, well, and you can clearly tell because it's all,
Dude, I saw one where like this lady's shooting outside the window of a plane, and a UFO just comes through here.
Yeah.
And then I was like, "What? That's it. And then like I keep scrolling, and then they zoom in, and it says fake or something. I said some type of text on there where I was like, okay, it's clearly fake. No
Yeah.
fucking UFO.
The one that gets me sometimes, which is actually funny,
Uh-huh.
and it's just like, it just shows you how human perception is just like, you could be easily fooled,
Yeah.
is the ones that will film and like the reflection of the light in the window looks like a UFO because it's like one of those
Right.
cylindrical ceiling lights.
Yeah.
That's gotten me several times. I'm like, oh
Really?
shit. And wait, that looks like a IKEA lamp.
right? Oh my god, yeah. But like, there's so many. I don't know why my shit's not loading, dude. Like, what the fuck? My feed is
Conspiracies,
loading.
man. They're hacking the internet.
I think they got me, dude. They got me on my shit right here, and I send myself a bunch of videos that I've seen about myself.
Can they see this on the podcast, or is it just like
I have
only
it
we're
connected.
looking at? Oh, no,
I have it all
okay,
connected
right.
so that they can see what we're looking at too.
Nice.
But obviously, certain things are copyright and certain things are like you
gotta-
private or whatever. So I can't show everything, and especially
Editing.
not
Editing.
exactly. The magic of editing. I don't know why my messages are not loading, dude. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, but I love like Joe Rogan's podcast.
Dude, look at these fucking dumbasses going through this cave,
I
yo.
saw this today.
You did?
Yeah, and I was like, bro, they must have like really
Dude, you
cleared
would
out
be
these tunnels.
fucked, dude.
They must have
They're
really
having fun, dude.
because yeah, it's heavily planned. It has to be because you can't hit your head on anything. Plus,
And like a
if you get
motherfucker can pull up on you and be fucked.
well, yeah, and also if you get injured, bro, you're God knows where you're at in that cave.
Yeah, and how are they gonna carry you home, right?
Yeah.
These are fucking motherfuckers,
I mean-
that's for sure.
On the other end, it does look kind of fun.
How do I click out of here?
Yeah, looking at that, man. I don't know if you ever seen people cave diving
Oh,
and like going through these tight caverns and stuff.
fuck, dude! I get like chilled. My hands start sweating, dude.
Bro,
I get uncomfortable.
One that's really uncomfortable is Alex Honnold when he does the free solo
Yeah,
climbing.
did you
I
see
can
that
watch
documentary?
that over people
in
cave,
the cave
diving.
Yeah.
Bro, that stresses me out to a whole nother
Yes.
level. I couldn't even imagine. Not to mention my mild level of pretty high level of claustrophobia.
Yeah.
But just the even,
Yeah.
dude, I couldn't even enter the cave.
Dude, I watched a little video on YouTube about this guy that loves exploring caves and shit. He's done it since he was a kid, and then he moved out and went to college, graduated and everything, gained some weight, came back home, went to this cave shit, and
Got
tried to
stuck.
squeeze himself through a certain part of the cave that you're facing down,
Yeah.
and he got stuck in there.
It happens
bro.
all the time. Yeah.
And they couldn't get him out, and he ended up dying there, and they couldn't get the corpse out, so they just closed that site, cave site explorer out. Like, you can't go in there anymore.
And people still go.
I bet.
People still go.
I bet.
Hey, Jimmy's in there over there. Don't worry about him.
Right.
It's like Mount Everest. Like, you know how many people died on Mount Everest, but people
Right.
still go all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's like,
Yeah.
man, what
Bro,
a way to go out.
Exactly.
Like being buried alive is considered one of the worst
Ugh.
way, bro.
Yeah.
Can you
Or
imagine
drowning or
the
burning
panic?
to death. Ugh. None of those
Like,
sound
not
appealing.
worth it.
No.
Not worth the little bit of thrill of risking that.
Hell no. Hell no.
I'm good.
Nuh-uh. For sure, but I send myself a couple like videos that I was like, dude, this would be cool to show on the podcast. See, this is the laser one. I think this is the laser one. Oh no, this is the explosion one. Did you ever see this one?
Is this
That The one in it was like
This was a while ago in Beirut?
Yeah.
Bro,
But this is
that
like a
is-
far ass angle, and the shockwave still came through. Look at that.
dude? Yeah.
Damn,
To
imagine.
this day, I see this video. It pops up on my feed every night. Look at this.
This is the part. This is the part that they cut it together. Oh,
I mean-
shit, dude! Run!
There's nothing you could do.
Nothing you could do,
You just gotta pucker your cheeks and hope for the best.
dude. There's so many angles in this fucking
Yeah.
one explosion, which was
Yep.
perfect. Like there's no dispute that this actually happened.
It's
This is
just-
not a conspiracy theory. But so many of them are. Fuck.
When it comes to conspiracy theories, I think of a movie that I haven't seen anybody really talk about or mention in a while,
Which one?
but I think it's kind of what's going on, is the movie Swordfish
Swordfish?
with John Travolta.
Swordfish.
So it's been a while since I've seen that movie, but the movie, basically it's about a guy that says he's kind of like a terrorist, right, in his own country, but he plays it's the movie,
this
the
one?
second one, yeah, that's the movie.
Let's watch the trailer.
Yeah, it's Hugh Jackman. Okay. So this, yeah. So John Travolta plays a guy. At first, he's comes off as a terrorist, as a madman,
Right.
And then he portrays himself in the movie as a good guy. He's the guy that does the dirty work that nobody wants to do. And if risking people's lives is what it takes to get things done, then that's what he's willing to do.
Right.
So he hires Hugh Jackman as a hacker, and of course he takes his daughter hostage as leverage to do it.
Right.
But like basically he's willing to kill his own people. He calls himself a patriot and all this stuff because he's willing to kill his own people to have the greater good and like all this stuff. He's it's a crazy movie.
Yeah.
But I start to think like, dude, like if we're clearly harming our own people to get things done, and with all the shit going on, like there's some weird, crazy stuff going on. And with TikTok, you kind of can't really hide it anymore. It's kinda out in the open. And it's just like, dude.
Yeah, and not
crazy.
only that,
like this
but
whole
like
Hawaii thing, Maui thing
exactly. Bro, I was just gonna
there's
get to
a
that.
lot of weird.
Yes, like the
I
fire
know
started
everybody's-
out of nowhere, like and nobody sounded any
I know everybody's
alarms.
beat this topic to death, but it's
Probably.
just like it's just.
But tell me about
God, man.
what have you heard? Because I've heard certain things that I'm like,
I've heard the energy weapons. I've
Yes.
heard people painted their houses blue because it didn't.
it didn't attack, it didn't go through.
burn it.
blue-
I heard
blue.
Oprah and The Rock were involved, and it was a money scheme, and like they
because
wanted
they're
for
trying
the
to
land,
acquire the land.
and the only loophole to get people's land is if it's a natural disaster and like all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, well, I know nothing about any of that, but
If any of that is
I'm-
true, we're so fucked. Like,
yeah. And and that was on an island. LA could easily be next.
Yes.
New York could be next. It's just like,
Yeah.
dude,
Exactly.
it's scary to think about. It puts you on edge, but also it's just like,
yeah, I mean, like
puts you on
9/11.
edge. Dude. Yeah.
Do you want to go down that rabbit hole?
9/11, man. Yes. I mean, I'm down to go into rabbit hole.
I mean, but Tower 7's the biggest question.
I don't know much about Tower 7. I like conspiracy theories, and I should know Tower 7 by the back of my hand, but that one I haven't really dabbled in. But I know that the infrastructure for how the planes hit
Doesn't
the
make any
towers
sense.
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like the
why
wing
those
should have
buildings-
broken off
Yeah.
and falling down
Yeah.
because the wings aren't powerful enough to go through the concrete.
The one that really boggles my mind is that a day prior was the trillions of dollars that went missing in the financial section, which just happened to be right where that plane hit the Pentagon. And nobody talks about it. Mm-hmm. And then now my speculation is, and if I go missing because I said that, I'm just kidding.
Right?
If I said
Dude,
this,
I have a show.
yeah.
And I'm
if I
like,
go
I'm so
missing,
fucked.
I'm
If
like-
I go missing, you know what
Bro,
happened.
my thing is
I'm not
like-
suicidal.
Yeah.
And let me make that clear. I'm not suicidal.
Yeah, this is just my thought. Is like, okay, we're funding these black projects on UFOs and all this technology, and trillions of dollars go into that, and now you're getting audited, and you're just, let's crash a plane into it, make an event incident, and everybody's worried about this plane other than the financial records of trillions of dollars. Nobody ever talks about it again until 20 years later.
And that's the deep rabbit hole. Like if you just go through a couple layers, did you know the guy that owned the Twin Towers was actually originally the owner of Tower 7?
No.
The guy that owns Tower 7 then bought the Twin Towers and like a couple other properties in that same area, took out a insurance policy that said if the towers collapse completely all the way down, he would collect a $1.2 billion settlement for the insurance, you know?
Yeah, and if he's like, well, if 3,000 people got to die because of that, I'm willing to take that risk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that same guy wanted to rebuild a new tower, like 2 new towers. And like some people got in the way and didn't allow it. Mm-hmm. And those people had something to do with something that was underground. That's why they made, I don't know, there's another
They had
conspiracy.
something to do with underground? Like,
Something underground that was supposed to just stay secret or stay like unknown.
That screams Black Project alien shit.
Yeah,
But But I love aliens and UFOs. That's my jam.
Right. Well, like about that, just to get a little deeper with that, is that they found that days after the towers collapsed, there was still lava. There was like molten concrete still under the rubble. Where like if there was just a regular explosion, regular collapse,
Regular fires.
yeah, it should be absolved by
Yeah.
now. You know what I mean? 11 days later, they're still finding fucking heat down there.
Yeah.
That's only reminiscent to explosions, to actual things that are meant to burn through steel,
Yeah. Other
We're
than
like-
a plane crash.
other than fuel in a plane crash. We're like, what?
Yeah, man.
What?
It's just it's all.
It's
But it rattled the country so much that, and we immediately, like, it was Bin Laden.
yeah.
It was
We
him.
figured it out. You know
Immediately.
what?
We knew this
Yeah.
was coming a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of knew,
Yeah.
but then that happened, so we know it's him.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, we're fighting in a country that, you know,
Yeah, well,
and
like
going to war.
there is a statistic that after a natural, a major disaster like that, there's a spike in people signing up for military work.
Oh, 100%. Dude, you ever watch these podcasts with all these military guys? They'll tell you number one thing is like, what sparked me to be a Navy SEAL is 9/11.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go kick some ass.
Yeah.
Dude, good portion of them. Good
Very-
portion of
yeah.
them. There's a you know, there are some that got in before that, of course,
Uh-huh.
but like a lot of them signed up just to go
Yeah,
get some
to the
shit done
military.
after 9/11.
Yeah.
You know, what was that movie, American Sniper, Chris Kyle?
Right.
It shows that where he's like on the verge and then all of a sudden he sees it on TV and then he goes and signs up. It's the same thing, but
I haven't seen that one. I
I
gotta
think
watch
it's
that
a
one.
I think it's a money thing, an oil thing. It's a funding black projects thing. It's like, you know, like I said, they're willing to, you know, sabotage their country a little bit just to make it keep going. And I mean, it's just crazy to think
Yeah,
about, man.
and then that's the military, right? And then there's the fucking BlackRock and Vanguard shit. Like, what the
all the black
fuck?
projects and the underground funding and
Yeah,
all
and
that
they
stuff.
own the world.
Yeah.
Where like they have more money than most major countries combined. We're like, what?
Yeah.
You know, and I watched this short documentary on YouTube about Vanguard, how it was created by this one guy, I can't remember his name, but he was a brilliant investor. Brilliant. Like he started he made BlackRock what it is now by these smart investments and strategies that he did to bolster a lot of his money dealings. Not even like he made the fucking iPhone, not that he made the internet, not that he just moved money around successfully to then get to this point where he runs the world. And now that that Vanguard's gotten to this level, he had to build. I hear that there's a connection between Vanguard and BlackRock, that they need each other so that as soon as a market falls in one of the companies like BlackRock, the other company buys them out, and they keep doing that. It's like paying a credit card with another credit card. Where like they can just play that game forever.
Dude. Well, I mean, I guess when you have that much money, it's like, dude,
Fuck yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? God, dude, they're probably running half the world. You know?
Yeah. And they're probably not even giving a shit about how much we know, but because they already have the game. They already have
Well, that's another thing about they label it a conspiracy theory, and you don't know what to believe, and that's the whole
Right.
game. It's just like, oh yeah, I'm sure the truth is out there right in our face, but it's also mixed in with all BS.
Yes.
And you're like, you don't know what to believe.
Yes.
And that's the whole thing with UFOs and all that. It's just like, we probably know a large portion of it, but we don't know what's fact and fiction and what's been twisted and around. And it's just like, I believe that I have a whole theory on the moon landing.
Really?
I have a whole theory on it. And haven't really dug to see if anybody else has developed this theory, but it's like, I feel like you listen to Stephen Greer, so I love that guy. I think he should be great. The ambassador for everything. Anyways, so yeah, he's like the head mecha guy of UFOs.
Yes.
He's like,
he's like
shit. Back in the day, I used to think he was crazy.
There's good UFOs, there's bad UFOs, but there's ones that have all about
says they're all peaceful.
They're all about like love and caring. And if they can sense that intention in you, they'll come to you. He's taking people out into the desert, brought up UFOs up,
creating experiences with the conscious. And
with the conscious,
so
he's done the laser thing up in the sky, and he show up. Yeah,
he has a family member that worked on the Apollo missions going to the moon.
Right,
and he's saying basically, and this has been speculated through multiple people, but like when they went to the moon, they saw, objects and pyramids and they had UFOs watching them land on the moon. And my theory is, or I feel like, and people, and the huge thing right now is just like, the moon landing was fake and all this stuff and that thing. But so I asked myself, did we really go to the moon? And I think we did. However, what we were shown wasn't what happened. So I think that somewhere along the line that we kind of knew what we were getting ourselves into in the whole moon thing. Mm-hmm. And we wanted to go up there for a reason that I don't think was told to us specifically. Mm-hmm. We propped it off as a war against, or the thing against Russia and all that, the space race.
Yeah, the space race.
But then when we went up there, we're like, hey, we could encounter these things, so we're just going to make a movie just in case it backfires, and we don't want to broadcast that on live TV of UFOs and everybody freaking out over it. So we're going to hire Stanley Kubrick to make a movie and have that in our back pocket, and that's most likely what is going to happen. So we're going to actually go to the moon, do what we need to do, but we're going to show everybody this movie that looks, they're not going to know any different in 1969. Right. And I think that's kind of what is why there's so much confusion of whether we went or didn't go.
Right.
It's like, I think we did go. The whole BS of we lost the technology and we can't do it anymore. Don't buy it one bit.
No,
I was like, dude, Elon Musk's doing some crazy shit right now, and he's trying to go to Mars.
Yeah.
But not go to the one that's the closest.
Yeah. That's that's odd too.
Yeah.
And his excuse.
Prove to me you can go to the moon first before you can, prove to me you can run a mile before you run a marathon.
I think the reason why he's not trying to go to the moon is because the moon is not inhabitable. Like they can't terraform it, right?
Right.
So like there's no point in sending a bunch of gear over there just to not even use it. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it would be a good motivator. Be like, everybody get behind you if you show up to the moon.
Man, I would be like, I just want to check this one off the list real quick to shut everybody up.
Yeah,
and then hey, here's the American flag we put up. See, guys?
Right.
I wasn't telling the truth. But then again, nobody would believe it. So it's like,
exactly.
But yeah, let's go to Mars. I'm down.
Seriously. Do you really think we're going to become a multi-planet species?
I definitely think so. I don't know how soon or if it's going to be in our lifetime, but I definitely think man, we're explorers, we venture out, we can do everything. A lot of people are going to die from testing the waters and figuring shit out, of course, getting out all the kinks, but I definitely think that we're going to end up in space for sure. So, but who knows? But we're living in a really exciting time. That's the whole thing.
Yuval Noah Harari. He wrote this book, Sapiens, and he wrote a couple other books, and he convinced me that we're the last species of humans that will ever exist. Mm-hmm. We're going to be the only ones. And his whole theory was that we are going to become a multi-planet species, even multi-universe species, possibly. Well, let me rephrase that. Not species. We're going to go there and explore it. But we are, the species that we are now, flesh and bones, needing oxygen and all these, and food and sleep. Mm-hmm. We're not going to survive in Mars. So we need to make a version of us that can experience the same thing as us to then go and explore the universe. And what that is, AI.
Well, now they're
intelligence.
coming up. They are discovering ways of like reverse aging that you can structure the DNA in different ways to where it's reverse aging. I was just like, but yeah, AI is an easy shortcut. Imagine if you could put your consciousness into a robot. And you're good.
Yeah, and there's infinite copies of you experiencing infinite amount of versions of your life, and you get to say that you experience those, because how do you know you are you?
Right.
You know, is it because you like the things you like, or is it because you don't like the things you don't like? Like,
exactly.
What is that?
Well, dude, I will tell you something that changed my whole perception on like religion and how the world works is studying neuroscience and the brain, and how you realize you don't have as much free will as you thought you did. That's what blew my mind. Yeah. I was like, oh, okay, we're just sucking in information from our environment. And that's what's influencing everything. So it's just like all this social media, dude. It's just information download. Your brain's not equipped. It's not designed. Yeah, it's not designed to take that much information that quickly. Yeah. So it's just like, I think your brain just caps out at a certain point. And,
it's dopamine dumps.
Yeah.
It's dopamine dumps where like your brain is experiencing something fresh and new by simply swiping. And I'm like, oh,
that's why Instagram likes became so crazy and sought after. People saw the like and you get that rush of like, oh my God, they like Susie liked my picture.
And then you can make money off of it. Then it really blew up. Yeah. Then you're like, you're going to do whatever it takes to get some more likes. Yeah. That's why motherfucking girls getting those lip injections, those BBLs. Like,
it started with Instagram. The money that those women were making is insane. And then it started to transition to like affiliated marketing. Like you know, I can make a podcast, but let me sell some stuff, you know, and like then you're getting royalties off that. And then now they have it on TikTok, where you can, if you have that little banner at the bottom of you selling a product, if they click that banner and they buy it off Amazon from them clicking it on your thing, then you get paid a little commission for that. Yeah. And it's like people are making stupid money off that. Yeah. And it's just like crazy.
It's like the stock market. You just like, if you buy the right thing at the right time and you see that rise, and you buy it and sell.
I wish I could go back and buy Bitcoin.
Dude,
oh my God.
Bro. My sister bought Dogecoin, and now it's worth like $2,000 or something crazy, like, or $10,000 or something crazy like that. I think it went down now, but at the time when I first heard about it,
Elon Musk, I think Elon Musk created it, I want to say, or he hyped it up. He mentioned it at one point, and after that, the stock went and everybody like cashed out. Right. But Bitcoin. I don't know. I'm not really heavily into crypto, but I know I had some like Bitcoin and Litecoin and stuff like that. And I knew everything that I had crashed when El Salvador made it like their currency. Like that day, it was like last year in September. That day, everything tanked.
Really?
And that's when I was just like, okay, I'm done with crypto.
Really? Dude, when I was done with crypto was... when Robinhood came out. That's
when I got started.
I got started with Robinhood, and then I got out when Robinhood did that stupid shit with GameStop. We're like, oh, we're not gonna let anyone else buy any fucking GameStop because it's getting crazy, and a lot of investors are losing. At the exact same time. I was like, fuck you guys. You guys are completely against what your whole name stands for. Yeah. You fucking idiots. You know. And now where are they? Like. Fucking, they're dead now. They went fucking bankrupt, right? Yeah. I hope they did.
Who, GameStop?
No, fucking Robinhood.
Oh, Robinhood. Yeah, they're not bankrupt because I still have their app on my phone, but
you do?
Yeah. What the fuck? I don't have anything invested in it. I had it.
Dude, I tried canceling my account, and the motherfuckers keep sending me fucking emails saying, "Oh, this crypto is fucking cheap. You want to buy some and all this shit." But I guess they are still on here.
It's considered one of the worst platforms for it.
Really?
You can't invest in a lot of things on it.
Yeah, there's limits to a lot of shit. I remember when I was day trading, and I only did like 8 trades, and that's all you could do in one week, dude. Yeah, I was like, oh shit.
I dabbled in it. It's just like, dude, if you want to really make money, you gotta be on it
Right.
Like on it.
I can't believe they fucked up that bad. Like, I want to know, like, the Robinhood market. Is it doing good or what? Hood
I don't know.
market.
But I used to work with a guy that was really into it, and he was telling me, he's just like, there's a little loophole where you can.
Oh, it's dead, dude. Look at the stock.
Oh, yeah.
It's fucking dead, bro. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Dude, that's bad.
That is bad, dude. Look at that. What is that? What's 10.22 US?
$10.
It's $10.
USD.
Yeah.
You can
And it
invest now.
was at. Wait, it was $10.60. Oh well, this is just a day ago. Let's put it
But
at 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh my God! It was valued at
$50,
55.
55 a share.
Yeah.
Down
What's
to
the
10.
max? What's the max? Let's see. Oh well, yeah, it's $5.
Pretty tanked, dude. If
Yeah.
that was billions of dollars, that would be really bad. So-
Right, dude. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, you have to be on it to really make money. But yeah, I had a coworker that was really into it. He said he basically goes on to the German market or something, and you can kind of see what the market trends are before they actually happen over here in the U.S.
Right.
And he'd be doing that, and he would be like, whether it worked or not, I don't know, but he seemed to be doing pretty okay on it.
Is that how you spell crypto?
I think so, yeah. Or no, it's with a Y.
Oh yeah, you're right. Is crypto doing good right now? You ever gone on Google Trends like this?
No.
You know what Google Trends is?
No, I don't ever use it.
So Google
I consider
Trends,
myself a techie guy, and I don't. You know.
Google Trends, you could put a keyword somewhere, and then you can graph where in the internet on Google mostly is
shows you,
being
like, the
is being
analytics.
used. Yeah, the analytics. District of Columbia is where crypto is the highest right now in California, New York, and so on. You know, and then something close to that, but not the same. Would crypto?
That's how many
the-
people are Googling those?
Yeah,
okay.
that's how often they're looking at it. And this is the past day. So if we look at the last 5 years, we'll see a huge spike.
Huge trends. Oh yeah, look at that right there.
So yeah, so back in 2000,
It's 2021.
2021, yeah.
That's in the-
May 9th to the 15th, it was the highest. It was like
Yeah, that's when
super popular in
that's
California.
when everybody was making money.
Yeah.
That's when everybody was cashing
Uh-huh.
out.
And then
right after
it
that.
died. It just like died out in July, and then went back up halfway in October 2021, and then it slowly decreased. Then it died.
Yeah, it died. Yep.
Yep. Believe that shit?
But that's that's with a lot of stocks.
And that's
a
just
lot
the
of-
U.S., dude. You could do worldwide. So let's look worldwide. So yeah, it's still the same.
Probably
still
totally
about the
similar,
same.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the Canada.
Netherlands are.
Netherlands was killing
Nigeria,
it.
man.
Nigeria. Holy shit.
94.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's
Cyprus,
crazy,
I don't even know where Cyprus is, but all good.
right? It's like you click on it and it'll show
Yeah,
you.
crypto is one of those things where I'm like, it's a little too much over my head. I'm not really.
Dude, I never got it, dude. All I knew was I better jump on it now before it gets
everybody
too
told
crazy.
me, yeah, get on it. Yeah.
Yeah, don't even worry about it. Just get on it, you know? And I'm like, cool, bruh. Cool. Dude, you know another one that you can look for that's interesting? VHS.
Really?
And then you can close this one out, remove this, and then type in DVDs. And then see that.
Oh, you can compare them. That's cool.
Yeah, that's the cool thing. So that's 5 years. We could do all the way to
There's probably a
2024.
good trend spike when Blockbuster was still in business.
Right? Or like, yeah, you could type that in, Blockbuster.
And then after Blockbuster died, after everybody stopped giving a fuck about their rental fees,
Right?
kind of.
Blockbuster's not even on the graph. Let's remove this one and
Yeah,
see.
there's a little spike there. There's a little tiny one.
Yeah. Oh, so Blockbuster was spiking in what? 2005, bro.
2005 is when YouTube came out. So
And then it
probably didn't care after that.
died
Yeah.
out.
They're like, oh, we can watch movies on YouTube now. No need for.
And it intersected with VHS in 2013, dude. And then it was downfall from there. And VHS is still staying relevant, though. Like, that's not...
Because people like vintage.
dead.
People
Yeah,
like the
vintage.
old school.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, dude. I think that's some shit.
There's people that'll go to like garage sales and stuff and deliberately try to
Right.
find VHS.
I mean,
and
just vintage shit is dope, too, you know? Dude, I bought a vintage American flag. And I put it up on my first few episodes, and everybody was like, why is your American flag dirty?
Wait, how
And I was-
vintage? How many? It had
It was
all
yellow,
the stars.
dude. It had all the stars. It was
Oh,
had
okay,
everything.
okay.
It looked like a
is it
perfectly
dirty?
but it was just like stained, like yellow. You
Yeah.
know, I have it in my room, and everybody was like kind of turned off by it. I was like, "What'd you do to
Dude,
American
people are
flag?"
very sensitive
I was
when
like,
it comes
"Really,
to flag,
bro?" Like,
American flags. Dude.
yeah.
Can't, you know, there's a lot of rules.
Yeah,
but
you can't drop it on the ground.
Yeah,
and shit.
I can't go and wash the stains out. That's un-American. Can't go wash
yeah.
it. So it's
Right?
like I kind of gotta have no
Can't
choice.
wash it. What the
But
fuck? Yeah,
Flag
dude,
has
it's
seen a lot of
crazy.
days. You know?
Uh-huh.
You don't
Yeah.
know. You don't know where that
But,
flag's been.
Yeah, man. Conspiracy theories, the internet. What? You ever looked at how they build the internet? Like, you ever looked at like documentaries on how they build the internet? Like, because it's
No,
a
but
mystery
it is very
still.
interesting. Yeah.
Because it started out as emails, you know, and there's several different stories or articles that tell different people were part of it, and there's no one person that's designated as like the father or the grand master of like the internet. It really started out with email, and then email started growing, and then you started making an actual channel where anybody can go to,
Right,
and then
because
like
you can-
hacking and all that shit.
Because if you think about it, like you can go from computer to computer, but when you're accessing an actual thing that everybody can log into that's
Right.
sharing the same thing, like I can look at the same page all the way across the country that this person's doing by typing in an address. Starts to bug you out, man, and you're like, okay,
Yeah.
well, what server is this that I'm logging into, or like who's controlling this thing? It's just
Right.
like kind of crazy to think about. And
Well, like there's Google. I mean, there's the internet, which what we call Google, and then there's
Right.
the dark web. You ever heard about like the dark web and all that
Yeah,
shit?
yeah.
And apparently Google is just the tip of the iceberg.
yeah, dark
and-
web. I just hear scary stories about dark web, so I'm like, I haven't delved into it.
Right? See, this is the graph I keep getting. There's this app I
It's
have.
like a deeper web. Yeah, so I listened to the podcast where this hacker was on, and he's talking about how dark web is
It's no
basically.
joke.
I think it started off as where whistleblowers can go to kind of
The
be
dark
secure.
web is a subset of the deep web, which is the part of the internet that cannot be found using search engines. The dark web is a hidden network that requires a special browser to access. The deep web is estimated to be 400 to 500 times larger than the common internet.
Didn't
Beyond
know
the
that.
Valley,
That's crazy.
Understanding the Mysteries of the Dark Web, from CSEEP 6, 2018. The dark web is a small subset of the deep web, which is part of the
where's-
internet
oh,
that
it's
is not
deep
found using search engines. That includes many websites that require users to
I
log
hate it
in
when
with a
I can't turn
username and
this thing
password.
off.
And the deep web is
Where is it
estimated to be
reading?
about 400 to 500 times larger than the common internet.cnbc.com. What is the dark web? How to act? The dark web is known for being anonymous and a haven for illegal transactions.
Usually
The deep web is used for legitimate
little
day-to-day online
icon right
activities. Dark web versus deep web.
just reload- you
5
just
key
refresh the
differences. Spiceworks May 5,
there it is.
2022.
But yeah, man. So like, there's parts of the internet that you can't even reach, and they're
Yeah.
heavily populated.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. I know the basic. Like you have to have I think it's the Tor browser.
Yes,
And
which is I
then-
got it down here.
Oh shit.
I got Tor and Brave. Dude.
Yeah, but
apparently
I
Brave
I hear
is like
nothing
this-
but crazy stories. So I
Yeah.
just kind of like I don't even want.
You don't want to fuck
dive
around
in.
with it.
Yeah.
I get it whenever I need to Google some crazy shit. You tell me on the podcast.
No, but I think it started off as a whistleblower thing. Like you can go on
Yeah.
there and whistleblow things without worrying about.
Well, the story I heard about Tor was it was created by the FBI, or one of those organizations to encrypt sensitive information. And the only way you can encrypt sensitive information if there's other information flowing through that same channel. So the more people that sign up for Tor and become quote unquote anonymous,
diluted.
the more diluted, the more channels you got to break through to then reach the information you're looking for. And that's why allegedly Tor is the best. But it was created by the government. So how credible could it be? So that's where a lot of people kind of come into the debate of like, no, I wouldn't recommend doing Tor. You should do Brave and all this stuff and blah, blah, blah.
I just hear a crazy story about people doing dumb shit like hiring hitmen and fucking.
Oh yeah, the Skid Row. Did you ever hear about
crazy
that?
drugs off there and using their actual address, and then all of a sudden you got FBI busting in your door because you had 50 pounds of heroin coming through some box from some guy you don't know. It's just like, dude, come on, don't be stupid.
Yeah. I mean, like,
there's
a paper trail. There's an electrical paper trail that is people can find.
Yeah, people want to find you. Dude, if the FBI wants to find you, they'll fucking
find you.
Bro.
They'll do whatever it takes.
I used to work for a hotel in Portland, Oregon Hospitality, and a couple doors down was the FBI building. So we'd have like functions and stuff there that they would have. And I remember this kid was in the hotel with his family, and he was doing, he got bored. He was doing prank calls like kids do. He was prank calling. Happened to prank call a lady that worked for the FBI, and the lady showed up at the front desk and knew the exact room number and the exact location that
guy
this kid was calling from. A kid. The kid must have like pissed her off pretty bad to like pursue that. But she's just like kind of stopped by and like, well, I'm gonna go up there. And we didn't really have security at the time because you only have security at night a lot of times. And yeah, she went up there, knocked directly on the door, explained to her parents, and of course, but like the fact that you're in a hotel with hundreds of rooms, and she was able to narrow that window down pretty freaking quickly. Within like, I mean, it had to be within 30 minutes. Right. She narrowed that window down. She probably made a phone call. Dude, if they want to find you, they can find you.
Oh, yeah.
Like, easily.
I heard a very similar story of when hackers were hacking into like elderly folks' computers and stealing their like personal information and or photos they find very valuable.
Well, you ever see the
selling
scam,
it back
the reverse
to them?
reverse scam videos? They're actually hilarious to watch. So like these scammers from overseas, they call and do, hey, you owe the IRS this amount of money. The poor old lady was like, oh, I do? And then she calls back, and next thing you know, they're hacking on your computer and getting all your info because they think it's legit. They think it's the actual IRS that they're doing. But there's this YouTube channel that's dedicated to like reverse hacking. Like they'll pretend to be these old ladies, and then they reverse hack them, and then now they have access to all the scammers' files.
No way!
It's so entertaining to watch. And
for reals?
Yeah, and there was one a guy, I forgot his name, but I follow him, and he had like 100 people working for him. He's like the biggest scammer attack I've ever done. It's like 100 people, and they would just fuck with these scammers, and like the scammers get pissed, dude. They would hack their webcams, and they could see they're in like Singapore and in the middle of in a building in the middle of a thing, or like in Mumbai, India, and they're like in this little room hacking millions of dollars, and they hack these reverse hackers, hack their webcams, tell them like what shirt they're wearing, and like freak them the fuck out. It's so good, dude.
Really?
It's so good. I was like, we need more of that.
Yeah,
they're doing God's work at that point. Like
seriously, have you heard the whole like white hat and black hat shit with hackers and shit? Apparently, black hats are the evil hackers, the ones that are hacking into older people's computers and stealing their
for malicious intent.
Yeah, and then there's white hackers, which is the ones you're talking about, and that's the term they use.
Yeah, it's not racist or anything.
No, not at all. So these guys? Reverse hackers?
Not that guy. That guy right there, the blue hair.
This guy?
Yep.
Let's
Scammer
watch one.
payback, of course it's called that.
Today, let's take a look at the people who try to scam us. I'm going to show you scammers connecting to my computer in an attempt to quickly steal money from my bank account.
Dude, he
While
uses
that's happening, I'm gonna scorch these
voice
suckers.
editors
In their system, we
pretending
find
to be old
files
ladies.
containing
No
I think
way.
That's great, man.
For potential victims, which we will call. There's someone from Amazon or PayPal that were on your computer or phone. A little sneak peek at the scammer's webcam and call center until they notice. Do they have a webcam? That's a good one. He knows. He put his face down. And after all of that,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Wow.
tell the scammer to see how he reacts. It was a green wall and like all these computers and stuff.
Dude,
Is
like,
that
they'll
you?
hack
You've
their
turned a bancado.
social
It's time
media
to
and call them by
destroy
their
and
real
scare
name
some
and
scammers.
stuff,
Let's
and
freaking go.
their face just drops because they're looking at them through the webcam. It's
No
great.
way.
Okay, and I got a news that you took some card from the store and you gave it to somebody else. Am I right?
The gentleman from Microsoft who works with Mr. Hawk, he came to my house and got the package.
What I'm telling you exactly, okay? You are at home, so do one thing. Go to your computer. Can you see any application by the name of AnyDesk? Perfect. Thank you for understanding me, sir.
Oh,
Now
you're
take
So it's
your
like-
time.
Okay, is there anything
He
you're gonna
wants
do on
them
your
to
end?
access their
No, no, no.
his computer,
Right.
Because then he reverse hacks them,
Right.
and now he's
He's
got
in.
them.
He's in.
So you need me to click around and go to my Bank of America.
And then he has like
Now, can you
fake
see
bank
on the
accounts set up,
activity center, there
so
is
like the
a
hacker
family
thinks he's
over there?
it's actually working.
Right.
While he's doing that, he's stealing all his files
No
and
way.
like wiping out the complete call center and like just completely destroying these hackers. And it's like, dude,
that's awesome, dude. And this, not to be racist or anything, this sounds like an Indian folk trying to hack him,
yeah, they usually are.
right? I'm
I mean,
assuming.
they come in all shapes and forms, but
Dude, I get so many scams and they're like foreign languages where like, oh, this is clearly a scam.
Yeah.
And like calls, scam calls, especially, you know?
dude, my mom will send me texts every day of different scams coming out. And
Right.
I'm like,
Mom,
Alright,
just
Mom.
ignore them. Don't fucking listen to that.
no, she'll
try.
warn me. Be like,
Oh,
hey, they're going around doing
right.
this. Like, Mom, I already assumed that this is going on. Like,
I got that shit last week.
if I don't recognize the number, I'm not picking up anything.
Yeah, seriously.
How she died.
But I'm sure this video is long. Holy shit, it's 14 minutes.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I bet these guys are. What are they called?
Scammer payback.
Scammer
they
payback
have, like,
on YouTube. Holy shit,
6.5
they're
million
fucking.
views.
Yeah, 6.5 million subscribers.
But it's great, dude.
That's
It's
awesome.
it's a
That's
good,
good shit.
It's a
I like
good,
that. I
good
respect
watch.
that.
Yeah.
There's got to be more guys like that guy. He should be making money off of YouTube doing that because that's fucking dope and entertaining
Yeah.
and good for the world.
Yeah.
'Cause fuck all these guys that are scamming. You know what I mean? Like, geesh.
Yeah, man. And you're scamming people out of thousands of dollars, and these guys will wipe out their complete call centers. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, there's somebody better than them.
Oh yeah, I'm glad. And seriously, because, dude, it's so hard to scam. I mean, not hard to scam.
gotta
It's
have no
hard to
morals.
hack.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
and
when
no
you're scamming,
moral.
you gotta have no morals, dude. Can
Yeah.
you imagine the type of person you gotta be?
Yeah.
God.
Imagine you got this $500 from these old folks because they wanted their pictures back. You know. Oh yeah, the story I was trying to tell you was, during that time when people were older folks were getting hacked by hackers and stealing their photos, and they wanted their photos back, and they wanted a ransom. Apparently they stole some photos off of this old lady that was the wife of this ex-FBI agent, and this FBI guy got a hold to the department saying, hey, these scammers fucking hacked my wife's computer and she wants her photos back. Can we find out who the fuck these guys are? And they fucking found them, dude, and they arrested them. Like, holy you gotta be careful who you fuck with, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's where justice comes in, you know?
Yeah. But that's
Fuck.
also that's the risk they take.
Yeah,
They're doing
I
all
mean-
that. Like,
Same goes with stealing a car. Same goes with stealing anything, really. You gotta get caught. Sooner or later, you keep pulling
Yeah,
that,
man.
rolling those dices.
it's like, bro, it's not worth it.
It's not.
just not
It's totally not worth it.
worth
dude.
it.
Yeah.
Because even if you do, okay, let's say you get all this money, the type of person that can sit there and sleep at night with themselves and be okay with the fact that I just fucked 20 people over to get this little bit of money is just like,
Yeah.
I don't know how I could do that.
Right.
It's not worth it at that point.
Yeah. But yeah, man, conspiracy theories, hackers, fucking the world is coming. Wait, what do you foresee the next 10 years?
Oh, God, dude. That's
Right?
a fucking crazy
What
question.
kind of world
Dude,
our
like I
kids
said,
are going to live?
We're living in a crazy, exciting time. And I
Fucking
think we're on the
crazy.
brink of something big. Like,
Yeah.
like I think that the whole UFO thing is going to be released here soon. And I think it's going to shake the world. But also, they kind of admitted that, yeah, we have UFOs, but nobody really cared because all this crazy shit's going on. You
It's
saw this
everywhere, all the time.
You saw the David Grush, the I think it's David Grush, but the meeting, the council meeting they had in front of Congress about all the UFOs and
Oh, right,
all that
yeah.
stuff, and they kind of were like, yeah, I work with guys that recovered bodies, and we have all this technology that we've had for years, and
Right.
they pretty much confirmed it all and said under oath that we have it all, which we all kind of knew anyways, but nobody really cared because at the end of the day, I asked my mom about this the other day. I was on the phone with her. I was like, Mom, do you believe in UFOs? And she goes, no, I don't really believe in it.
Really?
And I'm like, because my mom is the type of person that's, unless one lands in her backyard and
she's an
she's
older
like, I'm a Klingon
lady, right?
Yeah. Yeah, she's
I mean,
in her
like
60s.
she's dealt with wars.
Yeah,
There was
she's
a
in her
war.
60s. I mean,
Yeah.
my her dad was in World War II.
Exactly.
So it's just like, but she's very close-minded, believes the news, Fox
Right.
News.
Right, because
It's her
that's all
Bible.
they had at that time.
It's her Bible.
Right.
If it's on Fox News, it's legit. But if it's not,
Really? Fox News, huh?
yeah, or like CNN, or what I mean,
Any
mainstream.
news station. Yeah.
But yeah, the whole
At one point, you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And the activity, and I got
by UAPs or by people within the federal government?
both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing.
Mm-hmm. You imagine, man? It's like they hold
very disturbing.
They're telling you, I'm going to kill your whole family if you talk about this. It's like, what do you do?
Right.
Or you're going to lose your career.
Right.
It's like no wonder.
And he said for both, from the U.S. government or from these,
Well, yeah, if you're reverse engineering craft and crazy technologies, they're bound to be accidents. So it could be that. He's not specifying. But then also federal government means you're trying to
keep everything in enclosed doors.
Exactly.
Right.
I tend to believe Stephen Greer, that's dedicated 30 years to this, that he knows more about it than all of us, that they're peaceful. And I'm far more believe that they're more advanced minded to be above violence because they could squash us in 5 seconds. Like ants. It's just like,
exactly. So if there is advanced technology and they're really out there, how I see it is that we're the zoo. We go visit, just like you go to the zoo. You're not going to go harm other animals. You want to go see them, see how they live, what they do, what the fuck,
Hey, these guys.
Look at that. That's cool.
These guys talk to each other through a thing on their head, like a phone. Like, I don't know. They call it a phone. That's crazy.
They love shaking their ass in front of that little box.
Yeah, exactly. And they make
money.
They make money off of it. They make a living.
Their god is money, apparently, and they work for money. It's like, what?
Yeah,
times have changed.
And who knows? They probably, I believe they created us. Definitely, I think we're the whole hybrid theory.
Yeah,
definitely.
Have you seen those?
All the conspiracy theories are way more believable than what I was told as a kid.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not going to upset a bunch of religious heads, but it's just like, dude. The stuff we're told in school is absolute fugazi.
Yeah. I mean, most of everything has been not correct, at least. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of the shit that we get taught in school isn't even useful sometimes, dude. Like, man, I wish
I tell my son, all you got to know is basic math and proper English when you get older, and then the rest. If you want to do a certain subject or do a certain thing or become a scientist, then of course study chemistry and all this stuff. But it's just like, other than that, dude, like, you can perform 90% of tasks by just basics.
Right.
So it's just like, I'm not.
Yeah.
You know,
oh shit.
I know how I was in school, so.
Nah. Right. So this channel posts all kinds of crazy fucking shit. It's in Spanish, but it shows a bunch of videos.
Yeah. The ancient Sumerians and all that.
Yeah.
And dude, Julian Dory has a great podcast, and he just had somebody on that was talking about. That's all this guy does. He looks at ancient Sumerians and ancient.
Right.
So interesting,
dude. There's a guy on YouTube. I forget his name. He has been telling about how they found Atlantis.
Yeah.
And where that eye of the fucking whatever is.
Yeah, this
that
guy
we never go and explore, and nobody talks about it. And how is there no archaeological sites there exploring that spot?
Well, it's like he was saying, it's like a lot of these crazy places exist, but they don't ever see the light of day because they will, they will cover it up for you to keep their little show going and not have the truth and reality revealed.
Yeah, I mean, like,
because people will freak out because think about it, the world, and not just the world, but our country as well, is heavily religious.
Yeah,
and a lot of this counters religion.
Yeah,
and so if you fight that, that's a whole war you're going to be fighting against the whole religion thing. So it's just it's in order to keep people calm, they have to.
Did you ever watch the documentary Zeitgeist?
No, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Zeitgeist is an old, I think it's early 2000 documentary about how the story of God is the same story of this Egyptian god that was the son of this other god that, rose from the dead after 3 days, did the whole, the same thing as Jesus and everything. And that opened a lot of doors for, hey, we don't have the full story here. You know what I mean? It seems like the story has been... See, this is totally fake right here, you know? Yeah. This something
that's a beach ball. That's a beach ball with LEDs.
Yeah, exactly. It's totally how are you that close and not fucking scared as fuck?
But there's 948 people that will
disagree with you, right?
Will be oh, that's real.
And then then there's stuff like this where I don't know. I mean, I can kind of believe that,
That looks kind of fake. But dude, one that actually kind of shook me a little bit was the whole one that happened in Vegas, where it landed in the guy's backyard.
Oh, right. They called the police.
Yeah.
And they said there was two big guys that they landed back here. And the police show up and they look and don't call us again. We don't deal with this shit and none of this shit. And then I just
everybody's trying to look in the video where are they? Where are they? Oh, this is the alien. No, this is the alien. It's
what the fuck?
But then what was the weird part is the kid that was the one on the video was I can't really talk about it. And then a week prior, he said a lady at a gas station, I think, told him that there's gonna be something in your backyard, whether it was someone from the government or it was a psychic medium or whatever it was, but that's all he said. Someone told him this was gonna happen, and then it happened, and then all of a sudden he's trying to explain it on TikTok, and it's he can't really divulge that much information.
Really?
And he was really kind of dodgy about all the questions. So he got
no way. Now we gotta look this up.
But then it's just well, you got to think is this doubt, intentional, that they want you to think someone's after him and that you shouldn't talk about it, or is someone actually really after him? You kind of got to think about. Yeah. Okay. So that circle as well. That was in his yard.
The streaks.
Yeah. No, it's that one. Yeah. So that one, the circles in his yard
Southern Nevada is
where
abuzz
they said the
tonight with
craft
stories
landed
about
and all
the
that stuff, and
crash.
it's evidence of the landing. That was actually they Google Earthed that, and those circles were already there before that happened. So that kind of nipped that in the bud. But
okay.
everything else is a little weird.
Well, our report generated a global response.
But the fact that it's on the news, you know,
Right. It's
who knows, dude.
sometimes I think the government's like a magician.
They're fucking with you.
Yeah.
They're like,
you know how the
they-
magician is doing something, and then meanwhile he's got a card right here, and he just picks it up, and he just, here you go. This is the card you're looking for.
Well, George Knapp, so you know it's.
Oh yeah,
got
he's in
some
the Joe
credibility.
Rogan podcast.
Yeah, George Knapp.
He's been talking a lot about crazy shit like that.
UFO filmmaker. But-
and bits and pieces that don't make sense. But the
But the whole goal for the government is to give you all sorts of information so you don't know what to believe. That's the
Right.
whole.
Yeah. Way just overload on information, and sometimes you ever like looked at like national security theory or national security strategy, and you know like the Illuminati. Joe Rogan said this first, and then I kind of thought about it more, and I it kind of makes sense where like you do want Illuminati. You do want this secret organization running the government in America. Because if China has an Illuminati and they're more powerful than our Illuminati, we're fucked. You know, we do need to keep certain things secret. Otherwise, the whole world's going to have it, and then we're getting invaded by some other country now.
Right. And
You know?
that's what I think about like UFOs and technology and all that stuff. Is of course you got to keep these things at wrap. You can't have high energy weapons in the hands of somebody else.
Right.
And I think a lot of it was. I think we do have a lot of crazy technology and stuff, but I think on the early days, especially too, we had a lot more than we said we did to freak the other countries out. I think that a lot of conspiracy starts because. Yeah, we have UFOs, cool, but we don't really want to tell anybody that, but we want to make them believe that all this other stuff. But think about it. If you're trying to freak your enemy out, I'm going to tell you I found crazy technology that can blow up your whole country.
Right.
Like, that's what I'm going to do.
Right.
I'm going to say, oh, yeah, I found aliens, and I have a laser that's going to blow your laser out of the water.
Fucking
that's something I would do.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if I was a country, it's like, it's easy. So you gotta think about how much of this shit was actually made up to freak the other guy out.
Yeah. Information warfare.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. But I heavily believe that we have UFOs. It's nothing crazy to think about, you know. Scientists are, you know, years ago, I think like 10 years ago, they said they think they found the edge of the multiverse and other dimensions and all this theories and stuff. And I'm like, dude, it's far more believable and tangible than it is that we came from a magic man. You know, but like who knows?
A lot of those ideas about where we are and where we come from, you go far enough, and then everything kind of gets like a mystery. It's like, how do you connect these dots? Like,
well, at the end of the day, nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Nobody
knows.
And even the people that have near-death experience that are convinced that they have all this stuff, it's like, well, okay, well, you know, your brain releases all these chemicals when you die, and it's like, who knows if you're hallucinating? And the fact that you're alive means that your brain was still intact. Like your brain can't die and then come back. Eventually, if your brain, you can't come back if you don't have enough blood flow to your brain. So it's like you got to be having some kind of experience while you're seeing all this. But whether you died or not, cool, you could have. Definitely don't knock it out of, like, I'm not against that idea that you could have had a near-death experience and experienced another universe and all that stuff. But in the words of a scientist, like, how can you prove it? Like, how are you going to prove it? At the end of the day, nobody knows for sure, and you're all just fighting each other. We're all just fighting each other trying to...
Right. I mean, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, right?
And there's no evidence.
And there's no evidence. There's
Except
no,
for hearsay.
How could you?
Yeah.
How could you give evidence? How you gonna rewind the clock until that time?
It's like Michio Kaku said. He's just like, well, next time you get abducted by aliens, can you grab something off the shelf?
Yeah.
Like, can you so we can
Right.
have something to go off of? Because
Exactly.
otherwise, it's just all
It's a hearsay.
speculation.
Yeah. I mean, it's so interesting that, we've gone to this level of technology. We've gone and we foresee the future. Like, all we need to do is make smaller microchips and better, more lasting technology. I mean, I think the issue is right now is battery life.
Yeah.
Like, we can make incredible technologies, but the battery life is limited still.
That's my problem with the Apple Watch.
Right.
The Apple Watch could have been
Right. It goes away.
could have been the
dies
shit.
out.
But
You gotta
it's
charge
like
it
the
every
fact
night.
that I am an hour in and I'm looking down at my watch and it says 90%, 80%. And it's like, bro, I got to go home in a couple hours and charge this thing. I'm over it.
Right.
It ruins the magic. It ruins the fun.
Right.
Because I want it something, if I'm wearing something on my wrist, I want it to be reliable. I want it to be there when I need it.
Mm-hmm.
But if I need it and it's at 30%, and then I don't have much left of it. And that was my problem with the Apple Watch. Is just like, could have been the shit, but it doesn't last that long.
Right.
I'm like, well, work out your kink, and maybe years down the road we'll have one that lasts a week or a couple,
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's also weird to think about how ancient technology was very different than ours. We have iPhones and crazy stuff, but the ancients knew about how the world works and the stars, and all their pyramids are designed a certain way and conducts energy and all that crazy stuff that we have no idea how any of that works, but yet we have our technology. Mm-hmm. So it's like, and then I wish I knew the guy's name, but he was saying how if in over 10,000 years, what of our society is going to be left? Right. And he goes, the only thing that's going to have evidence is stuff that was in granite and in the hardest stones. Right. Everything else is going to get destroyed by weathering. Yeah. Like, we're not going to have, and even plastic degrades after thousands of years. Right. So after 10, 20,000 years, we're not going to have any evidence we even existed unless we carved our stuff in stone and granite. Right. Which got my mind churning. I was like, he's fucking right, dude. Like, that's crazy. Because think about it. The only way we know caveman existed is by cave paintings and like little bones and little stuff like that. We're not having all this crazy stuff, but
the shit that's lasted over millenniums is the shit that's still going to continue beyond us still. Because I did you ever see that show that was it was called Life After People, and after like 100 days, like all of the trees that have been cut down have grown back. Without people, that just instantly without people, 100 days later, like they're all growing back. And like the ecosystem is completely turned around.
Even they had someone on Joe Rogan was saying how like people are like cancer for the planet. Like we're a bacterial infection that kind of taken over. So it's just like you're kind of curing the planet once we go away. Yeah. Like, it's just crazy. Like, I don't know if you remember when COVID first popped off, they were saying like how the hole in the ozone healed itself because nobody was driving their cars and stuff. Right. I was just like, who knows if that's true or not? Right. But it's just like, dude, I mean, I believe it.
Well, yeah. I mean, like those people that don't believe that we're not having a impact in the environment, it's like, what the fuck? Are you serious?
Pollution, yeah.
Like when you grab a bag of chips and you throw it in the trash, where do you think it goes, bro?
You can't go anywhere on this planet without finding trash.
Yeah.
Even the most remote islands, you're always going to find washed up trash.
Yeah.
Like,
Plastic is the greatest, worst thing we've ever created. Like it lasts forever.
But that's also a bad thing because you can't get rid of it.
Yeah.
And you can't burn it because then burning it causes
all these particulates in the sky.
Yeah, chemicals and
you're breathing those, and that's giving you cancer. Everything gives you cancer now.
Yeah, I want to see the landfill. I think about this quite a bit, a little more than I should. It's like I want to see the landfill where all this shit goes, man.
I mean,
I want to see the stacks and stacks of trash that exist.
There's one in the ocean, dude, in the Pacific Ocean, that is the size of Texas, dude.
And I think that's small. Comparative to all
the shit. Yeah,
I saw my neighbor take out 3 bags of trash yesterday. It's like, imagine like
on a weekend, dude. We have one big old dumpster for this like 12-unit apartment complex or 8-unit apartment complex, and that shit fucking fills up, dude. Like it's crazy.
Well, you have one freaking party and it's over.
Yeah, it's like 2 bags of trash, and that's for each apartment. And then there's just like the size of this table dumpster, and that's
so I
it.
was like, as a kid, I'm thinking about this, and I'm just like, what if we pack it all on a spaceship and send it to the sun? And like it'll just disintegrate, and nobody always talk about it. But then I was like, okay, how do you get a spaceship that big?
Exactly.
Size of Texas.
Yeah, and who's gonna pay for the fuel?
Yeah,
you know what
exactly.
I mean? How are you gonna get the fuel?
One-way trip.
Crazy.
It's a one-way trip. You don't really have to put too much into it.
Right. Yeah, dude. Like, I mean, I heard a bunch of theories or a bunch of scientific technologies they made that I heard one that said that they built a bacteria that eats plastic, dude.
I think I heard something about that.
Right.
Which would be great, but I have yet to see it.
How the fuck has that not been like, you know, like ubiquitous? Everyone has it. It's just like you got the paper shredder. You got one of those. You toss it in there and the fucking thing eats it and then it's gone. You know? Like, how are we not doing that?
And
why
now
are we jumping on these things right now?
And now with 3D printing, we got more plastic than ever. So it's
more
just
plastic than ever. Exactly.
It's just, but no, I agree. That's a good idea.
I mean, like, there we go with the conspiracy theories, though. Because remember when we heard that whole theory about that guy that made a hydrogen car or whatever? Or a water car? That runs on water, and then dude just disappears one day because he was quote unquote poisoned, and because all the auto companies were like, how the fuck are we gonna compete with this guy now that he made this fucking thing that runs on water?
It's a free energy machine.
And free energy machine, exactly.
So it's like, of course they don't want that out. So I definitely believe he got whacked.
Yeah,
100%.
So like. Some of that stuff, I wonder if it comes out and it can't break through the market of like distribution because all these bigger markets are like, fuck no, we can't have that. Otherwise, we're going to lose money here and we can't have that. All our investors are like depending on us.
How Stephen Greer said it, it's like that's a lot of things. Like these guys develop these crazy technologies, but they do one of two things. Either they keep it all for themselves because they know that it's going to get stolen or they're going to get whacked or something, or they do it the wrong way and then it never sees the light of day, or like something happens, or like someone will steal it and stuff like that. But it's just like you got to be smart about it. But yeah, anything that's going to
anything that's a good idea is a good idea unless you put it out in the market. If you mass produce it,
profitable.
You know,
has to be profitable.
It has to be, even though
it can't go against something that's already profitable.
Good technologies will be profitable if you get it out there properly, right?
Safely,
like how many times have certain people wanted to get certain things out there that were good for the world, but it didn't catch on. It didn't give that fucking feel. Like I heard that electric cars were made like fucking in the 40s and shit, dude. Like they were like they came out at the same time, but because in that time the culture was combustion cars were for men and electric cars were for women. But mostly men drove. So mostly combustion vehicles were produced because those were the ones that sold.
Could easily be. And probably back then it was harder to find these lithium batteries or whatever they're running on. And they're like, okay, well, this isn't.
Yeah.
I got a full tank of oil. I'm just going to profit off that.
Yeah.
Screw you guys.
Yeah.
And that became the thing.
And that's the culture. You know,
but it's the same thing with flying cars. They're like, flying cars existed way back in, probably in the 80s, and it's just like it wasn't really practical because, we could barely navigate a 2D world, let alone a 3D world where you have, imagine,
Yeah, not only that, if the motherfucker decides to drink and drive and he crashes on your house and kills your whole family, you're like, fuck this, we're not going to have these fucking flying cars anymore.
Exactly. I was like, pilots can't fly a plane if they're lacking 8 hours of sleep, let
Exactly.
alone freaking Hector down the road that got 12 cervezas in, and he's like, I think I got this, man.
And which is something that fucking truckers go through all the time, I hear.
Yeah.
You know, like they go past 8 hours where like, I mean more than 10 hours of driving where like certain companies don't let them take a break because they fucking missed out or whatever, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the market is cutthroat. The market is just
Literally.
like, how quickly can you make a profit? And if you can't, then I'm going to get someone else.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just how the competition, how
It's like
the market
Shark
needs,
Tank.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
it's
market
just-
needs to function. Otherwise, we don't have the best, coolest things, you know?
Mhm.
And it's a good thing and a bad thing. And the thing is that the government's supposed to be there to regulate certain companies to make sure they don't monopolize a certain industry, for instance. But they don't come in because now they're all bought out. You know, the government's bought out now. And, you know, Amazon, for instance.
And it's
Or
like private
Google.
contractors for
Yeah.
the government. It's like,
Yeah.
good luck getting in that club.
Yeah, and then there's not only that, but like companies that produce weapons of mass destruction. You know, they get the contracts. Honeywell, fucking, you know, Raytheon or whatever, right? And that's where all the money's going. You know what I mean? And
They just had I just saw a thing where they're all coming out with the new fighter jets, and
Yeah.
like I think it was Raytheon, it was either Lockheed or Raytheon. One of them, I think it was Lockheed. Came out with their brand new jet that's like
yeah,
super streamlined and silent and all this crazy stuff.
Right.
And it's just like, bro,
Fuck.
it's crazy.
and that's all our tax dollars.
It's like, just give me the UFO already, man. Like,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, I
Just
hear
give it to
that
me.
for our national budget, 25% just goes to government.
Well, Ukraine right now is getting all the money.
Right.
For what? There's
By
something.
accident, I hear.
There's something heavily going on. I think
Yeah.
some people got blackmailed in our government, and they're just like forking over the money so
Yeah.
they don't get publicly embarrassed.
Yeah,
You know,
I
the
think so
whole-
too.
The whole Epstein thing where they got blackmailed, something
Right.
along those lines. And I'm like, there's some shady shit that people are trying to cover up, and I'll give you all the money if you just shut up about it.
Yes. Yes, there is some definitely shady shit that's happening. Like they gave away like $6 trillion or $1 billion to Ukraine by accident. I heard it was an accident. Well, fucking Hawaii is burning right now, and it could 1 billion could have saved like half of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Like,
It's crazy.
there's some crazy collusion
They're letting the
happening
country
here.
die while they're feeding a small country that
Has no.
we haven't talked about in years.
Yeah.
And you're spending more money on that than you did on the Iraq war, and at least
Yeah.
they had oil and shit. It's just like, what? You know, you're letting your own country
Yeah.
just.
And it kind of comes back.
Let's test it out first. Let's start with this little island that's away from everybody, that we can kind of see how that goes, and then if it goes, then we can bring it over to the states.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know, bro. It's all.
It's the craziest thing, dude. It really is the craziest thing. And we'll never understand it. That's the crazy thing, really, you know, because we're not in there.
By the way, I was gonna say earlier, when I worked in Hollywood, I never saw any signs of the Illuminati. So
Really?
never saw any signs. I don't, but it doesn't mean they don't exist. But there's a lot of, yeah, man. There's a lot of like weird stuff that goes on in Hollywood that is super fucking weird. Like,
Yeah.
but
I remember you were telling me about this story about your buddy telling you, come out to this place, and you went to some fucking deserted place. You went through some doors that you're like, what the fuck? I'm
Yeah.
about to get kidnapped. I don't know.
the
if I'm,
underground
like-
was my first experience in an underground rave scene.
That's what
in
it was.
LA, and I thought I was all in the movies until it actually happened.
Really?
And yeah, it was my boy from the studio, and he's just like, dude, going with me, because we both like electronic dance music.
Right.
Grew up on it, and he's like, dude, you're coming with me. I was like, all right, cool. But I thought it was like a concert, like a regular, House of Blues. I'm going to the Hollywood Bowl or something, going to see a concert. No, he didn't tell me where I was at. I was like, all right. So we go out there, and I was like, well, I'm getting to the point where I gotta do something to go out there. So I smoked a J on the way. Right. So I was pretty high.
Right.
And I get there. It's like 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night. And we go to like the shady part of downtown, like the part that like, I don't know if you've ever been to the construction side of downtown, where it's like where they have a lot of the film studios, but not a lot of businesses. It's just a lot of like art studios. Forget what it's called. But anyways, going down there, there's just homeless people around. There's nobody out. Middle of nowhere. Everything's dark. We park down the street somewhere. We're walking. He's not telling me any info. I'm like, hey, he's just like, just trust me, man. I'm like, okay, I'm pretty paranoid already. I'm kind of high. I'm paranoid. I'm like, well, okay, I'm not really too familiar with the downtown LA scene. And then we come to this alley, and it's these giant black doors, like this gate thing in the middle of like just an alley. Right. And there's these guys that are, I guess the security. They're wearing black shirts. That was it. It was like 2 guys. My boy just takes out his phone, and he's reading it, and he tells him a password, like something out of a movie. Like he just tells them a password, code word, and they're like, and then we go in, and you just see like ravers in this alley, and then it's like you got the porta potties in the back, and it's just like this sketchy alley, and then it's just like the corner of a building, but you don't hear anything, you don't really see anything. You just see these weird goth kids and just talking about each other. I thought I was gonna get my kidney taken out. Is what I was like, yo, I'm the square kid, and you guys are all like the cult, and I'm gonna get my kidney taken out and sold. Like I'm gonna die tonight.
Right.
That's the whole vibe I was getting, and I just see like eventually these doors open up, and you just see like a giant room, like a warehouse kind of room, and you just hear like a rave. Yeah. And you're like, oh, this is an underground rave. This is like some fucking 90s shit that I'm getting into, like, people rolling and like the actual raves. And but at that point, I didn't even make it in the door, dude. Before he could turn around and introduce me to whoever he was trying to introduce me to, I was already in an Uber halfway back. Really? I was just like, yo, I am not trying to die tonight. Maybe next time. And he was cool about it. I texted him a couple days later. I was like, hey, man, I didn't mean to like leave you hanging there, but I felt way too sketched out, and I felt like I was going to get, stabbed or something. And it wasn't my scene. I was just like, my mom always taught me growing up, if something's too sketchy, get the fuck out. So I was like, before even anybody knew my name, I was already in an Uber. And man, that was the first and the last time I went to one of those. And I was just like, I'm good.
Jeez, dude.
But they do exist.
They do?
They do exist. And I'm good.
Yeah. Are you still like, I'm good? I'm not going. If he hit you up all of a sudden saying like, you remember that one time?
No, I think my being married kind of stopped a lot of that. I got more things I got
like adult.
Yeah, I'm adulting now. So, but and also like I grew up going to concerts and raves and stuff. I never really got into like hard drugs or anything.
Really?
Smoking weed is like my extent of my party.
Yeah,
but and drinking, but I kind of got over it, and then the older I got, I was just like, okay, like I could just listen to it at home at this point. I don't need to be around obnoxious people rolling and sweaty, and like I remember I'd go to these concerts like EDC and be front row, and then I realized like there's 20,000 people behind me. If I got to go to the bathroom right now, I'm kind of fucked. Like I lose my seat. Like there's no food. I didn't prepare for this as well as I should have. Like I was just kind of over it. So the last show I went to was Above and Beyond years ago. I think 2018. They had a show in LA. Loved it. But I was just like, I could listen to this at home. I would have probably more fun.
Right.
I didn't have to worry about the traffic and then getting down there and all that shit. But there's other people that love that scene. So, but it was still a good experience. I knocked that off my list. I've been trying to see Above and Beyond for like 10 years. So
really,
I finally knocked that off my list, and I think the only other person I really want to see is Deadmau5. And yeah, I've seen a lot of other ones. Oh, and Armin van Buuren. But
really?
Other than that, I think I'm good. Like, I've seen most people, so.
Yeah, I like Deadmau5. Deadmau5 is good. I like Daft Punk.
Daft Punk is what started music for me.
Right. I watched Tron and I was like, who is this track?
Yeah.
This is insane, yo.
Dude, I got introduced to electronic music through Daft Punk, and my friend went to, when I lived in Florida, you know, they have a lot of theme parks. Yeah. And my friend went to some random theme park and heard One More Time by Daft Punk.
Yeah.
And he's just like, bro, you got to check this out. And he just pulls up on YouTube these guys in a pyramid and robot suits. Yeah. And I was hooked. And I was like, yo, this is crazy.
This is
like,
so
what
dope.
is that he's playing on? It has lights. And it's cool. And that's literally what started it for me. Was that. And that and Deadmau5 is kind of what brought me into electronic dance music and the whole DJ thing.
Dude, another one that I listen to a lot, and you talked to Cody?
Cody.
From the front desk?
Not so much.
Well, he's into electronic music a lot. Mm-hmm. He's big into it. And I showed him this song, and he was like, oh my God, this is great. I'm sure you heard of Odessa.
Yeah, yeah. I've thought of that song.
La Ciudad, you ever heard it?
Maybe.
Ciudad. So, I love this song, dude. Check this song out. Tell me what you think.
Copyright.
Yeah. You're not going to listen to it, folks, but put it on YouTube. It's great.
Yeah.
Right?
Love this song.
Yeah. It's like a story, dude. You want another beer? I'm going to grab another beer.
No, I'm good.
You good?
Yeah,
I'm gonna grab one.
I'm a lightweight.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, I love this.
Dude, so good. Bro, like, when I first heard this, I showed it to Grant. I was like, dude, you gotta listen to the song, because Grant's the guy that I go to like, hey, this is the new song I'm into. Tell me what you think. Mm-hmm. And he fucking loved it, dude. He played it all the time in the bathroom, everywhere. And he's an audio guy, so he wanted to, like, rap over it. Whenever I show him instrumentals like these, he wants to rap over it.
Dude, I wish I could rap.
Me too.
It's my one thing that I wish.
Right? Like, it sounds so cool. Grant actually does a pretty good job. Have you heard him rap?
I have not. I've heard that he does it, but I haven't heard him.
He's not bad. I don't want to say, because I can rap, you know, but if he really devoted himself, he could do a good job. Dude, I love it's the thing about, like, white guys rapping. They sound black.
It's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle, I feel like. But if you could do it and pull it off, more props.
Right.
Like, it's crazy. It's only a couple people to do it.
Yeah, only a couple people.
But I wish I could have the ability to freestyle and come up with these ideas off the dome. Like,
right?
Crazy to see this thing. And also, that's funny. It's like I was telling you earlier, like, it's people think that all these rappers come in and they think they're just rapping off the dome and they got all this stuff. It's like, no, dude. It's like, I've seen this guy's been 10 minutes on one verse trying to get it right.
Oh, yeah, you saw the other side, right?
That his producer has been telling him to say a certain way for the past 20 minutes.
Right.
It's like,
right.
That kind of...
Give me a good song that you've been listening to.
Dude, I will tell you that the most amazing... So when you work in a studio as well, you have access to usually, like, the craziest speakers and monitors, and you get to hear music in a completely different way.
Oh, yeah.
Most people don't know music is way crazier than what you're hearing in your car. Like,
oh, right.
There's, like, if you're listening on to 4,000 and up speakers, like $1,000 speakers, you're hearing... like, you can close your eyes and shit's flying around your head. You got sound staging, you have depth. It's like you're in a full concert venue and like, it's crazy. And a lot of people don't get to experience that because they're just
No.
listening to on headphones. Headphones has no stereo imaging, like barely any.
Right.
You know, but Deadmau5 has some of the craziest mixing and stereo imaging. Like my mouth was just, I awestruck when I heard some of his stuff. Well, like this song, dude. When you hear this song in a studio, it will.
This one?
Blow the top off your head. Yeah. Because you just have shit flying around. You
can raise the volume on it.
Wish the audience could hear it, but.
Right? Sorry, folks.
They can look it up themselves.
Yeah.
But you can hear like.
Right.
Little weird shit.
Yeah.
I like these headphones too. I haven't worn these in a while.
Yeah.
These are good headphones.
They are. They give you. I love these headphones, dude. I asked Grant if I could borrow them.
They have bigger drivers, so you can pump out more bass.
Oh my god.
But see how you have like.
Yeah.
And I'm a sucker for panning, so I love like.
Ooh,
it's like flying around. Dude, that shit is like flying around your head when you're in a studio.
Right? Yeah, I bet.
And Deadmau5 is just so he's so into. Okay, so like the bass is so low that you can't even experience it on headphones and stuff.
Right.
Because anything below 50 hertz, I mean, below 30 hertz, you're not even really hearing it. You could feel it, but you're not going to hear it.
Right.
But your average speaker in your car and stuff and your D-class amplifiers and all that, you're not hearing below 50 hertz. So anything that's really going to like shake you, you have to have a huge subwoofer because it's cubic volume. That's what it's physically air moving through you that you're feeling. So it's like you're not be able to experience it. But like when you're in front of ATCs and then you got this giant sub and you're hearing all this shit, how he made it in his studio, it's crazy.
Really?
It's really good experience. And
I bet.
But yeah, I would do that all the time. So as an intern, you get to, the one thing that you do get to do is listen to a lot of music in the studio. So, which also is really cool because then you learn the speakers and you learn how music is supposed to sound. But also it has ruined music for the rest of my life for me because because it's like once you have
that,
once you have a $10,000 steak, you can't go back to your Walmart steak. Like it's all just sounds like shit to me now. So when I hear shit in my car, I'm like, dude, these speakers suck.
Right.
But it's just like once you learn good speakers, you kind of know what this stuff is supposed to sound like. But it also like your average headphones that you're going to be wearing are going to sound like ass like when you wear them. So I'm like, but you kind of get used to it and you can kind of adapt and you kind of work around it. But that's also why when it comes to marketing, like I think I see some KRK speakers over there. The yellow woofers.
Yeah.
They're great marketing, but terrible speakers. And it's just like, they have some of the best marketing in the world. But everybody, even me, starts out with KRKs because it's just how they do it.
Right.
It's just like that. But you can learn any speaker. You can, because I tell people it's kind of like looking through foggy glass. Like you can, if you're going through murky water, you can kind of figure your way out, but it's going to take you a lot longer to do so. But if you have really clear water, you don't have to take, all the guesswork is taken out. Same thing with speakers. If you have shitty speakers, you can make a good track, you can make it sound really good, but it's going to be a lot harder because you're guessing. The speakers aren't telling you the truth of what you're actually hearing because they're using crappy amps and like you're having, DSP filtering and all this crazy stuff before it comes to your ears. And then you're making adjustments off what you're hearing out of those shitty speakers. And then when you bring it in your car or somewhere that you know how it's supposed to sound, it's going to sound like crap because you've been making all these adjustments on stuff that's not actually what you're hearing.
Right.
So if you have like really good speakers, $4,000, you know, $10,000, you can go all the way up the chain, but it takes the guesswork out.
Yeah.
It's really transparent. And you can hear the bass and you can make an adjustment and know it's accurate. And that whole thing it goes a deep rabbit hole, and you can go on to the interfaces. And
do you have any audio equipment?
I sold most of it. I had Neumann KH310 speakers, which were like my babies. They're like, I think I paid at the time like a little over $4,000 for the pair, but they were the shit, man. I built a really good sound room in my mom's house, and yeah, people fall down these wormholes and traps that I could just save them so much time. And it's just like, you never buy foam for your room if you're trying to soundproof it.
Really? Why not?
Foam is another huge marketing scam. It's basically it absorbs only the high frequencies and nothing else. So when you put it on your walls, it's going to sound like it did something, and you're going to hear a difference because you think, but it's the wrong thing you want to do. Because think about it. If you got a bunch of foam in your room and it's only absorbing high frequencies, then your mix, when it bounces around the room and comes back to your ears, you're going to be hearing something with not any high end. So you're going to compensate for that and boost the high end. So when you go in your car and hear your mix, it's going to be super bright. So the biggest problem is frequency ranges and how sound works. Is low end, of course, goes through walls and speakers, and it's very hard to control bass. Like when you hear a car going by, you know, you're hearing bass. You don't hear all the high end and the vocals and all that stuff. You hear just the bass because they're longer waves. So you got to control the bass first. You got to get bass traps. Bass collects in corners, right? So you have your corners. Popcorn ceilings break up the sound. That's why they're so popular. But like bass collects in corners. So you put traps over the corners that basically cancel out the waves, and you can get all in the science of that. But get bass traps. Don't ever use foam bass traps, because what that'll do, and it just prevents the bass from collecting in corners and moves it to another corner. And then if you just strap foam bass traps all around your room, the bass is going to be like in the ceiling, like in the wall, like it's going to be still in the room, and it's just never going to sound right, and you're going to be terrible. So if you control the bass first, cool. Moving blankets work pretty well if you're on a budget, and considering everybody starting off is on a budget, because shit adds up really quickly. All this stuff is not cheap.
It's easily over $10,000 in here.
Yeah, over the years it takes a while. Yeah, it's the same thing with audio. I spent probably well over 10 G's trying to get it all. But yeah, no foam. Use moving blankets. Go to Home Depot. You can rig something up. Honestly, just using your ears, like clapping, you can hear train your ears where your sound is pinging, and those are your problem areas. And and then eventually you can kind of get.
What kind of improvements would you say I could do here?
Well, a good thing you have is sound also, there's diffusers as well. Diffusers, basically sound hits it and breaks it up.
Right.
Randomness, random objects in a room break up sound pretty well.
Right, like that
sound,
this whole thing, right?
When it comes, yeah, exactly. So sound likes, if you have symmetry in your room, if you have all your sound panels even and all the things and all the stuff, you're still creating a box.
Right.
And that sound is still going to reflect in certain patterns every time. But if you can make it random enough to where it's like scrambled, it's going to break it up to where it's going to be cool. And then diffusing, like you don't want always absorption, because if you've ever been in a completely soundproof absorbed room, it sounds weird. So if you have a diffuser, something like this, where it's like bouncing off random objects at different intervals, kind of makes it more normal sounding and more pleasing to be in that room. Because the problem is, if you make it completely perfect sound environment, it's probably going to look shitty. It's not going to be aesthetically
Yeah.
pleasing to be in.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you want to impress clients, there's that happy medium you got to come up with. So that's why you see a lot of studios that don't follow the guidelines of sound, but they kind of cater towards aesthetics because they have clients coming in and out.
Right.
But you can kind of meet that happy ground. But the good thing is you have a lot of randomness in here. So as far as sound, probably pretty good.
Right.
Like you can, I mean, if your sound's really an issue, which it's not because these are shotgun mics, they're kind of just picking up what's right in front of it.
Yeah.
You know, you're not really picking up a lot of the room. But if you had a condenser mic and that's all you had, you know, you could put some tapestries over the ceiling and you have the carpet on the floor and really hinder some stuff. So,
Right.
but I mean, honestly, you get a shotgun mic like this or an RE20. Sometimes RE20 is a little too bright. I don't really care for them as much, but you get, I love this microphone. SM7s are great. You have a good interface. Interfaces are just a bunch of components in one, so you don't have to go around, but you can dive down a deep rabbit hole with those, man. You can, like, cause all that's in an interface is you have your preamps for your mics. You have your converters, which are creating or converting it to audio to digital, like your DAC, your digital audio converters and your audio digital converters. And then you have your clocks, and nobody talks about clocks because it's nerd shit. But your clocks are really important when it comes to sound. Clocks tell the converters what 1 second is. So having a good clock is like how accurate your watch is. Like, you have a really good clock, like it's going to be pretty high quality sound. And then if your preamps are good, your mics are going down. Because how sound is the same thing with video. The sound and video are really similar. The clock is compared to how steady your hand is when you're holding a phone. Like if you're recording, a clock is how steady your hand is. You could have the best HD camera, but if you can't keep your hand still, it's still going to be blurry. Same thing. It's like your audio is only as good as your weakest link.
Right.
So everything has to be, if you're going to go top end with everything, you got to go top end with everything.
Oh, right.
So it's like you can even get crazy cables down to the soldering.
Right.
But like the soldering can be a higher quality than this cheap cable you got. Like it's just snake oil at that point. But also there's people recording albums in their bathroom. So it's like you got what you got. So if you have a you know, a Focusrite 2i2 and that's all you got, you can make that work. You know, it's like that's what I started off with, was a Focusrite, and then just get an Apollo. There's so many people that just are struggling to start, and I'm just like, dude, just go on the forums, man. You can kind of get a trend. Everybody, there's so much information, but you can get a trend. Like, get an Apollo, save up some pretty cool speakers, you know, trying to stay away from KRKs. A lot of times people are in apartments. They can't really be knocking on bass. They can't be really, so headphones are kind of hard because there's not a lot of stereo imaging in headphones, but you can get ones that can get you the job done. Like there's Aventone MP1 headphones. You got to see these things on. They're probably the only headphones that you can wear and not go out because they look so ridiculous. You look like air traffic control, but they actually sound really good. Oops. Mixed phones. Oh. Yeah, mixed phones. They're giant.
Holy shit. Really?
Like, I wish I could show it on someone's head. Okay, look at that lady down there on eBay. I mean, kind of see. Okay, there's that little mannequin head. Dude, that's how big they are on your head. It looks. You can't go out in that. You can't go out go on a plane and with those things.
Right.
But they sound pretty cool. They have pretty good stereo imaging. You can get away with making decent adjustments on those things, and then you can go to your friend's house that has better speakers or rent out a recording studio that has good speakers and kind of fine tune it. But
really,
I've made some pretty gnarly mixes on those things. And
you've used them?
Yeah, because I lived in an apartment, you know, and I didn't have subs that I can mix on, so those were like what I got.
Wow.
Yeah, because if you could do it all on headphones, man, that would be the shit. But
right.
unfortunately, they don't hit a full spectrum range. But
That's interesting. Yeah, sound is a whole nother rabbit hole, right? Like that's what
Very
Grant
deep.
was. Grant and I, on the last podcast with Neil, I think it was 17, podcast 17. Grant was telling me how I should change the cameras to over here, Oh yeah, we filmed that. We talked about the cameras, and then after I got the podcast out on YouTube, he was like, "Hey man, you gotta bring up the lows and mids. You're missing out on the lows and mids." You're like, "Bro, you don't know how many days I messed with this thing. I added, I subtracted.
None of that matters, dude.
You know,
None of that matters because Grant's an audio guy, and he's gonna listen to audio differently than everybody else.
Right.
9 times out of 10, people are listening to it in their car or their phone, and it's just like, dude, those speakers are cutting out all that low end, anyways. If you're gonna bring up that low end, cool. If you're listening to it on something that has a sub, cool.
Right.
But if it's like, dude, you're listening to it on your phone, you're not gonna be able to hear above 100 hertz or below 100 hertz or like whatever it is, you know. It's like it's really, you can drive yourself nuts going through all that.
Yeah,
trying to perfect it and all that.
Do you still have any like editing audio software?
Yeah, I still have Pro Tools on my Mac and everything like that, but it's kind of out of date. At Pro Tools, they come out with a new update every day,
year.
and you got to pay for it and all that shit. But yeah, I went down the wormhole, and you just need wave plugins, compressors. Compressors are really cool. You know what? Compressors? No. Compressors. Compressors are really cool because they really confused me when I first started, and I didn't really understand them until it was explained to me in a certain way. Basically, compressors are they're basically an auto volume leveler. That's all they really are. So basically, back in I think it was like World War I, World War II, they had the fighter planes, and they had a radio operator on the fighter planes, and they had 2 people operating the radio, because if you're sending audio out over the frequencies in the air, it can only take a certain threshold before it cuts out. So if you're too loud on the mic and you're yelling, "Hey, we got Germans
peaking.
We got German." Yeah, if you're peaking too high, it'll just cut out. It won't even broadcast. It'll just go dead. So they have a guy doing the radio, but they also have a guy next to him riding the volume knob, trying to make sure that he doesn't go over this threshold.
Right.
So engineers came up with a method to kind of like, because these planes are heavy, so they got to restrict the weight. So they're like, how can I get rid of this guy? Like, that's not really doing much. So they came out with a device called a compressor, which basically replaces that guy riding the volume knob. So you set a threshold, and you have an attack and a release, which tells the compressor when to start and when to stop, like when to start acting. Hey, you hit over 10 dB, I'm gonna kick you down a little notches. I'm gonna ride your volume knob down. And then that's what a compressor is. It's just a device you plug in, and then it rides your volume for you, so you don't go over a certain amount. But what's interesting about that is all the radio. There's not a lot of dynamic range on the radio because it's being sent over frequency, and everything is heavily compressed. So people gotta take that into account when they worry about all the, and same thing, like when you're worrying about audio over YouTube or all these things, they have their own compression ratios when it comes to audio. So it's just like, you got to worry about that. So if you over compress your audio in the mix, then you send it out and it goes to YouTube, it's getting compressed again.
Right.
And then again and again. And it's just like, by that time, you're just no dynamic range. And it's really hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, lack of compression is also a thing. Like when you listen to movies, when you're watching a movie,
raising the volume and lowering
and you
the
can't
volume.
hear the dialogue, but you can hear everything else. It's
Right.
because you're listening to everything was mixed on a 5.1 surround room. 5.1 is you have 5 speakers and then a 1 LFE channel, which is like low energy channel. It's a channel dedicated to only subs. I know I'm probably
No. I got you. I'm
nerding
when
out.
I
It's coming
get
back to
this audio footage, I use Adobe Premiere software. I do the audition. I throw it on audition. I do a noise compressor. And then I do a parametric compressor.
EQ, yep.
And then I do a denoise, de-reverb, and de-haze to get all that background noise out, you know? And then I just balance out the audio. I do a parametric. Did I say the parametric equalizer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do that, and then I do two other ones. It's called a multi-band compressor.
Yeah. Those are really good.
Yeah. So I do
Honestly,
the broadcast one.
Yeah, honestly, like you could get away with just a multi-band and an EQ, because you got to realize too, and people always say like, oh, hardware is better than software and all this stuff because hardware sound better, and then but now technology's coming out. Well, the reason why hardware sounds better, like actual gear sounds better than software, because you do everything in the computer, right? It's all in the computer, no hardware. Yeah.
No.
The reason why is because when you're using hardware, it's only one set of conversions. So every time you convert, it's like video, right? You can have a 1080p video, but let's say you take a video of that 1080p video. It's not going to be 1080p anymore. It's going to be whatever you just recorded on.
Right.
And then you keep recording it and you keep recording it.
Just copies
and
of
eventually,
copies.
by the time you get down the chain, that video of a video of a video of a video of a video is going to be 480 in reality, but even though it says 1080. Same thing in audio. Every time you use a plugin, you're using sample rates and you're taking guesses of that guess, of that guess, of that guess. And probably pretty soon, all these little tweaks and adjustments are going to be like worse than you should have just used less.
Right.
Because now you're not using as much sampling.
Yeah.
So that's why hardware usually sounds better, because it's cool. You're going through actual capacitors and resistors and you're using all this, cool stuff, but it's only going through one set of conversions. You're just going out the computer. That's with digital to audio, right? And then you got the signal working in your hardware, and then it's going back to the computer, which is another set of conversions. So it's really only like two major conversions.
Yeah.
And that's what you're hearing, and it sounds more raw and more like alive. That's because you haven't bogged it down by all this sampling. It's the same thing. So if you throw a bunch of plugins, you got to be careful, because you could have the right intentions, but also at the same time you could be shooting yourself in the foot, because not the quality. But
there's too much editing. There's too much.
There could be. For you, I wouldn't really worry about audio as much, because people are listening to this thing usually in the car or on the phone, or it's just, I would more focus about the editing. You could do a lot of stuff more with the editing than you can.
I mean, I try to do sound effects. I try to do like clips of the internet. Like whenever you bring up something, a certain subject, or like the stories you brought, I try to research them and see if I can find images or articles that illustrate that you're right or that it was slightly wrong or whatever. But at least that's what I do when I talk, because I like to be correct. Most of the time, I'm not always correct. I'm kind of paraphrasing.
Right.
But when so what I do is I shoot the whole show and I edit the whole show. When you're speaking, it's my close-up. When you're speaking, it's your close-up. When I'm speaking, it's my close-up. When we're both speaking, it's the master shot.
Right.
And then I edit that whole thing. I put the intro and the outro, and then I upload that. And then I splice it up with like the certain subjects we talked about, and I make clips of all of them.
Yeah, perfect.
Right. And then from those clips, I make what YouTube calls shorts, which is 60-second long videos. And what that is, just cut it all up. Just
Make
the
content.
raw information we want to know. The only thing you care about, the thing you want to see, and that's what I get. I get 2 or 3 shorts from the clips, and then I upload those. I used to, and I'm honestly just recently started doing this, I used to just release the whole podcast with a bunch of clips of the whole podcast, and then that's released, and then a bunch of shorts of the whole podcast, and that's released, and it's coming out in months from now. And I was gonna delete it all, but I was like, all that work is already out. Let's just fucking get it out there and see what happens, you know? But now I'm gonna be more designated into quality instead of quantity, you know? Because if I can designate 10 solid shorts or clips of solid information that people can actually
use and
appreciate,
find value from,
and like, versus a bunch of volume of, you know, content that nobody might not even at all watch. They would just swipe again, you know?
Right.
So I'm going to start doing that now. I mean, I know this is episode 19, but I still got a long way to get good at this. At this very point, I only have 39 subscribers.
Dude, Joe Rogan's been doing it for 10 years, and he's just recently got like crazy following. So everybody's got to,
it's a journey versus
you have to go through it too.
Yeah.
You could spend all day. Dude, I used to dive in deep into like all the books and stuff, and like getting all the knowledge and getting all the info, and like, okay, it's like, but I tell people it's like loading up on ammo and never firing your gun.
Right.
It's like you can have all the ammo in the world, but if you're never going to pull the trigger, what's the point?
Right.
So it's like the same thing. You can get all this knowledge, all this, you know, holding on to this stuff, but if you never do it, nothing's going to happen, you know. But a lot of the fun and a lot of the cool part is just figuring out by doing it, like starting a podcast, figuring it out. Hey, this shot works better here when the shot works better here. And what's even cool is, as a viewer, is like you can go back to those early videos and be like, dude, can you remember when he had like the little like stand here and like the curtain here, the little setup, and now look at him, he's in this giant studio.
Right.
It's like cool. Like, it's you know, it's part of the process.
You could see that in Joe Rogan. I mean, like he was in the office.
I remember that.
A bunch of shit in the back, and he fucking Red Band was fucking playing some fucking.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Him and Joey Diaz just high and just in a dark ass room in a closet, and and then they worked their ways up to
now like $1
studio.
million in the episodes. You know, like.
Dude, it's the biggest podcast in the world. It's the biggest platform.
Yeah.
And people actually like listen to it because it's not.
It's not propaganda.
Yeah. It's not filtered through the.
Not to say that they don't get shit wrong. Not to say that they don't have all their facts correct, because there's certain things that they've said that is completely wrong. But you could tell that they're not bought out.
Yeah.
You know?
They're not biased. He tries his best to figure out the truth.
Yeah.
And it's just like, that comes with the territory, though. There's going to be, not everything's going to be 100%.
No.
So I think it's
and
possible.
He even says that. Like, I'm not here to be the bearer of truth. You know, nobody gets to do that. Like, you should do your own independent research and find the truth for yourself. You shouldn't look upon me and blame me for not telling you what you wanted to know, you know? Like, same goes with my show. It's like, I'm going to present you an entertainment, a story of Brandon, a story of an individual in this world, and a moment in 2023, you know, in September 20th, this happened. You know, that's how I look at it. Whether we talked about real things and factual things that will change the world forever, I don't know. Maybe not. But the thing is that I enjoy this. I like this. It's fun to me. Like it's a moment of real life, you know? Like it's and you can take some wisdom. Like wisdom comes out of nowhere. It's random. And honestly, like you can learn anything, almost anything from anyone, you know? I believe that, you know? And not everyone's an actor, and not everyone should be an actor, because I want to see the genuine version of you. Actors, you know, adopt this character, and then they portray this character how they foresee it, you know? And then some people fall in love with it, some people hate it. But who you are is the most genuine thing you could do. And I think there's value in there. whether it's gonna be
Well,
tangible.
people will see through that too.
Yeah.
Like if you're trying to put on a facade and stuff, dude, people will see right through that shit, man.
Yeah,
and
it's
that'll actually
easy.
hinder you in the long run because you got to realize too, if the people at the top, they want the most real, authentic people around them because they're so used to people being fake and putting on a show for them. It's just like, dude, if you could like, bro, there's so many people trying to get autographs and all this stuff, and like, that's what I was going back to. Like, working in a studio, the best thing you could do is just adapt to the situation. If you go into a room, just be like, adapt to the people in that room. Like, you kind of start dressing like them, and maybe not like them. You don't want to be fake, but you want to kind of like move in a way that's not going to stand out. You kind of want to just be in the background, and then all of a sudden they'll start respecting you because you're helping them. You're not distracting them. You're being yourself.
Yeah.
And if you're yourself, you'll find your niche. You'll find your manager, if they're a good manager, will stick you on sessions that you're better fit for. So it's like, if you're into rock and, you know, you have a certain style, they're going to do research on these artists coming in. That's what the managers do. They do a lot of research before this artist comes in, knows their top songs, know who they work with. A lot of times they can get inside access to their record label to see who like works with them. A lot of times they've worked with the same engineers. They kind of know a big background on these artists before they come into the studio to do these sessions, and be like, you know what, I think Brandon will be cool on this session, and then they'll stick you with them, and then you don't have to try, and you're just kind of working with the flow and stuff. But you can also psych yourself out, because if you work with someone that you've envied your whole life and you're in the same room with them, you can freak yourself out. So you kind of gotta put a filter on your brain and kind of just have an outside body experience when you're doing a lot of that stuff. But usually you're in and out of the room like you kind of just, like I said, you want to be an asset, not a liability. You don't want to take away from the experience. So if you could just kind of like be there, be fluid,
right,
read the energy of the room. Because people can spot you being fake from a mile away, and they don't want to work with you ever again. So be like, he's bullshit. Get him away.
Bullshit.
It's toxic.
But like, bullshit is a lot of what Hollywood's made of. You know what I mean? Like
100%.
A lot of people just has a face for it.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
You know?
There's the guy I work with the most. Not gonna mention his name, but very well known hip hop artist that's on all the charts right now. But he's perceived in the media and he acts in the media a certain way, and then behind closed door, it's like not like that at all.
Really?
Like, yeah, and then I'm just like, all right, man.
Give me a hint.
Like,
give me a hint. Who is that?
Well, I'll tell you a story that was on. It was public story. I won't tell you the name, but if you know what I'm talking about, you'll know who it is. But basically, he went to Floyd Mayweather's birthday party years ago, and he got kicked out for something, and he was like, his security guard, which I knew, because these guys have in the lobby, they'll have their security guard just chilling in the lobby, just collecting fat money, just guarding the door, even though we have cameras and security. So this guy, he takes them everywhere, and then you see him like being pulled out of this birthday party or the club or whatever, and like he pretends to grab his security guard's gun because he wants to come off as like hard. And I was like, dude, that would never happen. Like that would never happen. And this security guard is a professional. Like, it was definitely a conversation that was happening in the moment. Like, he's not going to just give his gun to this reckless rapper. Like, he's going to have that shit locked down. So you know that something was said to him that was like, okay, like, I'm just going to fake. Like, that one went down. And so when we got back to the studio, I was like, okay. And also he has like a weed line, and he doesn't, and he's like, he promotes that he smokes all this weed, and like you always see him in the videos with weed, when all of us really know he doesn't smoke at all. Like,
really?
It's just like, dude, come on, man. Like,
no way.
Yeah. And it's just, that happens all the time.
It's
And,
marketing then, right? Like he's trying to
it's a
please
facade.
the
It's all
market of those.
There's a lot of people like
That
that. And then there's a
demographic.
lot of people that are exactly what they perceive and from the outside and the inside. And, you know, and I remember a rapper that is well known that passed away not too long ago that we all know. You know, he was in the studio and then all of a sudden he brought out a bunch of bottles of cough syrup. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is a thing. Like they actually perform on cough syrup and do all the lean. And that's when you start lean and cough syrup starts to get normalized and you kind of get desensitized to all that. And then, you know, they smoke weed and one person I don't think he would mind me talking about him is Tommy Hilfiger's son. Great guy.
Really?
His name's Ricky. I don't think he would care if I talked about him, but he's like, dude, he is the nicest person I think I've ever met in my entire life.
Really?
So nice. He's great. And a very humble guy. And yeah, man, nobody smokes more weed than that guy. He will always say that. He's just like Brandon, who smokes the most weed? And I was just like, bro, nobody's competing with you.
Mm-hmm.
He would sit there for 8 hours, just back to back to back to back. And I'm like, bro, at this point, you're not even getting high at that point. You're just it's just a fixation.
Dude, I do not smoke anywhere. Like, Jerry tries to give me the vape pen all the time.
All the time.
I'm like, bro, I'm good, bro.
I'm good. I can't function in front of people,
me
let alone my
neither.
job when I'm good. If I'm going to smoke, which I don't anymore, but if I was going to smoke, I have to be in a non-social environment, you know, because I'm just that type of person. I just like to chill. I got to know that I don't like driving when I'm high. I don't like it. I'll be thinking about me staying in the lines of the lane. And I'll be like fixated on one thing, and I'll be like, I'll get in an accident, and it's not worth it. So I'm like, I'm just gonna stay home if I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, and
I'm never in a situation.
It's a bummer too.
Yeah.
Like
it's like drinking and driving for me. I have to know that I'm not going anywhere or have any plans later because I'm gonna be out.
Yeah.
So
where like I smoke and stuff, and I like it, but I'm not doing it all the time. I do it like maybe once or twice every few weeks.
Right.
You know, probably mostly on the weekends because that's the fun time.
I think it's a good way to do it, man. You don't have to overdo it, but
yeah. And honestly, like I smoked a little bit before we started just to like loosen up because I was like, oh man, I haven't been on the podcast in a minute. I wonder what I'm gonna say. How am I gonna open it? Should I say something new this time, or should I say something else? Should I not say anything at all? Like I get caught up in your own, strategy, and whenever I smoke, I kind of like relax a little. You know, it helps me.
I really like to go down the conspiracy theory when I'm high.
Right.
One rule I made a long time ago when I first smoked was don't ever watch documentaries about space when you're high, because I'm just like, I'm getting close to the TV and I'm like, whoa, two molecules don't touch each other. Like I'll be like, yeah, I get too crazy on it. And I'm like, all right, man, I'm kind of weirding myself out at this point.
Right.
So that was a rule I break all the time. But yeah, man, it took me a long time to get to that road. Like, yeah, man, you're naturally curious when you're a kid. And so it's just like, my mom's really religious and I was super against it. And, you know, my friends did.
Were you Catholic?
No, well, she was Christian, but I never really fell into the whole Christian thing. But she was just against, drinking and weed.
Christians are way more into like the religion than Catholics are. I grew up Catholic. My mom would take me to the church and all that, but I would hardly ever be like all into it, and she would hardly ever be all into it. Also, how I know that is because after church, she wanted to leave. It's like, all right, let's go.
Yep.
I was like, okay. Like, you know how a lot of them like mingle afterwards?
Yeah,
like kind of like soak into that religion. Yeah. No, I did my part. I'm out. You know what I mean? Ever since I saw that, I was like, my mom believes in it, but it's like an insurance policy in case something goes wrong. It's
Right.
like, hey, I did my part. I went to
Right,
church
and
and
it's just
stuff.
like, I don't think we should beat each other up over believing different things. I think at the end of the day, like I said, nobody knows.
Nobody does.
And why should you beat each other up if trying to convince someone of something that,
Yeah.
So, and like I was always told, if you want to worship somebody, you don't necessarily have to go to church all the time. You can just do it anywhere. Pray. But yeah, it's an insurance plan. Like, do I believe 100%? No, of course not. But,
I would pray if
like,
it was the end.
The old military saying is there's no atheist in a foxhole. It's just
right.
It's just like doing shit hits a fan. I'm gonna be praying for sure.
Yeah,
So regardless of what I think,
Uh-huh.
that's how that rolls.
Yeah. But I know it's getting late now.
Yeah, I'm just texting my wife that I'm okay. Like,
Yeah,
she's
gotta
probably
text
like,
her.
"What
What? Yeah. Well, we covered your internship. We covered some conspiracy theories. Was there any other conspiracy theories you wanted to talk about? I think I talked about all. My biggest one is 9/11. I mean, have you ever look at the list of proving conspiracy theories that turned out to be true?
Oh yeah, there's a long list.
A long list.
There's more right than I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it deserves credibility for sure.
It's a common thing that the U.S. government has done.
Oh yeah.
It's like, look at this over here. Meanwhile, they're doing all this shit in the background.
COVID
You know what I mean?
Being a prime example. I think.
Which is an interesting one because the whole world was into it.
Bro.
Quote unquote, whole world.
COVID is
I
the
never
most-
traveled the whole world. I just saw it on TV that everything was closed down, but who knows, right?
COVID is the most crazy thing that I think I've ever experienced, man.
So
It's
do you
just
believe the lab theory?
the Wuhan lab and all that?
The idea that it came out of a lab rather than naturally
I
spread?
definitely believed it was genetically engineered
In a lab.
in a lab, and it was
Lab
released
theory.
on purpose.
Right.
I believe it was absolutely released on purpose.
Was it from China or was it the U.S.?
I think it was collaboration.
Right.
And there's something else going on that we don't know, but I think it was a collaboration, and I think it was a test. Maybe it got a little out of control, but I don't think it was. To me, when we were in it, and we were all masked up and locked down, I was like, the symptoms people were getting were too specific, and it screamed biological weapon to me because it was specifically attacking respiratory, and elderly people were having problem. And it goes back to the whole thing where the human, I don't know about the human brain, but we are designed to be working in groups of no more than 150. That's just how.
Yeah, because that's
that
how
kind of
many
thing.
names you can remember.
Dude, we have Elon Musk said we have an underpopulation problem, which is probably true, but you have to also be able to control that population. And if you have too many people outside of that 150, which is, we have millions and millions of people in the US, even though you have different states helping control it, you got to wean down the population to get better control. And so they're just popping off all these crazy stuff trying to get this number down. And it's just COVID's an easy way to do that. Hey, we got this biological weapon that gets rid of all the old people. Let's do it.
Right.
They have respiratory problems. They're on their way out anyways.
Right.
It's it makes you really think. But in the middle of it, dude, it was crazy. And then now I'm all paranoid from all the vaccines, dude. Because all the conspiracy theories. I got one. Right. And I'm
Me
gonna get.
too.
And people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, he got it."
Mm-hmm.
But
The only
when
reason
they're-
I did it is so I could start doing shit.
Dude, that's what I was gonna say. Is they threaten to take your freedom.
Yeah.
It twists your arm in a way. If I could just get away with doing one. Dude, my mom's a nurse. She has been a nurse for 40 years. She got all 10 of them, or however many were. She got all
There's
of them.
new ones now.
Right. She got all of them. I was just like, so I was telling her this, how like I'm scared I got the first one. I didn't get the booster or anything. I just got the one.
Right.
And she's just like, well, how do you think I feel? I got 10 of them things going through me right now.
Right.
And I'm just like, well, Mom, by the time you experience anything, I think you'll be on your way out anyways. Not gonna. And she's like, yeah, you're probably right.
Mom.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, you're probably right. No, she's funny about it. You know, what are you gonna do? You know,
Yeah.
gonna suck the venom out at this point?
Right.
No, there's nothing you can
There's
really.
nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, so it's just, yeah, I'm kind of paranoid from all the ones.
Okay. So you think it's a population control method, strategy?
I think it makes sense if that's if it's a biological weapon, like most of us think it is, like, or at least I do. I think it was a biological weapon to get those numbers down, so you can better control the people, and if you can create a mass government, a world government to do so, and all collaborate, it's a perfect training ground for that, because we're all going through this one thing.
Sorry to interrupt you. What were you gonna say?
No, and then I was going to say, but the whole thing that I'm more concerned about is the vaccines now. What was in those vaccines? I don't really know. And I thought, well, when you see the president getting a vaccine, you don't know if it was saline solution or like what. You don't know what was in that thing.
No.
They don't give a shit about telling you.
Yeah, they're not going to tell you. Yeah, this is all publicity stunt.
Yeah, you believe it's because we're the government.
Yeah. If I were to pull the chain of the conspiracy theory, if I were to put that hat on and really stretch the imagination I can muster, I would say that these sort of things are common and they're normally contained and somebody fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
I think somebody fucked up, spread it too quickly, and it got so quickly out of hand that they needed to do something. And there's a quote that says, "Don't let any crisis go to waste." So that's what the pharmaceutical companies took action and being like, all right, let's make some fucking money.
Dude, 100% plausible.
Right?
Yeah, 100%
let's
plausible.
make some fucking money. The government fucked up. They used this medical weapon or whatever incorrectly, and now this whole global thing is happening, and let's take advantage of it. Whether the vaccines work or not, it's just got to be proven on paper in terms of these parameters that the government has set, and then we can make money. Whether it's good for them in the fucking 10, 15 years from now, we don't know, but the numbers said they worked at this time. So I'm pretty sure they don't even know what the fuck the vaccines are going to do to you in the next 10, 15 years. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what we're scared of now is just like, you're in the dark as much as we are. We just made our money.
At the same time, I laugh at it because when you see all this crazy stuff going on in the world, it's just like, at this point, dude, bring it on. Like, if I'm going to die, like, there's so much stuff that's trying to kill me right now or kill everybody that you can't keep up with all. And it's just like, bro, if it's my time to go at this point, like, what am I going to do about it?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to sit here and worry about it all the time.
Yeah.
Like, I live not too far from the hood. I'm more worried about what's going on down my block than,
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, man, it's too much to think about, but also it's like fun to think about.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting, I should say.
I mean, like, there is a level of, like, the government does need some level of national security, kind of bringing it back to that. And it does need to keep certain things in secret, right? But how far? How far does that umbrella cover, you know?
But also, none of us have any idea what it takes to run a country.
Exactly.
Fucking no idea.
Exactly.
There's problems they're dealing with that no one's ever thought of, that average people have never thought of. So it's just like, maybe they got to do some, they got to do some crazy shit to...
Imagine what China would do. Bro. We got to do equivalent or worse.
Yeah, they have like 10 times many people.
Yeah.
It's...
Yeah, you know? And on top of that, just to add to that token, it's like we've only been around for like 300 years. Like America, this is super young.
1776. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was like, dude, China had a law where you can only have a certain amount of kids. Can you imagine if we did that here?
One child policy.
Bro, you imagine if we did that here?
What? Dude,
No
and
way. It'd be
they're
chaos.
suffering the repercussions of that now.
I bet.
Because now there's more men than there are women.
Yeah.
And they can't reproduce
Nobody wants
quickly
women. No,
enough.
okay.
Nobody can reproduce quickly enough, so all the elderly people are ending up being a nuisance because none of the young people can like take care of them, and they can't reproduce enough of their population to hit those same numbers again. The next 15 to 20 years, China's gonna hit a significant downturn in population quickly because there's not enough people, women, to produce enough kids to then bring the population up. And on top of that, not a lot of people want to get married. Not a lot of people want kids because it's much more, so much more expensive.
Right.
Primarily because of the population and the expenses to run a family.
But also there's an expectation with that too.
Yeah.
Like in the Hispanic culture and Asian culture especially, there's expectations. You get married, you have kids. It's like
a house.
Yeah, house. Like
a dog,
dude,
a nice car.
My suegra
nice
has
house.
been on me
you.
about having kids. And
Right.
I'm like, yeah.
My mom too, dude. My mom too.
It's I tell you, man, the
Are you thinking of having a kid?
Yeah, we definitely.
You've been trying?
It's definitely on the list. We have tried in the past, and I think just it's a whole new element of life that you got to navigate as well. So we're kind of at the point where if it happens, it happens. We're not gonna like
So no
obsess
condom.
over it.
Just like let it loose.
Yeah,
It's like, let's see what happens.
I mean, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. We're
Yeah.
both on that page. We've gone. The scales have tipped on whether we want one or not, and all throughout our relationship so far. So we're kind of just at that point right now.
I hear that
But-
getting pregnant is hard.
Yeah, it's emotionally damaging for me. She's very mean, which is just kidding. No, but yeah, it is. It puts a lot of stress on the relationship if you're not careful, and it's it's a big thing.
Yeah.
For me, a big thing was marriage, dude. I never thought marriage was a thing, and here I am with a ring on my finger. It's just like, well, but finding the right person is a whole thing, and then dating a Latina woman that doesn't play no games, like they're a whole new element, man. She's just like, I'm gonna give you 2 years, and if you don't put a ring on it, I'm out of here.
She told you that?
She told me that since the very beginning. She's just like, okay, we're boyfriend, girlfriend. Okay, well, I want a ring on my finger, and if you don't, I'm gonna give you 2 years. And this was like, dude, I think like after the first year, we hit COVID after that, and so we were seeing each other every day, both furloughed off our jobs. So it's like, we learned a lot about each other in that time. I'm sure a lot of relationships got tested during that time, but also if you can make it through that, you can make it through a lot. So yeah, and then we ended up getting married, which I've always said, like, I never believe in marriage. There's no point of getting married. They're just gonna take your stuff and like, all that stuff. But it's just like, it changed when you find the right person. I'm like, okay, well, not as bad. And now that I'm married, I mean, I recommend it, honestly. I know it sounds like I'm being, a gun to my head when I say that, but it honestly, it puts a thing over you where it's a whole another level of dedication, whether it's psychological or what, in my opinion. There's a lot of people that don't believe in marriage. Trust me.
Right here.
I get it.
I'm right there.
I get it.
Yeah.
But
I think it takes more effort not to get married and be with somebody than it is to be lawfully committed to this person.
I just feel like being on both sides of that spectrum, I felt like when I wasn't married, I always had one foot out the door. I always had an escape hatch. And I feel like with marriage, whether it's just a piece of, metal around my finger or whatever, I feel like, okay, I'm committed. Like, no matter what happens, this is my ride or die. I'm gonna fucking get it done. And for guys, for some reason, we freak out with that commitment.
Oh
we
yeah,
just freak
Same
out.
here.
But once you dive into that water, you're like, oh, dude, it makes no difference, bro. I don't have millions of dollars where she's gonna take it. What am I worried about?
Right.
Like, if it makes her happy, I'll do it. And now that I'm married, I'm happy. So it's just like, well, no married man is completely happy, but
I see the appeal in terms of like not having a date. Dating is so much work, dude. Like, I have a girlfriend right now, but like the process of dating, dude, like meeting these girls and then they instantly either like you or they hate you, and they're like, you still buy for their meal, you still try to appeal to them, you take her there and
multiple
and meanwhile she's either seeing somebody else or just seeing if I get better or whatever she expects. Because the culture of America is the woman comes first. Whatever she wants, whenever she wants, you need to provide her as a man. And the women today need so much attention, need so much work being done that they don't see the value that you're already providing. Like, don't you know that we did everything? Right. The fact that you even have rights, we granted that to you. You know what I mean? Like, if it wasn't for us granting you that, who the fuck are you gonna call when the next dude decides that he's gonna break in and steal all your shit? You know, you're gonna call another dude to handle this dude. Right. You're not gonna call your homegirls.
What's that actor? He played like the Hawkeye in Marvel movies. He was had an interview and he's just like, yeah, you're gonna make daddy a sandwich. And then all the girls in the crowd were like, what? I was like, yeah, when a burglar busts through the door, you expect me to get up and take care of it, right?
Right.
Make me a sandwich.
Yeah,
I was just like,
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
A little aggressive, but yes.
Or a fucking spider or a rat or
Anything.
anything that could be semi-threatening, you're supposed to handle it.
Yeah.
And the woman only wants that. They want you to give them a house. You want them to, she wants to give you need to give her a ring, a wedding, a car, everything. Literally everything. And then she gets to decide whether you did a good job or not.
Yeah, there's definitely expectations. 100%.
100% expectations.
Yeah. It's
with
funny.
the American culture, though.
It's funny. The funny story is, like I said, I used to be really into like reading books, and there's a book, a really good book actually. It's by Dave Data. It's called The Way of Superior Man. Like, really good book. And I brought it to work this is like years ago. Brought it to work, and there's this old guy. He's one of the bellmen at this hotel. He's like, oh, let me see your book. And like, he starts going through it. He's been married for 30 years or whatever. He's like, oh yeah, this is all bullshit. And he's just like, the only thing you need to know, man, happy wife, happy life. That's the only thing I'm doing. And I just like laughed, and I was like, oh, okay, whatever. And now I'm married. That's all that counts. Like, you can have all these cool ideas, but dude, if she's miserable, you're damn sure miserable.
Yeah.
It's like, so if I could, it just makes my life easier if I just like happy wife, happy life. Right. And it sounds so cliche and so like, and all the dude bros are out there like, nah, bro, you gotta stick it to your, okay, man. You date a fiery Latina and tell me how that goes. And tell me you're not fucking, it's like I say, it's like, who's the man in the relationship? Well, I was like, in the streets, I am. But behind closed doors, we all know she runs the show.
Yeah.
It's like, that's always how it is.
Yeah.
And, but she takes great care of me, man. She cooks for me. You know, there's expectations of it. That's another thing is like the culture difference, you know, me being white and her being Latina is like complete culture difference. And I feel like a lot of our arguments stem from not understanding the culture difference a lot of times, and we're still learning. But like the expectations that women, Latino women, are, not all of them, but a lot of times, you know, they're expected to take care of their husbands, and you gotta cook for them, and you gotta clean the house and keep all those expectations. I never really, you know, we didn't really have those guidelines as strict as they were. But like from the women I've met in the Hispanic culture, like down here, is like they used to get beat for not getting up and cleaning the house, and like, you know, the chancla was common in the house, and like that's a whole different thing. And when I come over to my suegra's house, like I sit down and relax while her and her mom go prepare all the food. That's new for me. And I don't honestly feel guilty, but it's taken me a long time to kind of get over that. And I'm starting to like embrace it at this point. I'm like, okay, you want to cook for me? All right, cool.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
You know, so I got it good. Man, I got it good, but you know, they don't like they will speak their mind if they have to. They'll crack the whip if they need to, so don't get mistaken on that. But yeah, it's a good time.
So marriage is great then, huh?
It's wonderful, man. It's wonderful. No, I saw a funny video the other day. I was telling her, I was just like, some guy was interviewing random people in the street, and he's just like, he's like, so what do you? And this guy was by himself, and he says like, so what do you think about being married and all that stuff? And he's like, you know, my wife is my rock. She's my love of my life. Like that. And I just wrote in the comments, I was like, oh, his wife trained him well. Like, he is PR trained well, dude. Yeah. Like, people were laughing. And I was like, yeah, it's like they train you.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
You are trained in a social environment. And it's just like, if you're sitting in a party and a girl starts to even come in your general facility, like, I just... I scanned for my wife. Like, I'm like, go directly towards him. God, you know, forbid I smell another woman's perfume in the same area.
God.
Like, you know, so
yeah. So yeah, is there any closing statements you wanna make?
You know, I don't know. It's been fun, man.
What kind of expectations did you have for the show?
I had no expectations.
Really?
I was just
That's
like
great.
winging it.
That's good.
Chilling.
That's good.
However it lasts.
I'm glad I reached them.
Yeah, man. It was a good time. I'm definitely, definitely willing to do it anytime.
Gotta do this again, bro. Like,
it's good times.
Like,
hopefully people found some cool stuff in what we talked about and value. So
yes, of course. Marriage is great, guys. Just get married.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's close it there, huh? All right, brother. Let's call it. We're at 3 hours, I think.
Yeah, man.
Or past 3 hours.
Fucking good, my wife.
For sure. Ready, like, to skull you. Oh, yeah, bro.
That was a good time, man.
For sure, brother. Thank you.